Good morning, everyone.
Are we still giving away Aftershock tickets or not? Okay. Thanks. Hi, everyone.
Hello,
we also
everybody.
need a word for today. Joe, if you'd like to come up with that, let us know. Or if James, you have one, let us know.
Oh.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. Hello. John Bull's in here? Come on. Let's go. Hi, everyone. Good morning. I have some great news for you, MF Beam. Damn. RIP. We had a good run. What's up, Johnny G?
What we can do though is I'll be pulling the winner, and I could talk to him, see if we could call in, have him call in. We could do like a whole thing for the winner. Okay. No, it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. No, it was a bad idea. I'm sorry.
No, it's not. No, it's not a bad idea. It's just not a thing I want to do.
It's all good.
If it was a different thing, I might be more down.
Well, let's get the Jiffy Lube winners in then.
Nah, that's too much. That's too much work. I want to do all that.
Okay.
I want to put all that in there. What's up, Johnny G? Oh, what's up, Warren?
Excuse me.
Yeah. Well, you definitely will. What's up, Leezy? What's up, Westsack? And Brian and Bryce. Hello. Yeah, nice. Buddhism.
Bless you.
Good question. What's up, Tony? Yeah, no, I actually, maybe. What's up, Nick? Did I say hi to Lizzie already? What's up, Chris? And Steven, hello. Oh, good morning, everybody. A happy Monday to you. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's over there as well. We're the Insiders, and Jiffy Lube sponsors this program. Thank you, everybody listening on the radio at ESPN 1320 AM. Everybody listening on the free Odyssey app, thank you. If you're listening to the podcast, the James Ham and Kyle Madsen Show, hello from the past. Hope the future's going well, and we thank you for listening. And everybody in the chatty house, youtube.com/ESPN1320, twitch.tv/ESPN1320. Good morning, hello, and we appreciate most of you. So I got a couple different ways I want to go here.
Okay.
Let's start with Friday. The Kings lose to the Suns 122-106. Domantas Sabonis has a nice little triple-double. But outside of Sabonis looking like Sabonis finally, I'm running out of things to say, which is not good given the medium. But when Doug Christie the other night says that's not us after they lost to the Knicks, well, it was you 3 games in a row now.
Mm-hmm.
And my concern is, and we said this after the loss to Golden State, my concern is not, the Kings have checked out. My concern is, this is just kind of what they are. I don't think there's been, I don't think they're not trying. Save for Zach LaVine, we'll get there. But this, to me, is not a matter of effort. This is not a matter of, oh man, they're just getting out schemed. I just think that their roster has very, very glaring flaws. And teams have gotten enough games against the Kings and enough tape of this version of the Kings that, yeah, hey, you know what? This is how you attack them. This is how you beat them.
Yeah, I feel like this team has to be motivated differently like every 2 weeks. And that to me is not a good thing. That just shows you that
that's crazy.
That they just aren't grasping the basics of being, like, at the end of the day, good teammates.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this feels like a very, very selfish basketball team. It feels like a bunch of dudes who are just playing, I don't want to say playing out the string as much as they just have an eye on the scoreboard, except for Zach LaVine, who should have his eye on the scoreboard, at least a little bit.
It's baffling.
To me, I don't know how else to explain it. They just look like 8 or 9 individuals that are playing on a court. And you got a couple of guys who are doing things that are team-related things. And even when Domantas Sabonis steps on the court, he finishes with a triple-double, right? It's only like his 9th triple-double of the season after leading last year. I thought he was excellent at distributing and rebounding. And again, he's beat up. Like, you can see it. We saw when Ryan Dunn threw him around and he instantly grabbed his hamstring. But I just don't feel it from the rest of the group. It's like, how can you go out and literally tell the media that the one thing you learned while you were sitting out for 3 games watching was that you need to be a better distributor and set your teammates up if you're Malik Monk, and then go out and lead the team in field goal attempts 3 straight games?
If you're leading the team in field goal attempts and also dishing out like 10 assists, it'd be one thing.
Yeah.
But it doesn't appear that Malik Monk is doing anything different. In fact, he's probably doing a worse job of setting up his teammates than he was before he got hurt.
Yes.
That's what I don't, and if you do understand, please call the Oak Grove Kia Talk line, 916-909-1320. That's 916-909-1320. It's not even like anger or like, I don't even know the right adjective other than like, this is just
It's disappointing.
Disappointing's a good one.
I'd also, like, the reality of it is difficult. Like, watching and going, oh, okay, you're probably right, Kyle. This is who they are. And we've always been waiting for this team to gel. And I think they were gelling. They were, before they had the 2 injuries to Monk and Sabonis, they had started to play some good basketball. And again, this isn't all on Malik Monk. I'm not blaming anything on, he's the representative of what this thing looks like. And that's because he's the one who said, hey, I need to do this better, and then doesn't try to do that better. So that's a problem when you're looking at players who, again, for years I've covered so many head coaches. There was one head coach here in Sacramento who always had these epiphany moments and like, I think I figured it out. I think I figured it out exactly what's wrong with us. And then he had no answer to fix what was wrong. And it was like, hey, you probably shouldn't tell us about your epiphany,
right?
About being able to fix, about what's wrong if you don't have the cure for what's wrong.
Be a problem solver, not a problem identifier.
Yeah, exactly. And so we always got to this point where it's like, okay, we were at that problem like 3 weeks ago, bro. That wasn't we saw that problem a while ago. Like, where's your solution? Well, this team specifically, it's just really tough to mix everything up at the end of the season. And if things go really well, then you cook, right? Though we saw it last year with the Dallas Mavericks. When you make a couple of additions, sometimes you just find something and you cook. But for the most part, when you decide to trade a franchise player and then add another 2 pieces on top of that.
After changing your coach.
Yeah, after changing your coach. The results are usually exactly what we're seeing right now. The Kings are lucky. They're a 500 basketball team. They're just floating there.
Yeah.
And there's a good chance they'll drop below 500 over the next couple of days. They might not get back to 500. They might get back to 500. We don't know, but it doesn't matter. They're probably going to balance out right around the 500 mark on the season. And it's a disappointing season because I think that we all had higher hopes for who this group might be. And to watch this thing twist and turn and, literally take like so many detours along the way is pretty disappointing.
You talk about disappointment, and I want to get to that for sure. But I want to make sure that this is clear up top too. Any individual player we talk about today, any individual player that gets brought up in the Chatty House or on the Elk Grove Kid Talk Line, whatever it is, there's no one person who's to blame for what's happening to the Kings right now.
Oh, no.
We're going to talk about individual aspects of what's going wrong and what has gone wrong. But that is not to lay the blame at the feet of DeMar DeRozan or Malik Monk or Keegan Murray or Zach LaVine or whoever.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of stuff wrong, and we're going to get to all of it. We're going to try and get to all of it.
Yeah.
But is this the most, and now keep in mind, and I'm asking this literally, typically what you do in this spot is you like give a hard take on something, but I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to ask Kings fans, because my like in-depth following of the Kings started in 2011 when I started interning at their flagship station, and I followed them really close through there. Is this because for me it is the most disappointing Kings season ever?
Okay, so this is my 15th year covering the team.
Right.
I can think of one other season where I thought, holy cow, this is horribly disappointing. And it was Dave Yeager's first year coaching the team, the 2016-17 season. And this is a year that they went out and they loaded up in the offseason. They brought in Aaron Aflalo. They brought in Matt Barnes. They brought Omri Caspi back. They had Darren Collison and Willie Cauley-Stein, DeMarcus Cousins. I'm trying to think. Rudy Gay.
Sure.
They had Costa Koufis. Mm-hmm. They had Skal Labissiere as a young player. They had Ben McLemore. They had Malachi and Garrett Temple and like Anthony Tolliver was the other player they went out and added during the offseason. Like they added talent to this roster trying to get them over the hump. And not only did that season spin out instead of making the playoffs, which is what that roster looked like when they first were put together, they went 32-50. They traded DeMarcus Cousins. Rudy Gay popped his Achilles. They waived Matt Barnes. Omri Caspi was sent back in. Tyreek Evans came in as part of the trade. They got Buddy Hield in that trade. Like that was one of the more disappointing seasons. But for me, this one probably takes the cake because it didn't have to be this way. And that's what we're always going to come back to. Like, why did this season spin out? And like, that's where you start to like push blame, in my opinion. Like this season did not have to go this way at all. There were so many other pathways and so many other opportunities to change the trajectory of this team. And they didn't. And then when they did do it, it was so dramatic that this is what we're left with.
It feels like the delta between like, because we were at the Cal Classic game when DeMar DeRozan came out with Vivek courtside. Everybody's there. They're playing the Kendrick Lamar song, and it's like, oh, hey, they traded for DeMar DeRozan. He is here. Like, oh my God, that's a piece. We talked about their roster needed to be better, and we looked at it. And we go, okay, they got better players. They got a better roster. Here's how he fits. Okay, we love this. They went 48 wins, playoffs, 46 wins, out in the play-in, but hey, this is the bounce back. Here we go. To their 33-33, and when you look at their schedule, it's like, can they get to 500?
By the end of the season, I don't know.
I don't think I'd bet on it.
Yeah, that would be a tough bet.
I just don't. There's no reason to give them the benefit of the doubt at this point. I have no reason to go, oh yeah, they're going to go in and they're going to beat Memphis tonight. They're going to bounce back and beat Memphis. I think maybe. But I have no reason to believe that. I have no reason to believe that they're going to go in and beat Milwaukee or Boston or OKC or Cleveland. I think you have Golden State again. You don't have Golden State again.
No, but you do have the Clippers again.
You have the Clippers again.
You have Phoenix again.
Right. There's no reason for me to go, oh yeah, that's you can go get that game. Because like, hey, you're gonna be an underdog in that game. Might be an underdog against Phoenix by the end of the year. I have no idea.
Yeah.
It's just it feels so like last year was a little underwhelming, to be sure, but it didn't feel like the end of the road. Whereas this season has not only been horribly underwhelming, like we were talking 50+ wins before the year.
Oh, yeah.
Not only has it been horribly underwhelming, it also feels like, oh, the path forward is now muddy. The path forward is no longer clear. At least last year, you go to 46 and it's like, all right, you still won 46. or 3 or 4 games where you hit a couple of free throws and you're at 50 wins. Not super worried about it. You got DeMar DeRozan in here now. You didn't trade any major pieces. You still got some roster flaws, but hey, the roster's better. Here we go. To 33-33, and you've lost 4 consecutive games. While the Clippers have won 3 straight, immediately ahead of you. 2 spots ahead of you are the Timberwolves, who have won 8 straight.
Yep.
And 3 spots ahead of you are the Warriors, who have won 7 straight.
You remember when we told you, Kyle, that after the All-Star game, that's when the real teams like rise and the other teams sink? Like, it's unfortunate.
Yep.
But, and to your point, like, I think that's why when we start looking at this thing long term and what does this thing look like in the future and all that stuff, I think that's where you start seeing alarm bells for certain things that are happening on the floor. That's where realistically the Zach LaVine question comes in.
Yes.
Is that there's like, if you're not out there and you're not hearing alarm bells and you're not paying attention. In 3 of the biggest games that you've had this season, games that were winnable, games against the New York Knicks without Jalen Brunson, games a back-to-back against the Golden State Warriors and the Los Angeles Clippers, he just didn't shoot. He stopped playing his game. Like, again, Zach LaVine is on the court for one reason, and it's to score. He's a decent distributor, but he's not a great distributor.
Nope.
He's not a great defensive player. Like, he's not a great rebounder. He's on the court to score, for him to take 10 shots and then back that up with 6 shots. And then this last game was almost like he was like, shoot, everyone's going to be mad because I only have 6 shots through 3 quarters. And so he took 7 shots in the 4th quarter to score, 21 points. But the game was over, and he was non-existent throughout the rest of it. And then that's when you point some of this out, and then Bulls fans start just jumping on me in social media like, oh, welcome to the Zach LaVine experience.
Yeah, that's apparently a thing.
And then it was like, oh boy. That's when you're starting to get concerned about, like, well, what does this look like? In some of the biggest moments, you want your players to step up. And, we've talked about this in the past, like TNT Malik, right? Whenever TNT's in town, Malik Monk is ready to roll. That's what you're hoping that you get out of your players, the guys that rise to the occasion. And I'm just like, I'm baffled with what's happened here over the last, 3-4 games.
We'll dig in more to the Zach LaVine stuff, because I think it matters a lot, not only for trying to salvage anything out of this season, but for moving forward. And with that in mind, I think I'm going to rock with Zach LaVine and underdog tonight, or at least I'm going to put him in my lineup.
Okay.
So I've won 2 straight lineups, not to brag. I've decided I want to put together a 6-player lineup tonight on Underdog. This is Underdog Daily Fantasy. Download the Underdog app. Take a look around. It's a ton of fun. If you sign up, use promo code KyleM. I'd appreciate the hell out of it. Here's what I'm looking at tonight. Zach LaVine. Is he going to make or miss his first 3? I think he's going to make it, because I don't think he's taking it unless it's like a wide open catch and shoot.
Wait, you can choose his first 3?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
I'm going make.
Okay.
Because I don't know if he's going to shoot a bunch of them, but when he does put them up, he's making them right now.
Yes.
And I don't think you're going to see him dribble into like a forced step back contested 3. I think he's only going to take it if he's open. And if you get Zach LaVine shooting an open 3, I feel good about it. Domantas Sabonis, 22.5 points and assists. I'm going higher.
I'm going higher too, because he's due for a big offensive breakout game.
Yeah. Yeah. Even if I need 18 points.
I just worry that Zach Edey is too tall.
But maybe.
But we'll see.
DeMar DeRozan, 21.5 points. I'm going higher. Because I think that's why DeMar DeRozan is playing basketball right now.
Yep.
I don't think he's super interested in the standings. I don't think he's super interested in the play-in. I think DeMar DeRozan wants to score points.
Okay.
I'm going higher than 21.5. Malik Monk, 5.5 assists. I'm going higher.
Now that's bold.
Yeah. Yeah, it feels, even through this stretch where he's not distributing as much, he had 5 assists last game. 18 field goal attempts. But he had 5 assists. I think that's something. Couple days off. I think he comes back and has at least 6 assists tonight. Keon Ellis, 11.5 points, rebounds, and assists for Keon.
Oh,
that feels easy, right?
It does.
Like, almost to the point that I want to go lower, because why is that number so low? But he might hit 4 threes and just get to the points.
I think he's going to get plenty of time too playing against Desmond Bane.
Yeah.
Especially with John Morant out.
Yeah. So I like Keon Ellis higher than 11.5 points, rebounds, assists. And you got to throw a player from another team in there. So I'm going with Sacramento kid, Jalen Wells, higher than 9.5 points. Good shooter. Get some open looks. I need 3 threes and then a bucket. I think I can get that. Give me Jalen Wells at 10 points.
I'm here for it all, Kyle.
I'm super excited for Thursday because that's when March college basketball really starts, and then we can really get into it. We can get to the nitty-gritty with Underdog, and we're going to help you out because my bracket is going to get busted very early on, but Underdog's going to be there to save me, so I'm going to have action on every single game. Download the Underdog app and sign up now using promo code KYLEM, that's Kyle M, to unlock a special offer of up to $1,000 in bonus credits when you make your first deposit. Join in on the fun when you sign up with promo code KYLEM. Claim your special offer today and get up to $1,000 in bonus credits instantly upon first deposit. Must be 18 plus and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Void where prohibited. Terms apply. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. All right, what the hell's going on with Zach LaVine? And can the Kings salvage this thing? Plus, the 49ers made a very weird move over the weekend. We'll talk about it next on The Insiders, brought to you by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center. Thanks, guys. Oh, yeah, thanks. Appreciate it. Yeah. Yeah. This is the difference between people who do like daily fantasy professionally and me. I won't do Jaren Jackson in my lineups because I won't put Jaren Jackson in my lineups because I don't want to have to root for Jaren Jackson. But I acknowledge that he's an effective player, so I don't want to go lower on his stuff, but I also just don't want to have to root for him. Oh, okay. Let me see. You have one. Anything? Do I? Oh, great. Thanks. Oh, Nugs Warriors tonight on this station, huh?
Wow.
Nice.
Someone says his King Elise. No. If they miss the playoffs, their pick is top 12 protected. So if they miss the playoffs, they're probably going to finish 13 or 14. The only way they would get to keep that pick is if it moved up into the top 4. I mean, the dynamics might change. I haven't looked at all of the standings at this point, but yeah, it's not a great situation to be in.
No, this is what I'm saying is it doesn't for me. And that's why I could never be a professional daily fantasy player.
Yeah, as of right now, the Kings have the 14th pick.
Thanks, Lizzie. I got this literally one day we were leaving Disneyland because whenever we stay at one of the hotels like across harbor. And so we walk in, and on the day we leave, we walk in and we go to World of Disney, the big Disney store in there. We just walk around downtown for a little bit. And as we were leaving, I hadn't found anything I really wanted. So I was like, it's fine. As we were leaving, they were putting these hoodies out. And so I was like, I need that. We'll discuss this for sure. Oh, buddy, we are diving deep into WWE Raw. Oh my God. Can you believe what they're doing over
He turned
there?
heel.
That's how
really?
Oli got banned right there. That's why you got banned.
Is that a shoot? Is that a shoot? Is that what they call it?
I don't know.
Ooh, Kings -2.5 tonight. Kings winning tonight.
I think we're going to see the beam again, dude. It's been too long.
That's a line that if the Kings are if this is the right line, that's Vegas trying to get people to bet the Grizzlies. Kings are winning tonight, everybody. Buckle up. No, not a big video game guy.
You would really like Final Fantasy.
So I did when I was growing up, played a lot of Final Fantasy VII. I was going to actually add a couple of the Final Fantasy VII little sounders to my board here.
Yeah, there's a lot of good ones.
I don't know why we're discussing politics in the chat, but cut it out. We don't do that here.
Yikes.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Well, hell yeah. Our guy Norm's on his way to Disneyland. Salute.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah. So we're talking just real quick, just very briefly. We're talking about video games at the break. And I was saying I haven't played video games in a while. And then I said I played a lot of Final Fantasy VII growing up. And AR Holden in the chat said they have the remakes of 7. That would require me to buy a new console, though.
Oh.
To spend a bunch of time playing a thing that I should probably not spend my time doing. It's so tempting. I want to play the new Final Fantasy VII so bad. But that is not the correct time management and financial decision for me at this point in my life. Salute to me. I'm being smart. Anyways. Dynamite drop in, James.
My bad. My kids have all of them, all of the consoles. I don't know what to say, Kyle.
That's all good. We'll talk about it. We'll get back to the Kings and what the hell's going on with Zach LaVine. I got some 49ers news from over the weekend. Kyle Juszczyk is now back with the 49ers on a 2-year, $8 million deal.
What happened there, Kyle? I'm so confused.
So I haven't seen the structure of his new contract. Which that's always the thing that smart people say with the NFL. I gotta wait for the structure, and that's true. Like it's a funny thing, but it's also true because not every 2-year, $8 million deal is going to be created equal in the NFL, right? Or typically it's bigger money that matters. But I think what they're doing is they're taking all these void years that they put on all these old contracts, which is something you can do to spread the cap hits out.
Yeah.
It's a 4-year deal, but it's got like 2 void years on it. So the team just creates basically dead cap out of the gate.
It's a signing bonus.
Basically, yeah.
Basically, they have to prorate the signing bonus over 4 years. So whatever's left after the 2 years, that last 2 years is typically what's left of signing bonus.
Sure. So I think what they did was they cut Juszczyk so they could accelerate. He has $3.5 million in dead money, I believe. They can accelerate that $3.5 million in dead money to this year. Okay. They're paying that this year. It's dead money on their cap. And then they gave him a new deal that was structured differently. I'm assuming it's a true like 2 years, $8 million. There's not going to be like a void year with dead money on it or anything like that. Because they want to, we've talked about this a lot. They want to make sure that they're not paying these big dead money numbers while also paying Brock Purdy top of market value or top 10 value with Nick Bosa and Fred Warner and all of these other guys. And potentially, if Dominic Pooney is this dominant offensive lineman that they have to keep around, all right, hey, now they have some free space to pay him out and keep him in the building. Like that's what they're hoping to do, is be able to pay a new core of players. So with Juszczyk, again, my assumption is this new deal will be structured differently than his old one, but they're just going to eat the dead money this year.
Yeah.
So they don't have to worry about it in future years.
Yeah, it seems interesting because it couldn't have been that much in dead money. What'd you say, like 3.45? 3.5 million. Yeah, it almost feels like, was there a way to do this without waiving him and like just keep him around? But hey, look, they have a much better understanding. It just seems like they're doing some weird, like small amounts of money penny pinching. Like even the Leonard Floyd, right?
Yeah.
When they cut him, they saved like $1.4 million. It was like, that doesn't seem like a lot to save.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you,
mm-hmm.
but I'm not. Again, I assume there's some kind of plan here, because dead money is money they've paid already. It's not like a new. It's not like additional.
Like they're not writing a check.
Yeah, that's just dead salary cap money.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know exactly what they're doing here. My guess is, they're just taking every little bit that they can. And what cutting a guy like Leonard Floyd does is it creates an opening that when you get a young player in the building, like, they just have to play.
No, that's a good thing.
Yeah, because I think that's been a huge problem with their 22 and 23 draft classes, and to a lesser extent 21, is like, hey man, just they drafted a bunch of guys who didn't get an opportunity to play, or they had to be perfect to get on the field, and then they're losing 2 or 3 years of development sitting behind Leonard Floyd.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
I guess. They also traded Jordan Mason. I cannot believe the amount of backlash that they got for trading their third running back.
But their third running back, who was third in the NFL in rushing yards before McCaffrey came back.
Yeah, totally. Led the team in rushing last season. Good player, no doubt. But we have to be realistic about this, at least a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
One, Jordan Mason, not a good receiver, not a good pass catcher.
Nope.
That is going to be a problem for the 49ers. So they put a second-round tender on him, which meant they were going to pay him a little over $5 million this year, fully guaranteed. And then in the offseason, he was going to walk. They weren't going to pay him. He wasn't going to play much this year, assuming, and again, you can't really assume health, but follow me. Assuming Christian McCaffrey and Isaac Guerrero are both around, he was the very firm third running back. So what they've now done is they ensured that he stayed in San Francisco with the second round tender, because what that does for restricted free agents with the second round tender is I place a second round tender on Jordan Mason.
Mm-hmm.
You, James, want to sign him to an offer sheet. You sign him to an offer sheet. That gets sent back to me. If I don't want to match, you owe me a second round pick.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Right? So no team was going to do that. But the Niners also weren't going to make him the 18th highest paid running back to be the third running back on their roster.
Yeah.
So they go, hey, does anybody want this guy? Is there anybody out there who will trade for him? The Vikings say, yep, you give us him and a 6th round pick. We'll give you a 5th round pick and a 6th round pick next year, and we'll cash him out. He's going to get $7 million guaranteed. He gets a 2-year deal, or two-year deal, I think it was. And he gets cashed out this year. Here we go. He backs up Aaron Jones. We're all set. Mutually beneficial.
Yeah.
Like, the Niners got an asset for a player who theoretically wasn't going to play a lot. And we constantly get on them about their investment in the running back position. Well, you overpaid Christian McCaffrey or you overpaid for Christian McCaffrey. That was the critique when they traded for him. And then they redid his deal.
Mm-hmm.
And now they don't want to have to pay a third running back. They're going to do the thing that everybody has always wanted them to do, and they're just going to draft somebody instead of having another top 20 paid running back on their books. Like, it just makes sense to me. And maybe I'm dramatically underrating Jordan Mason's value here. But if he was your third running back and you didn't like him as a receiver, which is valuable in your offense, it seems better to get assets for him instead of just letting him walk for free next offseason.
Yeah, I get you, and I'm with you on that, right? Like, you have to manage each position on the field very specifically, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I would also point out that McCaffrey is not just as a 49er, not just last season.
Mm-hmm.
He has a long history of missing games.
No doubt.
And Guerrero, like, was perfectly fine, right? And he does a lot of the things that we're talking about. He catches the ball out of the backfield. I think that he can actually be used as like a third down back and like all these different things, right? You can even maybe use him in a Debo situation where you put him out on the side and you have him come around, do the end around or whatever, right? So I like that player, like, and what he kind of represents. But I also, I'm slightly concerned that a 28, 29-year-old Christian McCaffrey might not hold up long term, and that Mason, Like, it's an expensive insurance policy, but again, they're going to go out and they're going to find somebody else in the draft. They'll probably waste a 3rd-round pick on a guy that will bust, because that's typically what they do.
Sure.
And they just have a much better track record of finding guys like later than that, that end up being really good, solid, one-cut runners. And so I think that they can probably fill the void, but I also think that this is one of those plays where, man, you had somebody who was good and who did well for you last year. And it's a little tough to see them, get a swap a 5th for a 6th and pick up a 6th-round pick or a 7th-round pick next year.
Yeah, 6th-round pick next year. Yeah, it's not. Again, if they had tried to trade him mid-season last year, and there was a team that badly needed a running back, yeah, you're probably getting a lot more for him than this.
Yeah.
But it's the value of it, right? You found Elijah Mitchell in the 6th round. Jordan Mason himself was undrafted. Matt Breida, who had success with the 49ers, undrafted. Raheem Mostert, who had success with the 49ers, granted he wasn't an undrafted free agent or an undrafted rookie with them, but undrafted guy who eventually found success with the 49ers. Like, this is the whole thing. Like, the whole point of the Shanahan thing is, yeah, anybody can plug and play and be a running back.
Yep.
So if you have a chance to get an asset for one and then just draft another one that you feel good about, plus you have Patrick Taylor, who was really good in the season finale last year. He's back.
Yeah. I'm okay with it.
I don't think it's as dire as it got. It's not like he was their starting running back and now they have nobody in their backfield.
Yeah.
I don't.
You're right. It's not like he was your starting defensive tackle and you know.
And you just released him for apparently no reason. Yeah, no, it's not like that for sure. Yeah, I don't. Now you definitely need to find another running back that you really like. Okay. I have not done the deep dive on late round running backs this year, but people who are smart with the NFL draft really like this year's draft class. Maybe the Niners really like this year's class and they go, hey, there's 2 or 3 guys that we think we can get that can be as good or better than Jordan Mason. And we feel good about it. And here we go. We're just going to get this asset. We're going to move on.
Yeah. I think everybody wants Scatabo. There we go.
Yeah. Sac State legend. Stingers up. Why not?
Bring him in.
I'm going to be so interested to see what the evaluation of him is in the NFL.
Mainly, like, everything says 3rd-round pick.
Yeah, I maybe, but he's one of those guys that, like, not super big, not super fast. Remember, like, Toby Gerhart?
Yeah, or touchdown Tommy Vardell.
Sure, that goes over my head, but yeah, where the, like, bowling ball really hard to tackle thing doesn't always translate. Frank Gore Jr., another one.
Oh, like, yeah.
Sometimes that just doesn't translate in the NFL, and that would be, but I have no idea. Maybe teams just love him, and
yeah, I mean, at worst case scenario, he looks like he could play fullback.
Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Anyway,
I wouldn't be mad at it. Cam Scatterbo, future 49er. Anyways, I don't know, man. Maybe I'm underreacting to the quote unquote dismantling of the 49ers. Maybe they're going to go, but like they were 6-11 last year, man. Like, this is my thing. Their run defense sucked and they cut their starting defensive tackle. Oh no.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it. But at the same time, the defensive tackle was playing with one of the worst linebackers behind him that we've ever seen. Like Fred Warner was great, but his partner was... Yeah,
Devondre Campbell wasn't very good.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, who quit at the end of the season. I mean, just wasn't very good the entire year.
Sure.
So, I mean, like, I'm not going to put all the run game issues on one guy.
Yeah,
Plus,
no, that's not what I'm doing. But that's not what I'm doing. This exodus of the 49ers have lost all their best players. No, they haven't.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that is a talking point.
No, I'm with you.
Talanoa Hufanga, not that good. Can we keep it a stack? Can we be adults here for a second? And instead of going, wow, he looks like Troy Polamalu. No, he doesn't.
Just because he has long hair.
Just because he has long hair. Like, what are we talking about?
Yeah.
The dude, for every splash play he has, he gives up an explosive play because he's out of position. Mm-hmm. That's the most, his all-pro in 2022 is the most fraudulent all-pro nod I've ever seen in my freaking life. The Dre Greenlaw loss, that hurts. No doubt. Replacing Dre Greenlaw is going to be very tough.
But even that one, like you had no idea if he's ever going to be the same player he was,
he was
ever,
a massive
ever
question
again.
mark.
Yeah,
no doubt. But again, I personally would have kept him around, but that's a separate thing. But like losing Aaron Banks, who cares?
Yeah.
Like I don't losing Leonard Floyd. Okay, cool, man. Name your favorite Leonard Floyd moment from last year.
Yeah, I don't have one.
You don't have one because he never had an impact.
Yeah.
Malik Collins had 5 sacks. That's a nice year for defensive tackle. He was fine. He was a fine player. This is not wow, the Niners lost Nick Bosa and Christian McCaffrey and Fred Warner. Oh my God, what are they going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they lost some starters and some rotational pieces, no doubt. And they need to fill those. And is filling those through the draft going to be super easy? Not necessarily.
Yeah,
but this idea they lost all their best players is just insane to me. They went 6-11 last year, and now they're trying to retool. Makes sense.
Yeah, even watching Debo, like Debo was just a shell, like just an absolute shell of himself.
Thank you.
And I know people are, well, how are you going to replace him? Like, well, do you need to replace him? Because what you got from him last year wasn't good enough. Just straight up, it wasn't good. And Juwan Jennings was twice wide receiver that he was. Yep. He wasn't good as a running back anymore. Like, I don't know what exactly. Like, I get what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
That you kept, still you have the core, mm-hmm. but you got a lot of work to do now.
You definitely do.
The fact that not only did they take the first couple of days off of free agency, but realistically, they took the entire free agency period.
They have done very little.
Absolutely nothing to replace the defensive tackles or even bring in guard depth on the mm-hmm. offensive line or someone to compete with like a really poor Colt McKivitz at right guard. Mm-hmm. Like there's nothing mm-hmm. that they've added that would make you think that they're building some of these crucial mm-hmm. positions on the field. So they got to have a great draft, mm-hmm. but then you still need more help. You're still going to need veterans. You're going to have to find guys that can fill some of these holes.
It wouldn't shock me if we see the free agency signings kind of die for now.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the draft, once they no longer factor into the comp pick formula, I think that's when you'll start seeing teams revamp and make free agency plays to fill some of the holes they weren't able to fill in the draft.
Well, that I could also see them going out and making some trades. Like
maybe,
yeah, go, take a 6th round pick or a 5th round pick or a 7th round pick and go start filling some of the holes
that they did with Malik Collins last year.
Yep.
7th round pick out for him and got a guy who started 17 games for him, only to get cut. All right, let's get back into the Kings. They have a matchup tonight against the Memphis Grizzlies that we will dive into. And we'll get to the Zach LaVine stuff as well, because that is just baffling to me. And I would like to try and understand it. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's here. We're the Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. This is it. This all seems dramatic because it means their Super Bowl window closed with this group of players and they didn't have anything to show for it. Yeah. That's why this feels dramatic.
Mm-hmm. Also, I think a lot of people looked at last season and thought, okay, if they were injured, would they have gone 6-11? And I think a lot of people are like, no, they're probably more like an 11-6 team. If you, number one, you replaced your kicker. Number two, if you replaced your special teams coach mm-hmm. who couldn't stop people from doing mm-hmm. stupid things that cost you games. Like, I think that there was a potential for them to actually make some positive things, but again, the salary cap issue is always going to be like hanging over your head.
Yep. All right. I gotta go get water.
What's going on, everybody? Matt Morse with this one. Are we sure this team won't fall out of the play-in? Man, look at the two teams they're competing with. In all honesty, like the Suns jumped up and bit the Kings last week, right at the end on Friday, whatever it was. Then they went out and just got clubbed this weekend. The Dallas Mavericks are there. There's actually conversation about whether or not they'll be able to field a team and whether they'll have to take forfeit a game. So they've got I think 8 players right now, but Kessler Edwards has like 2 games left on his two-way. They have no way to replace him. They have no way to sign another two-way player to take that contract. Like, they're in all kinds of trouble when it comes to just their roster, and they're losing games faster than the Kings are losing games. So, like, the standings, even though, again, the Kings have not played well, and I'm not saying that they are, but the overall standings right now have, like, let's see, Phoenix has lost 1 in a row, but they're 4-6 over their last 10. The Mavericks are 2-8 over their last 10 and lost 3 in a row. The Kings have lost 4 in a row, but they're still 5-5 over the last 10. So I don't think there's any way for Dallas or Phoenix to catch the Kings, but maybe I'm wrong. I think the Kings are pretty locked into the 9th spot. Leezy, the Kings don't have a draft pick. They'll probably have a 2nd round pick, I think, but I'm not even sure if they have a 2nd round pick in this year's draft. Actually, I don't think they do, unless they got one back in the trade. What's good, Dustin? The baby daddy, what's happening?
Good code word.
I haven't heard a lot of rumors about Scott Perry, but I do know that Scott Perry absolutely loved him for like the 3 months he was here.
That's the Journey guy, right?
No, Steve Perry.
Steve Perry, that's right.
Scott Perry left to become the GM of the Knicks. He worked for Vlade for like, he was supposed to be sort of the guy who makes phone calls and does all the busy work. If he were to come back, I would be all on board, to be honest with you. He made a point to have the media director at the time set up a lunch date with each of the individual media members. And they took us out to lunch and had conversations and like, what's gone wrong here? How can we help? How can we be better?
Wow.
I thought he gets it. And he had also made mistakes in his previous stop, which I think was Orlando, where he didn't do that stuff. And so if he's one of the names being mentioned, I'm all in. I like Scott.
Did the Kings have a guy who left to go to Detroit? Chris?
No, they had a dude who came from Detroit, which was... It'll come to me. Ken Catanella.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
Chris Granger is the name I was thinking of.
Oh, Chris Granger. He did leave it. He took over the
partnerships or whatever, right?
Tigers. I think he oversees both the Tigers and the Red Wings.
Oh.
Yeah.
Was he not involved in the Caesars? Not Caesars. What's their thing called? Their arena called?
Oh, and is it Little Caesars?
Little Caesars Arena? Whatever.
Maybe.
I don't know.
Well, he was here. Okay, so Chris Granger came to Sacramento as part of Teambo, the NBA's group that came in to figure out what had gone wrong with the Maloofs and, how could they fix what was happening. And then when Vivek bought the team, they ended up extending to Chris Granger, the president of the Kings. And he came aboard, not as the basketball side, but on the business side. He helped Golden One get built. He helped the transition from Arco to there and all of the early stuff. Chris Granger, absolutely brilliant and a great dude. The other guy we were talking about on the break is Ken Catanella.
Sure.
Who he was a salary cap guru here with Vlade. And he was famous for the 3-year contract, but the 2-year guaranteed, 3rd year's team option. That was like a Ken Catanella special. Very, very good salary cap guy, which kept leaving the Kings in good salary cap situation. Good dude.
Good. All right. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. And the Kings take on the Memphis Grizzlies tonight at Golden One Center. The teams are 1-1 this season. The Grizzlies 43-25. They've won 5 of their last 6. I think Memphis is a really tough matchup for the Kings because they have a team full of dudes who do all the stuff that we want the Kings to do more of.
Yeah.
Like they have a bunch of dudes who play the sport like Jake LaRavia does. And Jake LaRavia stands out so much when he plays for the Kings because it's like, oh, wow, look at that guy. That guy running around and just getting to loose balls and chasing guys around screens and getting an extra rebound and just doing all this stuff, hitting a big 3. It feels like Memphis has a ton of those guys, and the Kings have like 2.
Well, their G League team is called the Memphis Hustle.
And boy, do they.
And that's exactly, they have a culture of hustle.
Yes.
And it's something that, like, that's something you have to find. You have to create that. However, that's being created in Memphis.
Mm-hmm.
That's, I think, one of the core things that moving forward, if Doug Christie or someone else is a head coach, they have to look at that. How do we get to a point where our team plays the most ridiculously, like, hard-fought 48 minutes you're ever going to see?
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can be up by 9 points with, like, a minute 5 left against the Grizzlies, and they're going to make you play out every single play. They're going to foul you. They're going to put you on the line. They're going to try to get the steal. And if they don't get the steal in the first 8 seconds, they're going to foul you.
Yep.
You're going to have to earn every single win against them. And it's a mindset that we haven't seen a lot of in the NBA, where it's almost like a college atmosphere where, you know, they'll switch in a bunch of guys and, you know, like they'll do line changes. They'll do all kinds of things to keep guys fresh. The problem that they've had there is that, you know, they've had a lot of off the court stuff, and then they've had massive amounts of injuries. And so it's kind of taken away from who they were, but that's why they were bad last year. And here they are back at number 2 in the Western Conference. Like, they're just a team that doesn't stop fighting.
Yeah.
And that's why I do believe Jake LaRavia stands out, because that's how he's been brought up in the league.
Yep.
So go get more of those guys. If they're giving away any other players, go ahead and go get them.
Do a little recruiting tonight if you need to.
Yeah, this is what the Spurs used to be like. You used to want to go get Spurs players after they were done with playing for the Spurs, because high basketball IQ players, they know their role.
Yep.
It's been ingrained with them. And the Kings have gone through a bunch of guys that came from the Spurs organization, whether it's Trey Lyles or Chimezie Metu, Garrett Temple. Like, there are a bunch of guys, and or Marco Bellinelli. They know their role, they play hard, and they give you everything they have when they're on the court.
Yep.
So create that atmosphere here.
Yeah, that's I think what Doug Christie's trying to do.
Yeah.
While also trying to make the playoffs or the play-in. Not an easy thing to do in half a season under these circumstances, but alas, that's the reason going into this game, even with Ja Morant not playing. It's the reason I have concerns for the Kings. Like, I don't know if it matters who's playing for Memphis. I think they're just going to be a team that matches up maybe not matches up well, but is a difficult matchup, because they're gonna win the 50-50 ball. They're gonna contest a shot that you didn't think they were gonna contest. They're gonna get to a rebound you didn't think they were gonna get to. And if Sacramento gets to that point where, and that's kind of what we talk about with kind of all the overlapping parts. Like, they don't have enough guys who, hey, your role is this. Your role is to just play 1,000 miles an hour for however long you're on the court and make an impact that way. Get an open 3, shoot it. You get a driving lane, take it, but get rebounds, play hard-nosed defense. That's what they're going to do.
I think it's why not just Jake LaRavia, but also Keon Ellis stands out with the Kings.
Yep. Keon's the other guy I was referring to.
You just look at him and you're just like, oh, all right, well, that makes sense. Like, they just play a chaotic style that they look like they're out of control, but they're really not.
Yeah. There's a really good article by James Herbert in CBS Sports.
Oh, of course.
Where he wrote about the Grizzlies offense, which is basically borrowed from a D3 school. Friend of the program, Stan Van Gundy's quoted a lot in this article. And they have taken that kind of chaos and organized it offensively. And it's why they've been so dangerous offensively this year. Like when you watch them, they never stop moving. They never get into like a set, okay, we're just going to go 4 out, 1-on-1. That doesn't happen. It is movement. It is filling space. It is what they call a space invasion sport.
Yeah.
And they've just taken this hustle mentality and they've put it into their offense where now they're getting a ton of layups and a ton of threes.
Yeah, that's intriguing. I'm excited to watch them play because every time it feels like every time we see them play, they're shorthanded.
Yeah.
And they're going to be shorthanded again tonight.
Yep.
But at the end of the day, this is a team that has figured it out and are right back in the top of the Western Conference standings after a down year.
Yep.
And a bunch of off the court chaos that made it a down year and a bunch of injuries.
Starting lineups for tonight. Guessing it's the usual suspects for the Kings: Monk, LaVine, DeRozan, Murray, and Sabonis. For the Grizzlies, no Ja Morant. You think Scottie Pippen Jr. starts?
Scottie Pippen Jr. is questionable for tonight. I did look. Luke Kennard started last game.
Okay.
For them with Ja Morant out. So yeah, he's starting the backcourt. Desmond Bane.
Okay, with Jalen Wells, Jaren Jackson Jr., and then Zach Edey, that huge front line for Memphis. It's interesting they go Luke Kennard. Guess why not?
He's, I think, leading the NBA in 3-point percentage again. Yeah. The dude can flat out shoot.
We mentioned Ja Morant's out. Santi Aldama's doubtful. Scottie Pippen Jr. just mentioned is questionable. Anything for the Kings?
Yeah, as of right now, we've got questionable for Trey Lyles. The Santi Aldama doubtful is actually really big for the Kings. That guy tears up Sacramento.
A good player.
He is a good player. He's a very, very good 3-point shooter. And every single time you play them, it feels like he gets maybe 4 or 5 threes that just keep them in the game during certain stints.
Yep.
And so not having him would be a big deal for them tonight.
And again, he is doubtful. So looks like he's not going to play. He did not play in their January matchup, which the Kings actually won. But to your point, back in December when they played, he was 6 of 8 from the field, 3 of 3 from 3. He had 15 points and 10 boards.
Yeah. He's just impactful.
Yep.
Yeah, I like him as a player.
Matchup of the game for me, I tried to James this one where I didn't do 2 players. Kings versus the Doldrums.
Yeah.
This is a spot where your season, and if you think the season's already over, so be it. But realistically, it's teetering. Like it is on life support. And this is a spot where you can feel that urgency and you can play with that urgency, or you can go, well, lost 4 in a row, probably stuck in the play-in, haven't been playing well. All the teams in front of us playing great. What are you going to do?
Yeah, we have like measuring stick games. I think this is a will you hold on to the rope game? Because if not, this is going to be a horrible week of Kings basketball. And if you let go of the rope tonight, you have got to fight and you got to play this team well. If you let go of the rope tonight, the schedule just gets more and more brutal. You got a game against the Bulls, but after that, it's just the schedule is reckless.
Yeah, man. And it's just we talk about building that culture.
Mm-hmm.
To me, if you're Doug Christie and you're the Kings, well, if you're the Kings and you believe that Doug Christie is going to be the guy going forward, this is a time where you're going to figure out who's going to be a valuable piece moving forward and who's not.
Yeah.
Because if you've got somebody coming out and not doing the right stuff to help the team, if you've got somebody going and playing outside of what they're supposed to be doing offensively or defensively, or they're just not getting it, or they're just not hustling, they're just not playing hard. All right, great. Told us everything you need to know about that player. Because realistically, yes, are the Kings playing well? No. Are they, what are they, 4 back of the 8 seed now? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
4 games back of the 8 seed? Like mathematically, you can still climb. Realistically, are you going to? But that's for us to talk about. That's not for you as a player to decide going into a game, we're probably stuck in the 9 seed, so let's just coast here. No. Go win 5 in a row. Go try and get back. Go swing an upset against one of these teams that everybody's decided you're not going to beat.
Yep.
Go have that level of pride. Go show that Doug was right when after the next game he said, that's not us. Because since then, it's been you. I would like to see them come out tonight and play with the urgency of a team that is closer to falling out of the play-in entirely than hosting a play-in game.
Yeah. That's what you're hoping, that they come out and they show pride. They're kicking off a 7-game homestand that's absolutely brutal. But you're on your home court. This is your fan base. Like, show up.
Yep.
Like, take pride in what you're doing. And I know that's a big thing for Doug. Like, this is a community that supported him for decades. Like, take pride.
That's it.
Show up for these guys, for these fans.
Quick correction before we step aside. The Kings would currently in the 9 seed host a play-in game. I meant host a win or go home game.
Yeah.
In the matchup for the 8 seed, but semantics. They're 2 games out of falling out of the play-in entirely. That was my point. Go play with that urgency. All right. That's James. I'm Kyle. Joe Brazil's here. Can the Kings snap their 4-game losing skid tonight against Memphis? We'll have keys to victory coming up for you in a bit right here on ESPN 1320. It's Sacramento Sports Center. Your face is
Oh, yes. You would have to segue Cop Dustin. You would have to be out of the play-in pretty much. And even still, I mean, it's going to be really difficult for the Kings to get into the top 12. Like, your percentage, if you're the 13th or 14th, which is probably where the Kings are going to end up, if you're the 13th or 14th pick, though, and the percentage of you moving up into the top 4 picks in the lottery are almost impossible. I would love to do corned beef and cabbage today. I love corned beef.
Turns out I do too. Didn't know that until very recently.
Big corned beef guy over here too.
It sounds disgusting.
I love it.
Okay,
it sounds awful, but it is delicious.
It's so good.
Yeah.
So Kevin Phippen has the greatest corned beef recipe ever. Like, you put it in
what an honor.
Like, very strange. You put it in the slow cooker.
Okay.
You cook it in Guinness with a bay leaf. Well, with their spices.
Sure.
Guinness and quarters of oranges. Just squeeze them and drop them in.
Sounds great.
And just cook it all day. And then you make like a glaze to put over it before you put it in the oven. So the glaze is, I think it's concentrated orange juice, honey, and like a spicy, like a stone ground deli mustard.
My God.
And then you smear that all over the top, and then you put it in at like 350 for 20 minutes or something. So, yeah.
Damn.
Dustin, I'll have to get back to you on your fantasy lineup. He's in my fantasy baseball league. I don't even know what mine looks like, honestly. I was a little scrambled last night. It was I had to pick a starting pitcher first round, so that's never good.
Oof.
Also, I would love corned beef tonight, but we have a game. I don't know if the Kings.
Oh, dude, they are going to serve the nastiest corned beef you've ever seen.
The
in your
worst
life,
version
bro.
of. Yeah, I love a good Reuben, and so corned beef one night, and then Reuben the next day.
Sure.
We did buy corned beef. It's just I'm not going to get to have that. It'll probably be tomorrow night's dinner.
Oh my God, it's 11 o'clock. Damn, that first hour flew by.
That's what this is one of those days, man. I'm telling you.
Something funny's going on with the rotation.
Cody, come on, bro. That's ridiculous. Jesus Christ.
What's ridiculous?
Just
out of line.
Crazy.
Out of pocket.
That was a lot. You love an Irish car bomb.
Oh.
I actually haven't had one. I'm assuming they have really good ones at Finnegan's.
Wait, you've never had an Irish car bomb?
No.
Oh, that's a good.
Oh, guess what we're doing tomorrow?
Oh,
cool.
Oh no, but you got.
No.
I would do that. We could do car bombs here. Heck yeah.
Might have to go down to Bennett's. Hour number 2, that's James Ham, Kyle Madsen, Joe Brazil on the 1s and 2s, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube. Taking you up till noon, then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. A happy St. Patrick's Day to those of you who celebrate. You're a big stout beer drinker?
Oh, yeah. If I drink beer, I prefer either a brown ale or a stout. Like, I love Guinness.
A brown ale is great. So I was not a big, like, Guinness is fine. But when I went overseas to England, I always got told, like, it's different there. It's different there. And I always thought, like, well, BS. Like, you're saying that because of the vibes. You're at an actual English pub or maybe an Irish pub, and it's going to feel different, right? So I ordered one so I could confidently be like, see, it's the same. It's not. It's delicious. Oh, my God. It's so good.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed it. But yeah, I'm a big into stouts, and I love an Irish car bomb for sure.
Yeah. I think we should bring in Irish car bomb stuff for tomorrow and see if we can get everybody here.
I think we should run that by the big boss.
Okay.
But given the amount of mimosas and Bloody Marys the big boss poured the other day, I'm guessing he'll be cool with it.
He brought one into the studio.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not supposed to have liquids anywhere near
just
anything.
Pulled up with it. Yeah.
Just dropped this. B, I'm on the air and there was plenty of vodka up in there. Like, all right, I'm here for it.
Sorry. Kevin from the Wake Up Call just walked by. We got beef.
That was his fault too.
Yeah, no,
that was not cool.
Yeah, no, we got issues. We don't. I love Kevin. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil. Spinning the records today. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's Kings Memphis tonight at Golden One Center. I'm past the point of like must-win game. Like we all know where we're at. We all know where the Kings are at. Can they pull it together and win a game? I have no idea. We'll have keys to victory here in a second. But I just have no
feel. Yeah.
Yes. Like what version of the Kings are you going to get? Because you might get a version of the Kings that went into Boston and beat Boston. Granted, feels like a lifetime ago now, but you might get that version, or you might get the one that has lost 4 in a row, 3 of them in ugly fashion.
Yeah, I think we usually know pretty quickly too. Like in the first quarter, like whether this team has it or they don't. And then there's a point where you just watch the given, and I don't like that at all. Like this is a team that should be way better than they are. Mm-hmm. And like the talent on this team is still high end. But if you don't play together in the NBA, you're going to lose.
That's it.
And you just watch it play out. I mean, we keep hearing, they don't have a natural point guard. And Domantas Sabonis, again, missed 6 games, walked in, clearly still beat up, and dealt 10 assists with no problems.
Yeah.
It's possible to move the ball.
Yeah.
And it's one thing that I just don't get why they've gone away from all of the Sabonis stuff. Like, go back to it. And I don't care what anyone says. That was not empty calories. Like, if he had, 20-something points in a game like that, if he would have had a bunch of, like 3-point attempts or like padded his offensive stats, that's one thing. But going out and getting 10 assists in an NBA game is extremely difficult.
Yeah.
And, I mean, just look, because I don't think Malik Monk has done it in a while. Like, I know Zach LaVine had 1 10-assist game. Like, Domantas Sabonis can walk into any game, and if you run the ball through him, he'll come away with 10 assists. And so for me, like, get back to the basics. Just get back to the basics and stick with the basics.
But I don't even know what the basics of their offense is anymore. This is not like a 3-point shooting team. This is not a dominant paint team. This is a team that has some individual scorers who sometimes get hot.
Yeah.
Like I fully understand what you're saying, and I'm not against that idea. I've been saying, get somebody who can dribble the ball across half court, throw it to Domas, and do what you got to do.
Get out of the way.
Yeah, run around.
Yep.
Go create lanes and do stuff. Run off dribble handoffs. To me, there's no reason that shouldn't be the Kings' entire offense at this point.
Well, I would agree.
If that is.
I'll point to the flaw though. you're asking them to run an offense that they ran 2 years ago, and most of those players aren't here anymore.
Yeah, no doubt. And that's what. So again, totally right there with you. But I think if you're looking for impact, and you're trying to basically force a square peg into a round hole with round square peg round hole.
Yeah.
Run.
Yep.
Is that right? Okay. You can. Okay, Zach LaVine, you're going to play off the ball, and you're going to cut, and you're going to when Domas gets the ball inside and they double, he's going to spray it, and you're going to catch and shoot. Ja'Marr, you're going to run off these dribble handoffs. You're going to try and get downhill, maybe distribute a little bit. Like trying to find these, same thing with Malik. We're going to get you into the pick and roll, and just forcing these guys to adapt their games to whatever Domas is doing. And that to me is where he's going to have his greatest impact.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, not only does someone have to be sort of the hub to distribute this thing, somebody has to like speak up, and they need to run the show. And I think that's when we're talking about like, oh, they don't have a natural point guard right now. They do. He's just 6'11". Like run the ball through him, or 6'10", whatever Domas is. Just run the ball through him the entire time. Run your entire offense. It's what Denver does.
Yep.
And it's what a lot of other teams in the league do.
Yep.
Like run the offense through one player that understands what they're doing and understands how to get everybody open. And not only that, who is willing to distribute equally and be fair.
Yeah, he's going to make a smart basketball play. He's going to make the right basketball play.
Yeah.
Just kind of, I think, to me, what they need right now. Let's get to keys to victory. What is your first key, James Ham? The Kings trying to snap a 4-game losing skid. Number 1.
You got to force Zach LaVine to engage.
Boy.
Enough already, man. If this who he is, the Kings are in a whole bunch of trouble, not just this season, but next year. If in the biggest games of the year, when all the chips are down and you need a win in a bad way, he decides to take 6 shots, or he decides to just take six shots through the first 3 quarters of a game, that's not enough. That's not why he's here. He's here to score. And, if he's having a bad shooting night, I don't even care. Just go. Yeah. Just try to score. Yep. And for me, it's really, really frustrating to watch a player just kind of like disappear into the wallpaper.
That. And you said if he's having a rough shooting night, that's it. If you start 2 for 10, okay, great. Find different ways to impact the game. But that's key. Find different ways to impact the game. Right now, if Zach LaVine was like, hey, you know what? I'm wrestling away the point guard thing from Malik Monk. I'm only going to shoot it, 29 times across 3 games, but I'm going to average 9 assists a night.
Yep.
Cool. But he's not doing that. He's just non-existent. And then he knocks down 3 3-pointers in a fourth quarter, and you're like, wait, where was that earlier?
Yeah, where was that when we actually had a shot to win this game?
Right. You're absolutely right. I couldn't agree more with you on this one. You got to get Zach LaVine involved. And Zach LaVine has to involve himself. Number 1 for me. Bring the dogs, man. Memphis is going to do it. You got to do it. They're going to punch you in the mouth. It is just a matter of how you respond to that. Do you fall down, or do you start swinging back? And I think that's going to decide tonight whether the Kings are going to keep this game close and give themselves a chance to win, or do you fall behind by 15 in the first quarter and you're fighting uphill and you can't do it? Yeah,
this is a moment. It is the true gut check moment of the season for the Kings. You've lost 4 in a row. You haven't looked good in 3 of those 4 losses, and this thing is spiraling. Yep. Can you find more? Can you dig deep and like a true gut check? Like go out there and play your hearts out.
Yep, you have to. By the way, real quick on the Zach LaVine thing, I meant to mention this earlier. The 6 shots he took against the Knicks, right? 6 against the Knicks.
Yeah.
Or Golden State.
No, it was Golden State. He was 5 for 10 against the Knicks.
That's right. And 5 for 6 against Golden State.
With 4 for 4 from 3.
That's the first time in his career he played 30 or more minutes and taken 6 or fewer shots. The fewest shots he'd ever taken in a game where he played 30 plus minutes.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
That's tough.
So
especially
this is what we're talking about.
Especially when he hits 5 of 6 from the field and 4 of 4 from 3.
Yeah.
Man, come on.
Number 2.
Run the offense through Sabonis. The biggest thing for me is if you run the ball through Sabonis, there's a reason why you do it specifically against this team.
Mm-hmm.
It's to get a 7'4" gigantic human being in Zach Edey away from the basket.
Make him move his feet.
Make him, if you get him in space, you can toast him.
Yep.
Like, he does not move well at all. He is not good in the pick and roll. And the only thing he's good at is standing in the middle of the key and either shooting over the top of people or blocking shots and grabbing rebounds because he's taller than everybody else.
Yep.
You've got to draw him away from the basket, play through Sabonis almost exclusively, make Sabonis shoot 3, 4, 5 3-pointers, which he hasn't done in weeks.
That's going to come down to Domas.
Even with the injuries, he had stopped shooting threes.
Yeah.
He's got to get back to it. He's got to hit him.
Yep. I don't have a ton to add to that.
Okay.
I'm going to talk about the other big, though, for number 2 for me. You got to keep Jaren Jackson on the perimeter. He's shooting 36.7% from 3 this year. That's a very respectable percentage, but he's sub 35% for his career. And he's one of those players that if he knocks down his first one or his first 2, he'll just start launching. And it's been a little bit better this year, but he is very effective when he starts getting downhill. He's going to draw fouls. He's just a big body. He's a good enough finisher around the rim. I think you have to do whatever you can to try and let him live on the perimeter. And if he goes, I know we keep saying this, but if he goes 7 of 9 from 3, you kind of live with it. That's where I'm at.
No, I'm with you. He is a sloppy player. And if you've got to defend him, but I would push him out on the perimeter. Go ahead, shoot. It's ugly. And I just don't think it's that effective. Like when he's staying on the perimeter, but when he starts getting downhill, starts doing like the spin moves, and then they draw so many fouls, it's ridiculous.
Yep. When he gets going downhill and hits that spin move, just because he's so big, there's like not a lot you can do about it except foul him.
Yeah.
So number 3.
Number 3 for me, man, I hate putting this out there, but you got to figure out the 3-point defense. Like Luke Kennard is going to start in this game most likely.
Yep.
And if you let Luke Kennard loose, he's shooting 45.4% from 3. And, Desmond Bane, 38%. Jaren Jackson, 36.7. Jalen Wells, 36. Aldama's out, but, they can really shoot the ball. And if you give them that opportunity, like the Kings have every single game and during the losing streak, you're going to get smoked.
Yeah. They are minus 108 from the 3-point line in their last 3 games.
Oh my gosh.
We were worried about 15 points a night early in the year. That's 33 points a night.
Yeah, it's more like 35. Yeah.
Oh my God.
It might be 36. I think
35.
Yeah, that's 36. It's 36. 108? Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, that's not going to win you many ball games.
Losing by an average of 35 points from beyond the arc is ridiculous.
Game over.
That's absurd. Number 3 for me, grind the pace, man. I know we're used to the Grizzlies being the grit and grind Grizzlies. No, these dudes move. They get out and run. They run a super fast pace offense. They are number 1 in pace in the league. They are number 1 in field goal attempts in the league. They have been held under 110 points 10 times this year. They score the basketball. So one of the ways you can combat that is slow it down. If this is one of those nights where DeMar DeRozan's going to take a few minutes and stop a run so he can get to the free throw line a couple of times, great. Thumbs up. Do whatever you can to slow him down, because if you let the Grizzlies run, they're going to score a lot of points.
Kings have had a lot of problems with pace with losing streak as well. Super slow pace. So maybe that's a good thing in this game. I don't know.
We'll see. All right. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil behind the glass. And guess what? Big one for the Kings tonight. Right?
Yeah.
Anyone? Either way, we'll have tons to get to tomorrow on the Insiders at 10 a.m. right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. Missed hearing that, though.
There we go.
My man.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things, you bring this up, that Doug is going to put 3 players on Luke like Curry. this team, as of right now, they don't really have that player. Although Desmond Bane can bust you up, and he has busted up the Kings. This is more of a straight up game with Ja out of the game. Desmond Bane is not having a great season. Like overall, like his points per game is, well, I guess maybe he just had a great season last year because Ja was out, but yeah, he's down 5 points per game from his scoring from last season. It's because he's taken 3 less threes per game. Interesting. Yeah, this is the Jake LaRavia revenge game. Good call. Good call, Rustdog. Are there no more big games or all of them big games? Just saying. Thanks, everyone who showed up for the King's Beat podcast last night. Just me and Sean. Brendan accidentally rear-ended someone in his driving his girlfriend's car. So he had him
on blast.
He had business to take care of. We put him on blast last night on the pod.
I did a joke on the internet on accident. Where is my fake mock draft? Where after the Niners traded Jordan Mason, I traded their entire 2025 draft and then their next 2 first-round picks to trade up to number 1 to get Ashton Genty, running back from Boise State. That's funny. That's objectively hilarious.
Yeah.
And the amount of people who have been like, "This is stupid. They should draft a defensive lineman." It's like, that's your issue with this? That's the problem you see with what's happening in this post?
That's funny.
Ridiculous.
Are you making a clickbait post?
It's not clickbait. It's a joke. It's supposed to be silly. It can't be clickbait on Twitter where I don't get any money.
That's true.
Ugh. Weird that happened.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
All right. James over there. I'm Kyle. That's Joe. The Oak Grove Kia talk line is open, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you'd like to weigh in on whatever the hell is going on with the Sacramento Kings. The problem, I guess, and this is what we talked about at the top of the show, is like, I don't know if there's a problem. This might just be it. This might be like a feature, not a bug kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean,
that's what we talk about. Like, it's what we've been concerned about. Is there's a lot of overlapping parts, and they're going to run into problems that they don't have solutions for. I don't think it's more complicated than that.
No, you're probably right. Like, they do have a lot of pieces. You know, we talked about this a little bit last week, but it's really tough when you have 3 guys in your starting lineup that are either league average or below defenders. And I would even say 3 that are below league average defenders.
Mm-hmm.
And then what do you do? Like, you can't hide one of those guys on, there's not enough players to hide them on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's even, we're talking about, Keegan Murray and Domantas Sabonis, who I think is an exceptional post defender,
Mm-hmm.
but he's not a shot blocker. So you don't even have, like, if you're going to have bad defenders.
It's very rare that like straight up post defense is going to derail an offense. There just aren't a lot of players where it's like, hey, all right, our offense is, we're going to dump it down into our big and he's going to go to work in the post.
Well, yeah, but Zach Edey's 7 foot whatever. Like, maybe that happens in this game. But still, I mean, you have to have somebody who's willing to stay in front of their man. And I think Domas is like very underrated playing on the perimeter as well. Like, I think he does a really good job of trapping and moving his feet and not fouling in those situations. But like, you've got to find ways to like hide guys on the defensive end every single night. And that's partially because that's who your starting lineup is. Like, you've got to figure out another way around it. You can't go out and have a great first quarter and score like 18 points in the first 6 minutes, but also give up 18 points or 20 points or 17 points because you can't stop anybody. Like, at some point, something has to give, and either guys have to get better defensively, or you have to make trades, which you have to wait until the offseason, or you have to pull the trigger and make really difficult roster lineup changes. And that hasn't been something that anyone is willing to do either.
What might that be?
I don't know,
we've
Kyle.
Talked about before?
It is. It might be. It might be something. And like,
I want to get to one of the many things. I'm not even gonna. I'm gonna leave Keegan Murray alone here. He had 14 in the first half against the Suns.
Yeah.
And then 0 for 3 the rest of the game.
Yeah.
I'm leaving it alone. That's where we're at with Keegan. Do you think the Zach LaVine thing is just what every Zach LaVine critic has said, and this is him disappearing in big spots? Or do you think there's something larger going on?
I don't know, but because we asked him about it, I specifically said, hey, you're averaging like 30 a game, and all of a sudden, in the Knicks game, you didn't shoot, like, what's going on there type stuff. And his approach was like, what do you mean? I went 5 of 10 from the field. Like, I shot over 50% from the field. I shot right at 50% from 3. And I'm just looking, I'm like, okay, wait a sec. You think that that's okay?
Right.
Like, it's okay when Domantas Sabonis has a 6 or 10 shot attempt game. It's not great, but the fact is the dude's leading the league in rebounding.
He's not the primary offensive option. He was not brought here to be the primary scorer. He was not brought here to specifically replace De'Aaron Fox, who was the team's leading scorer. That's what Zach LaVine was brought here to do.
Yes.
If Domantas Sabonis has a night where he's not aggressive offensively, we can go, would like to see more from him. Because that slow night as an offensive, as a shooter, is going to be offset by 8 or 10 assists, 12 or 14 rebounds.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That's where his impact is going to be. That's where his bread is buttered.
Well, I can tell you in the, let's see, 7 games this season, Domantas Sabonis has taken less than 10 shots. 9 assists, 7 assists, 7 assists, 13 assists, 11 assists, and 4 assists. He has 1 game where it was like, oh, that's not good.
Yeah.
Outside of that, like,
but Zach LaVine, there was no pretense that like he was going to have this huge impact with assists and rebounding. And oh my God, he's a walking triple double. There was nobody was expecting that. It was, hey, the whole Zach LaVine thing is that he scores and does so hella efficiently. And when he's shooting it fewer than 10 times a game across a 3-game sample, that raises red flags.
Yeah.
That to me is more, and to have it, if this had been his first 3 games with the Kings, it would be really, really easy to go, all right, he's still figuring out his teammates and stuff. He had started cooking. He had started making shots. He had started hitting a bunch of threes and having a huge fourth quarter to pull away. Was that against Charlotte? He dropped 42 on him.
Well, I mean,
he started cooking. It was like, oh, okay, this is the Zach LaVine. Okay, I see it now. And then he just inexplicably, in the 3 games, you lose to the Clippers on a brutal bounce on a Kawhi Leonard offhand runner in the lane. I get a tough loss.
Yeah.
You're in a tough spot against the Knicks. That's where you would expect a guy like Zach LaVine to be like, all right, I'm backpacking us. Let's go.
Mm-hmm.
And he shot it 10 times. Okay, you lost both of those. Well, now you really need this one against Golden State.
Yeah.
You need it. You stay 2.5 back of him if you win this one. And he shoots it 6 times in a 26-point loss, 25-point loss,
something like that,
20+ point loss. And then you go down to Phoenix, and again, like, all right, you lost those 3. Here's a beatable Phoenix team that all hates each other. Can you go get this one? And he shoots it 13 times, but 6 times in the fourth quarter when the game was already out of hand?
Yeah.
What is this? This is not... If it's the offense, if it's the game plan, okay. But I don't buy that Doug Christie is going into games and going, hey, here's what the offensive plan is, everybody. Zach, you're not going to shoot it a lot tonight. That doesn't make sense. That's not what is happening.
No, and I think to your point, I mean, this is the problem. It's since joining the Kings in 17 games, Zach LaVine is shooting 52.2% from the field, career high. He's shooting 42.9% from 3, which is really, really close to his career high. This year is his career high. He shot a little bit better for Chicago. He shot 44.6. He's shooting 90% from the free throw line. So he's legitimately a 50, 40, 90 guy in his 17 games with the Kings.
Mm-hmm.
And he's averaging 22.7 a game. And that's with the 3 games that we're talking about.
Man.
Like, he's been exceptional. Please just give us more of what you're doing.
Right.
We're not saying, oh, you're being so selfish, or, oh, that was such a horrible shot, or any of that. It's like, man,
like, you were so good at basketball.
This is such a big game, and to have you like disappear is startling.
Yeah.
And that's all.
Yeah.
Like, again, I think Zach LaVine is going to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
But I also think that in the meantime, you really have to you have got to force feed him and say, dude, no, get back out there. You're not stepping off the court. You're going back out there. You don't get to leave the court until you shoot 3 more times.
Yeah.
That's it.
And I know that sounds extreme, but that's where we're at. And this is not to blame Zach LaVine. Like we said at the top of the show, there are a million things wrong right now.
Yeah.
But when you start trying to prioritize those things on like, hey, what would help more? Like, hey, how about the 50, 40, 90 guy shooting the ball more than 10 times a game?
Yeah.
That's a good start.
Very rare that you see an NBA player that just refuses to take more shots. And like, we can talk about Keegan Murray, right? Keegan's just not getting the ball past him. Zach LaVine has the ball all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the shots are they have to be there.
Never once in his career has Zach LaVine had problems getting shots.
No.
That's never going to be a thing. At least as long as he's in his prime, where a team is like, hey, we don't want that guy shooting.
Yeah, it's just totally bizarre.
Doesn't make sense. 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Let's go to our guy, TC. What's up, TC?
Kyle Hammer, what's up, bro? Can you hear me?
Yep, yeah, we got you.
Okay. Hey, so it comes down to this. It's gonna have to be a decision. And Zach, I love Zach, bro, but I'm not really caring about the money that he's being paid. That's the only discussion. Like, if you don't want to shoot, bro, then you can be a 6-man, right? And we can throw Keon in that spot. If you don't want to sit DeMar down, DeMar's fine. Then we'll sit you down, Zach, and you can come off the bench, jack your shots up, play, make, and do whatever you want to do, bro. Derek's going to have to make that hard decision. Also, my decision I called in before was Laker, but what do you think? I know Vladdy's been around him, but what would you think if they let Monty and West go? I know Vladdy he stepped down. What do you think about bringing Vladdy back if Vladdy did come back and Vladdy and Doug working together? Doug being a head coach and Vladdy the GM. Do you think that'll work?
Thanks, TC.
Boy, you're just asking for Kings to get roasted. Now, look, part of the reason why Vladdy didn't have ultimate success here was because of this Scott Perry situation, right? So they had brought Scott Perry in to help Vladdy like negotiate all of this stuff. Like there's so many things that go on that you have to oversee, whether it's your training staff, your medical staff, your PR staff, your basketball team. Like there's all of these pieces that are moving around. And then you have to make calls to go make trades. Like you need somebody to organize all that. And that's what Wilcox does right now. And that's what Scott Perry did for the Kings back with Vlade. When Scott got the opportunity to go be the head man, the GM of the Knicks, it was a huge blow to the Kings. And then they brought in Brandon Williams, and that was that
was a worse blow to the
That
Kings.
was a absolute disaster.
Right.
You got somebody in who literally just wanted to steal all of the power, just like a vacuum, just like trying to steal all the power. And like really, really.
What are we talking about?
Brandon Williams.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah.
Confusing him with someone else there.
Yeah. Yeah. So you had this issue that you brought in a disruptive person who couldn't get along with the coach, who, had his own agenda the whole time, who wanted to take all the credit for the Marvin Bagley situation until all of a sudden he couldn't take credit for it anymore. Like there has to be, like, I don't think bringing Vlade back is the right decision. And I think, again, the Kings would just get lambasted for that decision.
Really, really rough.
But if you were to bring Scott Perry and have him be a general manager and have Vlade as like a consultant, like an elevator role, like he is right now, but maybe have him be more part of the conversation, you might be okay.
Sure.
I don't know.
GM Vlade with head coach Doug is, to me, more of a grab at like, hey, look, here's some of your favorites, and not like the correct basketball thing to do.
Well, yeah, that, and Vlade was already there and already made enough mistakes to not have the job.
Exactly. Alex has been waiting patiently down in LA. Alex, what's up, man?
What's up, guys? This is my second time calling. Shout out again for keeping me entertained on King stuff, surrounded by Clippers and Lakers fans all the time. Pretty depressing last week, obviously. I watched all the practice interviews because I'm insane and overanalyze them. But there was some stuff from the practice yesterday that was crazy to me that I wanted to get into.
Yeah.
Like very overcomplicating Kingsy kind of stuff where you heard Monk and Christie both talking about how, like, in the first 5 minutes of the game, Malik needs to play like a point guard. And then when he comes back in, he can play like six-man Malik. And while Zach and DeMar are out on the bench. And first off, I'm like, I don't know why that they sit together when you could be highlighting one of their offenses, while staggering them.
Sure.
But the thing that weirded me out about it was something James said in his like first key to success, which was like, what the hell happened to running the offense through Domas, which was literally what we did when we actually made the playoffs. And then also, like, if you're having to jump through so many hoops to make this work with Malik, isn't that kind of a sign that you could simplify this by simply having him play like six-man Malik, where he thrived, while introducing a three-point sniper and elite defender into the starting lineup in the meantime? That actually helps us with our weakness, which is like guarding the perimeter. So it feels like just so much overcomplicating. And it's like, if the reason is still politics and hurt feelings, like, we're barely a 500 team. Like, and Doug is trying to win a head coaching job. So I would just think that, like, at some point he's seeing some lineup data from his staff, I would hope.
Sure.
And seeing that, like, Keon's in 4 of the 5 best lineups, and like, and this starting unit just has a big sample size now and doesn't work. And so lastly, I just, with regards to lineup data, I was curious if either of you know how data-driven and analytics-driven the front office is, because you hear...
Good question. Thanks, Alex. Go ahead, James.
All right. Sorry, Alex. Like, Monty McNair is one of the foremost, like, analytics guys. It's why he was hired by the Houston Rockets years ago to handle analytics. We're talking about, like, a Princeton grad. Like, this is an analytics-driven, but that's not who everybody is with the team. Like, Monty does his thing, which is, and he has an analytics team. Then, you have your more conventional guy in Wes. You have a scouting staff. You have all of these other pieces that work with it, with the analytics side. But what does that mean? I don't know. I don't know how you translate all the analytics down to the court. And I do know that there are specific lineups that don't work together and some that do work together. And the analytics tell you that. Or there are certain spots on the floor that a specific player is really good at, and you got to work to get him to that spot on the floor. How do we get him to that spot? So there are ways that analytics really help. And even early in the season, crashing the offensive boards. That's something that Monty brought to the team, brought to Mike Brown, showed him the analytics and said, look, we need to crash the offensive glass. So, there's analytics going on here for sure.
Can we squeeze one more in here? All right, Bobby. Bobby's out of here. All right, Lizzie, go ahead.
Yo, Ham, Kyle, what's good, guys? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
What's up, Lizzie? Yo, what's up, guys? I'll keep it briefer than Alex. I just had a quick comment and a question. My comment was, I definitely agree with you guys. We need a more aggressive Zach LaVine. Although he's being efficient, we need his shot selection to go up. But hey, we just gotta keep the same energy. How many times did we beg Fox to be more aggressive as well when he was here? But my question is, if we run the offense more through Sabonis, do you fear that might slow down the offense maybe? Do you think that the pace might slow down? Is that maybe a reason Doug hasn't done it more, or just lack of ability from Sabonis?
Sure. Thanks, Lizzie.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, 2 years ago when the Kings were one of the best offenses in the history of the game, their pace was like very fast. Like Sabonis plays with pace.
Yes.
Like he's for a guy who averages as many assists as he does and his assist percentage is as high as it is, his usage is super low. And that's because he moves the ball.
Yeah.
And so not only that, but he's more than willing to run the ball up the court.
Yeah, he does that a lot.
Yeah. He's actually way faster bringing the ball up than anyone else.
Yeah, because he understands he understands the value. I know that there are people who will push back on his value and a center with short arms and all this other stuff. I get it. But I think part of the issue is he's in ripping down the rebound, bringing it across the timeline, and then just nobody's catching up with what he's looking to do.
Yeah.
Domas is like, hey, we can get on the break. We can get a 3-on-3. I feel good about our chances to score here. And nope, nobody's with him. It's 2-on-3. Now you got to wait. Now you got to set up your offense. I think that's a little bit of the problem too.
I agree.
All right, we got the handoff. One of D-Laura KC will be in with us next on The Insider, sponsored by Jiffy Lube. It's ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Center.
All right, so the Kings pace in the 22-23 season, they were 12th in the league at 100.99. Last season, let me see what their pace was. And again, this is with De'Aaron Fox, but the Kings were 14th at 99.46. This season, their pace is 17th at 99.45, but during their losing streak, the pace is the worst in the league, second worst in the league at 95.51. Like they're just not moving the ball. Like the offensive rating, defensive rating, the last 4 games is shockingly bad. They're 107.3 offensive rating and a 127.5 defensive rating. Their net rating over the last 4 games is negative 20.2.
Oh my God.
Yeah, just brutal.
Ooh, it might be a little Mojo's Day for your boy. Guinness infused beef stew.
Oh.
Doing an advertisement for him. Go look at their Instagram if you want to know what the rest of what they're doing. Guinness, they got a little swag bag they're giving away.
Oh.
A run club?
We used to go downtown for
Mojo
St. Patty's Day. It was always a party.
That spot. They oh my God. We got to do something with Mojo's. I got to go talk to John. Anybody watching White Lotus?
Oh, yeah.
This season?
Oh, yeah.
Did you watch last night?
Yep.
Bro, the Sam Rockwell bit was wild.
Wild. Off the charts, just wild.
Not like, again, not judging anybody. Like, whatever you're into in life, that's your thing. I'm not judging. it was just so. I was expecting, like, I don't want to do spoilers. I was expecting that to be about like the thing he's in Bangkok to do.
Yeah.
That Walton Goggins' character is in Bangkok to do.
Uh-huh.
So for that to turn into a conversation that it did was like, oh, that was out of left field.
Well, that's exactly the way it was received by the person he was talking to. It was like,
oh. No judgment.
I love where it's heading, I think. I just don't know.
I'm not a fan of the thing that happened on the boat. Not a fan. Didn't love that.
Oh.
It feels like it's been trending that way too.
Yeah. No, that's weird. Yeah.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's incredible. Yeah, because his wife is in the show.
Who's his wife?
What's her name? She is the blonde with the short hair who's in the friend group.
Oh.
Leslie Bibb.
Oh, yeah. I did not know that was his wife.
Yeah.
What a wild scene. There's so many wild scenes in this movie.
For Sunday nights to be White Lotus, Righteous Gemstones back to back is just.
I haven't watched Righteous Gemstones.
Bro, you'll love it. I'm very confident you would like that. Oh, hey, Kenny's
this
here.
day is just going
45
by
seconds.
Way too fast. I don't even know what's happening.
I've heard
the name,
FYI,
but not really.
I want to let everybody know that we may not get to basketball at all in this handoff because I have a very important question for you.
Oh, no.
Are you back with your jewelry having jewelry? Yeah, jewelry's got jewelry. That's crazy. You're the Hannibal Buress bit about young Jeezy saying, how stupid, dumb, big. My room's got rooms. And he goes, nah, Jeezy, those are closets.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
It's time for the handoff. James Ham's there. I'm Kyle Madsen. Joe Brazil's over there. And Kenny Caraway is now with us. D-Lo and KC coming up at noon right here on ESPN 1320. That is Sacramento Sports Leader. All right. I'm sure you guys on D-Lo and KC are going to talk a lot of hoop today. Four game losing skid for the Kings.
Yeah.
Got Memphis tonight. I'm going to, we might talk basketball here. You're wearing an A's hat today.
Yes, sir.
You are a fan of the Giants.
Yes, sir.
Do you have, I'm going to assume Dodgers is in this group, but do you have like a list of hats you will not wear?
Yeah, it's a list of one.
It's just Dodgers?
It's just Dodgers.
That's it? Across all leagues?
Yeah. What do you mean? All sports. Okay.
All sports, yeah.
Obviously football, there's probably like 5 teams. NBA, 3 teams. Celtics, Lakers, Warriors.
Okay.
Other than that, everybody else rocks. Football is Seahawks,
You're not
Rams,
doing, yeah. NFC West.
Yeah.
Cowboys,
Packers.
Oh,
Eagles.
Packers is a good one, yeah.
Maybe I used to be all right with the Eagles. Like
I'm not okay with the Eagles anymore.
I used to. You know, the relationship is soured in the last 5 years or so. But I used to like Philadelphia as a sports town. Like,
isn't that funny?
All good.
Isn't that funny how that happens in sports? Like, catch me mid 2010s despising everything about the city of Cleveland. I shouldn't give a rat's about Cleveland. I should have no feelings about the city of Cleveland.
Has that changed?
But every June I'm like, hey, F them.
Has that changed? Has Cleveland changed? Like, since you're removed from that?
Yeah. I don't mind. I don't mind.
So there's hope for
the
me
Cavs,
in Philadelphia again.
Yeah, for sure. Like, I have no beef with the Cavs specifically.
Yeah.
At least not anymore.
Well,
same with the Rockets.
Oh, Rockets. Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to be heated.
Yeah.
So,
but now I just don't like the Rockets are just kind of like, all right, they're just there.
I
viscerally hate them.
Obviously, I rock with the Knicks. I'm a Knicks supporter.
Right, you're a Knicks fan.
Again, not a Knicks fan. I'm a Knicks supporter. There's a difference.
Okay.
Kind of feel that way.
It's like an athletic supporter, only different.
Right. Today he's an athletic supporter.
I feel that way about the Bulls. I always kind of like the Bulls because my favorite color is red.
Okay. And MJ.
Jordan, I grew up that way. So
I feel like if you were born, if you don't mind, what year were you born?
83.
83. Oh, same year as my brother.
Man, you said it
I feel like
brother's hella old.
Yeah.
Damn.
Like damn. He is, dude. It's kind of weird. So I feel like people born between maybe like 81 and 90. You were a Bulls fan at some point in your life.
That sounds accurate.
Like at some point, you had I had a Michael Jordan jersey.
Yeah.
I had all the Space Jam stuff.
That was
big MJ guy.
That was the squad.
Yeah.
That was the squad. And then when MJ left, that was the first time I took a look at the Sacramento Kings. Born and raised in Sacramento.
Yeah.
And the Kings, I believe it coincided. Yeah, because Jordan retires.
98.
Pippen's there. I'm still, no. First time.
Oh, first time.
Jordan retires.
Yeah.
Pippen's still there. I'm still rocking with him. I still can't believe.
So you're like
they
12.
called the foul. Yeah, I was 93. I was 11.
Oh, 11.
10, 11.
Yeah.
They called a foul on Hubert Davis in Game 5. Scottie Pippen was cooking
ridiculous
that year. His dunk over Patrick Ewing, I lost my mind, did a backflip in the living room. I was going crowd, big time Bulls fan, even when Jordan was gone. But when they left, or when they lost that series, and it coincided with the Kings with the whole brand change. That's when they went purple and black. And I was like, all right, what's going on here in Sacramento? And that was the first time I looked at the Kings. And
they made the playoffs right after that, right?
They had a heartbreaker on the last day of the season against the Nuggets.
94-95.
94-95. It was win or go home. And they got beat by like 20, 25.
Yeah.
Like it was heartbreaking. And then they made it the next year. And I was like
95-96 against Seattle.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's where it was. In the early 2000s, this is where the Philly stuff comes into play. I was a Sixers fan. I really like the Sixers. Like the way I support the Knicks. Yeah. I supported the Sixers that way because AI was my guy. But
why do you, and I'm sorry, James Ham is also here. I don't mean to box you out of this conversation. I'm just fascinated by this with Kenny.
Oh, yeah.
So if you don't mind, I'm going to ask more questions.
No, it's fine.
Unless you want to talk about Zach LaVine not shooting the basketball.
No.
Okay,
we already covered that.
So baffling.
It's the weirdest thing. No. So where does the Knicks thing come from? Do you just rock with the aura, or is it Jalen Brunson? Is it like what's the?
Oddly enough, Bulls fan. I hated the Knicks.
Right. That's kind of what I figured.
And it's time when I moved away from being a Bulls fan. I love New York. Like I love New York City.
It's a good city.
New York City.
It's a good city.
And the Knicks are the basketball team, and I like them. And then I kind of liked them before, but I was a big Melo fan. So when Melo went to the Knicks, that's when I was really like, oh, and I like Stephon Marbury too.
Sure.
When he was in with the Knicks, I was like, okay, like I want to see them do well. Like I'm not Kings-Knicks play each other. I'm always going for the Kings.
Of course.
Like I want to see the Knicks do well.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, and
right. It helps that the Knicks haven't been very good too. That makes it easier to just kind of jump on and.
Very true. Yeah,
if they were winning a title every other year, it'd be
too many moments.
Yeah.
Still never been to the Garden, man. I got to get to the Garden.
Yeah, you do.
It's pretty cool. Yeah, before the Kings moved here, like everyone around here was either a Celtics fan or Lakers fan. Because that's what was on TV.
They were the two NBA teams at the time.
Yeah, that was it. They were on TV all the time.
Right.
And so, you chose which team you followed. So I grew up absolutely loving Magic Johnson and watching the Lakers play.
Hey, go ahead, play it.
Okay, Lake Show.
I'm just saying.
Yeah. I think how'd
you know?
Okay, Lake Show.
Audio? Doesn't James have audio?
Yeah, I just switched over to Damien's profile.
There we go.
Well, there it is.
Yeah, but you grew up, and then when the Kings moved here, it was like, oh well, we have a local team. I'll just be a fan there.
Right.
Yeah, that's what happened. It just took a little longer for me
Lake Show.
To get to that. Okay.
There we
I don't have my headphones, but I still hear it. It took a little longer for me to get to that point. Mike had to leave the first time for me to get to that point. But, man. As far as like the A's and everything else like that, I got this hat. This is the first A's hat I got.
It's a good one.
It was the year of the pandemic.
2020.
So my son, Little League team was the A's. That was the first time I got an A's hat.
All right.
And it wasn't a big deal for me because I've always said that the A's hatred of the Giants is stronger than the Giants fans' hatred to the A's. Like we're not tripping. Like,
sure.
It's all good. The only time it like becomes something is when the A's fans talk crazy to the Giants fans.
Sure.
But it's not.
It's definite. There's a definite, like, it feels like Kings and Warriors.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Giants had this success and they had it first.
Mm-hmm.
So that's just,
and because of that,
they were here first.
I understand the A's fans,
sure,
vitriol towards Giants, but it's not.
I will, for example, I won't wear a Giants hat.
Yeah. Oh no, I wouldn't wear it. And
but I'll wear like
split
my
hat.
But I'll wear,
no.
oh my god, the split hat.
The Jim Cozumore split hat. I'm gonna have to slap you, Jim.
But I'll wear like my Willie Mays stuff.
Yeah.
Like I'll wear like the historic type of stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, Giants and AL West are the baseball hats I won't touch.
Well, that I would never touch a Dodgers hat because I'm old enough to remember.
You were around in '88.
Kurt Gibson starting a lawnmower as he's rounding second base.
We needed y'all to handle business that year, and y'all didn't do it. And then you wanted to step up and beat us the next year.
Oh yeah, well, like demolish you the next year.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, so yeah, I actually got to get a new A's hat because I pulled this one out the closet today, and it's just time for a new hat, new cleaner hat.
All right,
same.
If you ever want to go hat shopping together, you let me know.
We did.
I know. You can go again.
And you're a bad influence.
I know. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You make anything of Zach LaVine not shooting the basketball?
Just bizarre. And the funny thing, I know we ain't got a whole lot of time, but the funny thing about like James talking about Bulls fans getting in his mentions about Zach LaVine is my understanding is that wasn't the Zach LaVine that was the problem. Like the Zach LaVine that was the problem was the guy who would just chuck up shots all the time and not do anything.
Huh.
And this year, we talk about all the time, he had this epiphany and while he was out, and now he's just this super efficient guy. That adds to why his shooting percentage is so high because he just doesn't take bad shots. But he's gone too far on that end in cases like that.
He's taking no shots.
Yeah, like, all right, I need you to get back to chucking it up a little bit. And I can understand what's going on this past week with Zach LaVine. It's baffling.
It feels like it's more than just him going, oh, I need to fill a different role, because he's not filling any role.
Right.
He's just hanging out.
He's not aware of what the game needs.
Yeah. It's very odd.
It's just bizarre. Like, how are you out there and you don't understand what the team needs?
Even in that game, I mean, you had DeMar DeRozan do some good work on the offensive end. He finished with 0 rebounds and 1 assist. And his 1 assist came super late in the game.
Well, one of the things, and we'll talk about it a little bit more, but like with Monk and DeRozan shooting the ball all the time, you got 3 guys that don't even shoot. Somebody got to shoot the ball. Sabonis routinely takes 5-6 shots a game. Keegan, we're begging him to be aggressive. He's gone back and forth. And Zach LaVine's not shooting. Somebody got to shoot the ball. Like these guys are touching the basketball on possessions. It's not like Monk and DeRozan just aren't passing. They're moving the ball. These guys ain't shooting. They're like, all right, somebody got to shoot.
Yeah.
So that's part of the problem as well.
More of that coming up on D-Lo and KC. They'll take you up to 4 o'clock. For James Ham and Joe Brazil, I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Until tomorrow at 10 a.m., drink water. Be nice, people. Woo! Thanks, Chatty House. Appreciate you guys. Good show today.
See y'all tomorrow, Chatty House.
Enjoy D-Lo and KC.
Had some Irish car bombs for us.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo, hey. One more time for the new week, because that's the only Young Zell you hearing today.
We just ain't never going to hear.
Almost forgot the words. It's been so long. We welcome you in here to the Monday, March 17th edition. To D-Lo and KC, I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
The worst slums of Sacramento.
Hey, real quick, man. Happy birthday. Yeah, man. Happy birthday to the dope one.
Yes, sir.
John is dope, celebrating his birthday today. Out there designing stuff for Michael Jordan.
Come on,
you guys both work for Michael Jordan. That's amazing.
I don't work for him now. He works for him now.
I said worked. Like you worked for Michael Jordan.
Yeah, we had a business relationship.
You and Mike, you and Mike had a business arrangement. I'm just here. Oh, good call, Zabo. I forgot my iPad, man. You know what? We might just have to go this route.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, we might just have to go this route.
I mean, what's up, man? We just turning the volume up? What we doing?
I mean, we can.
Like what? You guys want to talk Kings? Like,
yeah, who wants to talk about this sorry ass basketball? Oh, come on, bro. I gotta log in. Nobody want to talk about this sorry ass basketball team when we got a John Cena heel promo to watch.
You know, you want to know, like Friday was bad. Friday was all bad. You want to know, like, when I got one of the times when I got disgusted with what was going on. My son, he had a basketball practice, so I wasn't watching it. I went back later and watched a lot of the game. But I had to pull up the score. I see they're down 15 in the second quarter. I said, oh, what? Like, I'm not even like that shocked that was the case, but I was just disgusted, right? And then I pull up the game on the YouTube TV. Just, all right, let me see what's going on here. And the first play that comes up is Malik Monk coming up the court and tries to drop the ball off to Domas. And Mason Plumlee just runs in between steals. It goes coast to coast. I said, this is just goodbye.
Yeah, Mason
Plumlee.
Mason Plumlee did that.
I said, I don't need to see anymore. Goodbye. And then, like, when he throws the pass, Malik throws up his hands immediately. I don't know what he's upset about. It was kind of a lazy pass, and he telegraphed it. I mean, Domas also didn't seal off Mason Plumlee. Like, everybody was wrong there. And I saw that one play and closed the app out. I said, okay, all right.
Understandable.
This is disgusting. It was disgusting.
Man, they are making me work to log in. Jesus Christ.
Now, where are they? They're in Germany?
Are they in, I don't want to say Budapest. I don't know where they are. They're somewhere overseas though. Maybe it is Germany.
That's crazy. At 12 noon Raw is crazy. That's dope though. Like it's dope.
Now I messed up the screen with our pretty picture on it. There we go.
Oh, now we're off Raw.
God damn it. We're worse than the Kings.
Oh, let me throw my hands up like Malik. Oh, man.
Does John Cena go with the old school heel diss and just diss the entire country when he's there?
Nah, I don't know. I'm curious.
I saw a video yesterday. It was like, what if John Cena, what if this is how Raw opens on Monday? And it was John Cena's music hitting and everything. He come out, and this was actually pretty funny. I don't remember this, but it was the Miz and Maurice, Cena and Nikki.
Oh,
Cena Hey, he was hitting all the Cena moves.
That was funny.
That's never failed, by the way. That little, whatever you want to call that, little gimmick coming out someone else's music when it's not them.
Yeah.
He had the gear on.
I remember when the Miz did that during that same time frame as The Rock.
Yeah.
He does The Rock. He came out as The Rock.
I think Logan Paul did it as Cena. He didn't come out as Cena, but Cena's music hit, and then he came out.
No, that was hella funny because the Miz had the whole gear on, like the costume. And he was in all the moves, looked in the camera, saluted.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty
Oh,
funny.
man, good stuff. Damn, we got the black guy. Is that from Travis?
I'm pretty sure that's from Travis. I'm pretty sure that had nothing to do with John Cena.
Travis Scott's the baddest dude in WWE right now.
Wrestling is real, bro. Wrestling is real. And playoff basketball is not. At least not in this city. Man, that's tough.
Yeah.
That is tough. I got to turn this up. I'm just dying to know if he comes out first with like
black ring mat. Is that the first time they went black?
Maybe.
He's getting booed right now.
Hold on, so y'all hear it.
Here
I'm
we
sorry,
go.
we got to do this. I'm sorry.
Here
man.
we go.
Cena's here. The crowd's going crazy. Big time boos.
Major boos.
Big time
She threw his
boos.
towel in someone's
Look at
face
the
right now.
slow walk. No salute.
No
not-
salute.
yeah.
Oh, no, he's doing the towel.
The towel's got to say something else.
Oh, John Cena. No, it's the same. It's the
time is
same
now.
thing. No salute. Slow walk.
No, he's got
Yeah,
major heat.
they're letting him
He
have
got
it.
major heat.
This is essentially Money in the Bank in Chicago in
Yeah,
2011.
they're letting him have it.
I like that aisle that's slim. It's closer to the fans. It's a
Yeah.
little different.
I like the slow walk. I like
Yeah.
I like that he didn't do the salute. I'm guessing he's there in Brussels.
Yeah,
because that's what
somebody
his shirt
said.
said. His shirt said Brussels.
Oh, okay, somebody said Belgium, but they're wrong.
I'm just going off his shirt. I could absolutely be wrong. This is what you're here for, by the way, because you want to talk about this basketball team that's lost 4 straight. I don't know if I can help you. What they did on Friday was terrible.
It was.
He walking around. I like this. I think I was hoping for the gear to be. I don't know what I expected.
You wanted black?
I don't know. I don't know what I wanted.
Yeah, we got to know why he did it. Why, John?
Cena
Why?
Sucks. You know there is a. We could just put this on the stream and just give up the money for the day.
Well,
why not?
We could. We could. If I'm it's going to take me 45 minutes to log into the Netflix account again.
Can you imagine they just cut the stream?
Be like, sir, you're not at home. We've already established this.
Oh, Jeremy says Brussels is in Belgium, so we're both right.
What?
Belgium is like a state, I guess, and Brussels is a city.
Okay.
I guess.
Oh, they're letting them.
No,
have
Belgium's
it.
a country.
We are idiots, man.
Belgium's in Germany.
They are.
No. Belgium's its own country, brother.
Okay. I'm not gonna fight anybody on that. I thought Belgium was in Germany.
Oh man.
I guess I could be wrong.
They're letting his ass have it. Pause. That's a good thing about overseas crowds, though. They'll get into it.
Yeah,
they'll tell you about yourself. They will tell
They
you
are
about
locked
yourself
in.
with a quickness.
Oh,
Let's
that's
go,
what it is.
Kings.
So you know,
suck.
one of the reasons why I think Belgium was in Germany is because I used to have a
I
girlfriend.
might be able to pull
that
this
moved
off.
to. She said she would always say Belgium, Germany.
Y'all are gonna have to tell me if this works.
This was when I was in the 8th grade.
Bye. Stand by.
This is like Michael Jackson at the Super Bowl. He's just standing there.
We might get thrown off of YouTube for this. I really don't know. We've never tried this before. We may as a shoot just get thrown off. Can y'all see that?
I can see
I
them.
see it.
Yeah.
Can you guys?
Oh, how great would it be if you just left?
Like, we gotta dump it if they start the.
I don't know. I have no idea.
We just gonna try it today.
I have no idea.
We just gonna try it
Like,
today.
you just toss them up.
This is quality. I like this.
Yeah.
I like this.
Someone is properly grounded in life.
Oh. Okay.
And also,
They
radio
shouldn't
audience.
have to look outside themselves for a
Yeah, be ready. Yeah. Dana White gonna come get us. Dwayne gonna come get us.
Well, I'm thinking he might say a word.
Oh, he might.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're chanting.
Hey, they're not going to take us down, right?
I don't know. I have no idea what they're going to do.
We low-key need this YouTube channel.
I don't know what they're going to do. When he starts talking, oh, well, now maybe he's talking.
You see, for 25 years, I've been the victim. Okay? I have been the victim of an abusive relationship. No. You have lost your time to talk.
This isn't funny, but. All right, they say the YouTube police is on the way. We got to be careful.
Yeah, I think we might need to get out of here, fellas. We got to get out of here. Hit the gas.
We got to go.
Hold on. We're going back here because I want to know what. Maybe John Cena's cutting a promo on the Kings.
Somebody should.
Because Lord knows I'm tired of cutting a promo on them. I'm tired of talking about how bad they stink.
Yeah.
Yeah, now John's like, yeah. No, the Kings stink. That's what John's saying right now. Okay.
I don't know if I like this.
I don't think I like this at all.
It's kind of
I don't
early on, it's kind of whack.
I don't think he's coming across like a child.
Yeah, like come on, man, be a heel.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little childish promo, huh?
Yeah.
So here's what we're gonna do,
Talking
man.
about being abusive. What are you talking about?
We're gonna come back. We're gonna talk about the Kings because we have to. They play tonight, and I don't know, man. I don't know what happened to this team on Friday. I don't know what's happened to this team the last handful of days.
Start of a 7-game homestand.
Probably the most brutal homestand in Golden One Center history.
Yeah, I can believe that. And it's sink or swim.
We'll come back. We'll talk Kings basketball. We'll see what John Cena's talking about here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I'm a human being. All right, John. This is Dr. David. Cena. LaVine doesn't shoot enough.
Sounds like he's going to cry.
He does sound whiny. The good thing about Netflix is they probably told him, bro, you got as much time as you want. Go out there as long as you want.
Promo.
Moments of shame, just like this. You let me know that I wasn't worthy of your attention. So what did I do? I went and I changed myself, hoping that you would like me a little bit, and it worked for a second, but then it wasn't enough.
See, this doesn't work.
So what did I do? I worked hard like I always do, and I started to win. And 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 win. Oh, I won a lot, and you hated it. It wasn't enough. So what did I do? I spent the next 10 years of my life trying to give away everything I possibly could, and it wasn't enough.
What is he, Woo sign?
Well, they right this season.
I like the ring, though. I like that.
That's fire.
No, okay. Glad we're not on the radio.
And in my final moments, what's the only thing I can do, right? I can walk away. What a great example. They go from chanting, shut the F up, to cheering when I say I'm going to walk away. So I announced my retirement in a move that has never been done before. I'm actually walking away at the end of this year. I tried one last time to get along with you guys. I tried one last time to do something nice for you, and you ruined it, just like you ruined everything. Because just like right here tonight, for 2 seconds it was great, and then it's never enough.
I don't even think he believes what he's saying.
Yeah, it doesn't work because after they booed him for like 7 years straight, they cheered him.
Yeah, brother, you were the GOAT for like 15 years. Like,
It is never enough, and you should all be ashamed of yourself. All you ever do is take. You take, and you take, and you only care about yourselves. I put my values on the line to make a very important choice in my life, and all you could think was, what do we get? My story changed. What do we get? John Cena's coming to my town. What do we get? This is trending. What do we get? Not one of you sons of bitches asked me how I feel.
call this one 0 for 1. He's 0 for 1. It's first at bat. It's fine.
Yeah, no.
Because you dress like me. I don't dress like you idiots.
This
We'll try again next week.
Yeah, this is a miss.
John Cena out here performing like the Sacramento Kings. You know what this entire promo sounds like? It sounds like the hero John Cena attempting to cut a bad guy promo. That's like what it like. Like if you're a villain, whether it's in a movie, a television show, or it's professional wrestling, you better believe what you're saying. You have to believe that what you're saying is the truth. And John doesn't believe a word he's saying.
No,
I think John Cena's a fine actor.
Yeah,
like I think some of the stuff he's done is funny. I think he's done well in movies. He's not buying this, and like this is a role John Cena is being asked to play that he cannot buy into.
Well, the other thing that I see, and you tell me how you feel about this, it feels like this is what they had laid out for Cena 10 years ago if he were to turn heel, because the whole John Cena sucks thing, at that moment, if you came with this promo, it'd be perfect. But after the John Cena sucks, there's about 5 to 7 years where he got cheered every time he came back on TV.
Yeah.
So what do you mean? Like,
it doesn't make sense.
No.
They've cheered you since you came back. You know what the other problem is? And sometimes it takes time for this to evolve. Like it took time for Hunter, it took time for Edge, it took time for, guys who became great once they became bad. Your look has to evolve. And that from a professional wrestling standpoint, John's look is it's kind of iconic in the way of like the jorts and the hat and the colored shirt. That's all associated with John Cena. You just look like John Cena being a whiny little bitch.
Yeah, he should have came out in a suit.
You remember when
in a black suit?
This is like Brett leading up to Brett's heel turn in '97, where he was whiny. He hadn't turned yet. He was just complaining. You screwed me. Everybody screws me. Everybody in that goddamn dressing knows I'm the best there is. And it's just like, bro, you sound so stupid. Right. Like, that's what he sounds like, except he already turned. Once Brett turned, he had the greatest run for my money from March to November of his career.
Right.
March to November 1997 was Brett's best run, period. Like his best work on the mic, like everything, the way he trashed America and all of the different ways he bought in to that pro-Canada angles because he bought it like he believed it. Now, he looked the same, right? He didn't have to, but I don't know, man. I don't know.
This was a hit.
It
doesn't mean this is the final how it's going to play out, but this was a miss. I like what you talked about. You got to switch up the attire. Like I said, I would have had him corporate Cena, like a suit, black suit, do all that. The other thing is,
the problem is, they got to sell the shirts.
Well, that's true.
Like, did they plan for this? Like, when did they know that? Because that shirt says, what did it say? Brussels.
Yeah.
It's not old.
No.
That shirt is new.
That's a good point.
I think he just needs to cut a better promo next time.
Maybe.
Well, the attack is the problem. The reason why you did what you did should have nothing to do with the fans. You should hate Cody. Cody's in your spot. Or I'm here to break these records. His whole argument, he hadn't mentioned them once. His whole argument is the fans.
Well, he might have now because we turned it down, but he also you have to it's more personal when you tie in the fans, though. You got to find some way to, like, die Rocky die.
True,
that's the gratitude I get for, or you fans can stick it, brother.
True.
Like,
now you can. Now once again, Kenny Russo.
Now you know who didn't. Now that you say that, you know who didn't, and it failed badly, was Austin. Austin made it about him. Austin said, I told you I needed to be WWE champion more than I needed anything. And if that meant aligning with him, then that's what I was going to do.
That's what I'm thinking.
But he didn't tie the fans in.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Now you could prepare for that. You could have that angle of, I need to break this record. Cody's, just stealing my whole style. And then once the fans boo, it could be like, no, you guys shut the hell up because da-da-da-da-da-da-da. But and incorporate them later. But yeah, no.
Nick says, "Damn, Cena told me to stop being a bum." and I told the guys during the commercial break, I guess this is the beauty of Netflix. This is probably going to go on 30-something minutes because I got to imagine Cody's going to come out, right?
This whole thing is at what, about 20 minutes, 22 minutes?
Yeah. He's still, and here comes Cody. Now there's the pop. At least I assume that's Cody.
I thought that was Roman.
Oh, no, that's Cody.
I thought I heard something else.
No, that's Cody on his way. All right, we'll see what this is. We're gonna have to turn it down though, but we'll see what this is. No, Netflix got us. Oh no, there it is. It's back. It's back.
So,
all right.
We'll see what happens. Like I said, there's still room. There's still room for him to be better. But yeah.
What a miss. I didn't know what to expect though. I honestly, and I probably went in here expecting him to fail. Like, I didn't think he could do it. I didn't believe he wanted to do it. I read something, I think it was from Meltzer like a week or so ago, that said they wanted it to be Cody.
That's what it should have been.
But like Rock, Dwayne, whoever wanted it to be Cody, but Cody, Cody didn't say no to it, but like, I think there were other people in the company, and I'm assuming Hunter was one of them, who were like, I think that's a bad idea. Like, he hasn't stalled out. Like, he may have stalled out with the Kenny Caraways and, some people, but he hasn't stalled out in terms of the global audience of WWE. This isn't the time. Like, don't do it yet. And they threw it to Cena, and Cena was like, I'm down. And I don't know. I would hope that they have mapped this out for the next, what are we at, 8-9 months to figure out how it ends at the end of 2025.
Or you think it's
going? Well, he said he's around at I'm done at the end of the year.
Gotcha.
So I don't know if that means on December 31st he turns babyface in a big New Year's Eve spectacular or something. I don't know, but I don't know.
Yeah. Well, Trips, if you're listening, you were wrong, because that was the move, in my opinion. Turn Cody. Put Seth. I would say put Seth or Punk in that babyface role and cook.
Not super reliable though. As much as I love Punk, like both of those guys get hurt.
True. True.
Both of those guys get hurt.
And that's how we got to this.
And the funny
right?
thing, the funny thing
hurt.
with Cody is the reasons they don't want to turn him are probably the exact same reasons they didn't want to turn John 6 years or 10 years ago. He's at such a peak point that, you know, even the let's go Cody sucks stuff that hasn't started yet.
Right.
And maybe then, all right, do it now. Don't wait like we did it. Do it now. But I don't think they're even there yet.
I think Cody would be great on his heels.
Oh, Cody would be phenomenal.
Yeah.
Cody would be absolutely phenomenal as a heel. Cody was a heel when he left WWE, and he was incredible. It was the best work of his career. The absolute best work of his career.
We'll see what happens.
No one on the Sacramento Kings is doing the best work of their career.
There's no baby faces on.
They're all heels. They're all the Sacramento Kings are full of John Cena promos right now.
I was thinking about this on the drive in, and I don't want to be too knee jerk with this team, but I really feel, and I don't feel this way, but I really feel like even though they don't hate individuals, I feel like Kings fans hate this team. And maybe it's how they got to this point. Maybe it's the front office, the organization. But I feel like they are so disgusted with this team. You think that's accurate?
It feels like it's just a group of guys here, too. There's no one to really rally behind, I feel.
What if...
Well, they're even turning on Malik now.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, Malik and Domas are still here, but...
They're mad at Malik all last week, really.
Well, are you talking about the starting coming off the bench thing, or like there's really hot?
Starting coming off the bench. You know, they're just not playing well. And
well, he's not.
Yeah, but you know, it's like pass the ball. You know what I mean? Like they're just disgusted, and it could be he's catching strays for just the overall feeling with the
maybe.
Team. But yeah, they weren't.
I think
like for me personally, I'm sorry to cut you off, but for me personally, I look at Malik and I'm like, damn, not playing good, dog. Like,
yeah,
that's tough, man. That's my guy. I gotta call a spade a spade. He's not hooping right now. Then it's tough. And that's the way I look at it. And people are they're like, no, they're disgusted. Let's put him on the bench. Like this, he ain't working. Stop shooting. Like they mad. But I think that's why I say I don't know if it's necessarily Malik individually or they're just really upset with this whole team, this whole organization. There's nothing empathetic about the Kings right now for a lot of people.
I wonder if the fans feel like this team, the individuals more than the collective, and maybe now with what we've seen, the collective is hard to trust. We've seen all of the infighting following the Mike Brown firing. You feel like you can't trust the front office. You hear Domantas Sabonis is going to want clarity this offseason. You've got videos of, you know, Malik and De'Aaron's wife that whatever the context is, it's left fans kind of scratching their heads a little bit. You have two players who are Sacramento Kings, but aren't like ingrained in the fabric yet in DeMar DeRozan and Zach LaVine. And so I think fans are looking at them with like a cautious, like they're going to turn heel on them at some point, probably the offseason, right? Like I wonder if that's why I think Kings fans are frustrated with Keegan. I think they're frustrated with Malik. I think they love Keon. And from that, they're guarding their heart a little bit, a little self-preservation with some of these guys. And I think a lot of people might feel like, I think a lot of fans might feel like this thing is blowing up this offseason. It's so bad. This thing is blowing up this offseason. I don't want to embrace any of them.
That could be the case.
Hey, I have no idea.
Do you feel that, like, individually, like you laid it out perfectly, the collective is people just, you guys tell us, 916-909-1320 in the chatty house, all this other stuff. Do you hate this Kings team? Because when I read things, when I see comments, when I hear calls on the show and, and see the chatty house, see Twitter, all this other stuff, it really feels like people hate this team. And I'm not going to tell anybody how to feel. I don't feel that way about these guys, but feels like they're disgusted by this team. And that's tough. That's tough.
On the other side, is there a reason for fans to like kind of latch onto this team right now? Or is there a reason to get behind them right now?
There's a reason to get behind your Sacramento Kings.
I get that, but I guess as far as like just
no, the answer is no. Like the collective, like no, I don't think there is. There's no.
Like Zach LaVine just got here. Like now we've talked about.
Well,
this is DeMar DeRozan's team. He just got signed on the off.
There's one, and I feel like it's a pretty big one. Is Doug. Like if you need to latch, if anything that KC just laid out pertains to you, anything, there is one guy that you can attach yourself to who is ingrained in the fabric of this city, this organization, and your love for that basketball team. And it's Doug. Regardless of how you feel about Vivek or the front office or the Bulls or Domantas Sabonis' clarity, you probably love Doug. Ride with Doug. Yeah. Ride with Doug. Know that he is, 30 some odd, probably approaching 40 games into his coaching career, facing obstacles that I'm not sure how many interim coaches in his position have ever faced. So it's I guess if what you just said has some accuracy to it, that's the one piece of advice I can give. Yeah. Latch on to Doug.
And the one thing that I'll say, and maybe I'll just be late to the party with all this, is I'll give, I don't want to say, maybe, I don't know if grace is the right word or not, because it was a horrible week. It was a horrible week of basketball. They were awful, and they deserve the criticism for that, because they were lifeless. They weren't even competitive in those 3 games this week. That was embarrassing. But like I said, maybe grace is the word. This is the first stretch of games I feel like we've seen that from this group. And and it's just my opinion, nobody has to agree, but I did say they were tough. They were a tough team. They were tough-minded. They were tough physically and all this other stuff. And this was the first time, the first set of games where I was like, oh, they didn't look tough at all. And this is the first set of games in almost 20 games, 15, 20 games. I was afraid of it when it happened. I hope that it wouldn't be the case. And it's not an excuse. You've got to suck it up and go out there and compete. But I was worried about the lasting effects of that game against the Clippers. That looked like something that knocked them down. And they haven't
you said that with Denver.
Yeah.
Earlier the year. And I was like, I think you're wrong. You weren't wrong. That was the end of Mike Brown. They lost the next 4. Man, I guess this is deja vu. Yeah. Same goddamn season.
That's crazy, right?
Same season.
This is the new 2 9-game losing streak.
I guess, man. Just only lose 1 heartbreaker, not 2.
But they have
5-game losing streaks.
They haven't recovered from that.
Yeah.
They have not recovered from that. And you've got to. Like, I'm not even here saying,
what are the numbers?
Oh, it's okay, little Johnny. Like, no, you've got to recover.
29, 26, and 16. Those have been the losses since the Clippers.
Yeah, and they've just I talked about it a little bit on Sports Sunday. I just didn't like the way they looked on Friday.
Yeah.
They looked disjointed. They looked like they were ready to fold the tent.
You think they're playing for the name on the front? This feels like a group of guys that are just out there playing ball, but it doesn't feel connected in any way, at least from what I'm watching. Like, do you think they have a common goal? Like, everyone here's coming into work every day. Like, this is what we need to achieve. Blah blah blah. Like, we're all together. Like, you think they're all connected?
I don't. Today, I don't know, and this is where I say I don't want to. They had a bad week. They had a horrible week. And I don't want to necessarily make that who they are, because for 3-4 weeks before that, they didn't show this. They were connected. They were together. They were fighting for a common goal. And they took that right cross to the chin against the Clippers, and then maybe it changed them. I don't know. Maybe it changed them. They haven't looked cohesive since that moment.
Because I don't want to call it selfish. I'm not trying to call these players out, but it's like like I said, we've mentioned, like, this is DeMar DeRozan's team. He just got here in the offseason. Like, Domas was supposed to be the guy. Now he's kind of just taking a back seat, it feels.
Yeah, Domas.
Zach LaVine's been here for only a couple weeks. And it's like Malik, you talked about, like, the fans are kind of souring on him a bit, the way he's been playing. It's just, I don't know.
I don't think the fans are souring on
not souring, but just more so they haven't been happy with the way he's been playing and all that. He's like, Kenny's right. He's been like the scapegoat, I guess, the last couple of weeks, I think. When the Kings loss happens, like Malik, I feel like you see his name a lot.
At least this past week.
Yeah.
For sure.
I think everyone believes they could do something better, right? Whether it's coach, whether it's play, whether it's simply, why isn't Keon starting? Keon needs to be in the starting lineup. Keon would be so much better in the starting lineup. We talked about it last night on Sports Sunday, and we dragged this out through the portion of last week through the sake of conversation. I don't know that the starting lineup change is the right move. I also don't know how. I think it all boils down to what type of confidence you have in your basketball team. Is it as simple as, we had a bad week, we're going to figure this out? We've had this figured out. We've had it figured out with this group recently, but everybody has a bad week. We have a bad week as men and women. Like, it happens. But do you believe that? If you're Doug, if you're this coaching staff, do you believe that this is just a bad week? That's what it was. They're going to be fine. Malik told the home crowd, keep the energy up yesterday at practice. We need it. We there for you. Malik had that trademark, we're good demeanor when he talked yesterday. And to me, that's always reassuring. But also, I need you guys to snap out of it. All of you collectively, not Malik. I don't want to see another useless triple-double from Domantas Sabonis, because that ain't going to move me. Right. I don't need garbage points from – I don't need Zach LaVine going for 14 fourth-quarter points when he has like 6 or 7 in the 3 quarters prior.
That was ridiculous.
Like, dog, who are you? Yeah. When did this become the thing? When did you become a timid scorer? It's like, I don't know, man. It's weird. I don't know. It's like someone slept with someone's wife in the last week and the whole thing fell apart. Yeah. Like, something is just like, why is it like this?
Right.
Because it's, even if you're beating Utah and Charlotte and a decimated Dallas team, you're still doing, not only did you beat those teams, you beat I think all of those teams that I just referenced by a lot. Mm-hmm. So you didn't fall into victories against those bad teams. You played good basketball, you took care of business, and you got the dub. Why it's changed so much since that gutting loss against LA, I don't know.
The Knicks game was a little predictable, right? Like you had,
I think so.
You had that loss. They were waiting for you. You get here, and whether or not, I'm not saying it should have happened this way. I'm just saying, like, we could all it felt like we could see that coming. So there's that. The Warriors game, I don't like, they got worked out in the first half, first quarter or whatever, with Draymond and Post and DeSantos hitting those shots and stuff like that. And nobody wants to hear it because you end up losing by 26, but they did work back in that game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they didn't just fold and go away. They worked back. They weren't good enough to get over the hump, and then they end up getting stomped out towards the end.
Mm-hmm.
Friday, and this is why Friday just concerns you, they just look lifeless. And that was also another back-to-back, another traveling back-to-back. Don't want to make excuses for them, but whatever the adversity is, whatever happens in these games, because you've got back-to-backs coming up. You got to get over it. You got to be ready to settle down, play good basketball. And they just haven't been able to incorporate that at all this past week. And they really got to, I feel they really got to get back to the basics of taking it one game at a time. Literally one game. I'm usually the type of guy where it's like, all right, man, you got 7 games. Like, if you can go this and this, like, keep your head above water. You can't even look to Wednesday. You've got Memphis tonight, and you've got to play the best game you can possibly play tonight.
Yeah.
And try to get this win. And that's how they've got to approach all these games until they can string together a streak of good games being played. I'm not even saying a winning streak. I'm just saying playing good basketball. They've got to get back to that. And I heard the same thing from Malik that you did.
Mm-hmm.
I want to say it was reassuring for me, but it maybe calmed me down a little bit. Okay, like, all right, these guys aren't moody. It didn't feel like, and here in DC as well, it didn't feel like they had given up on each other or themselves with the season. Sabonis, I think he was laughing a little bit and everything. So it softened the blow a little bit from how I was feeling on Friday and Saturday. But they still, all that doesn't matter. Like, you got to come out and play some good basketball. Got to play some good basketball.
And you have some tough teams coming up ahead. I mean, we have looked at this schedule. We have gone over this schedule. It legitimately has to be one of the most difficult schedules in the history of the Golden One Center. You have virtually every top team in both conferences just pulling up to say hi. Every single one of them. Now you got Chicago coming up later on this week. Cody White just won Eastern Conference Player of the Week.
Those dudes can score.
You have Giannis, Dame, Cleveland. Like, man, you've got some heavy hitters pulling up on you at a time when your season is just on the brink. And it's weird to say that because Dallas is Dallas. I don't think Dallas is going to make it.
No.
And so if Phoenix does, it's because of Dallas.
Right.
Now, Sacramento could wind up being 10th, but at that point, to me, if you're 9 or 10, I don't care. There's no home court advantage at the Golden One Center.
Right.
Absolutely none. So we'll come back. If you didn't hear Malik Monk over the weekend, we'll play that sound for you. We've got it pulled up. We'll let you hear what Malik said over the weekend. It's Stilo and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Adrian, I would be stunned if they fell out of the play-in. And it doesn't have as much to do with the Kings as opposed to the teams around them. Like, collectively, Jesse, Kings, Suns, Mavericks.
No, yeah, I was
20 wins at the end of for the rest of the season.
I was looking at those teams aren't catching the Kings. I think we're gonna talk about it later, but like that's kind of the silver lining here with what the Kings are going through.
Yeah,
like those teams are going through the same issues.
I'd be shocked. I'd be pretty stunned if they didn't make the play-in. Because not only do you have the Kings falling apart, but that would mean Phoenix and Dallas.
They just kept steady.
Games.
Yeah,
like I'd be shocked.
I mean, at that point, you fire everybody though.
Yeah. The team with the harder schedule is Phoenix.
Yeah, the Suns are right there.
And Dallas, we'll talk about this. Dallas is in danger of forfeiting games. So, and I understand, Adrian. I understand when you're focused on the Kings playing, and I get that. But I'm just saying, like, the two teams, you need two teams to knock them out of the playoffs. And or playing, excuse me. And I just don't know how that's feasible right now. F1, huh? How to put butts in the seats.
I'm just not a racing guy.
No. Hey, shout out, go blue. You already know the vibes, man. Even though I don't like what the selection committee did. I mean, come on now. Wisconsin and Purdue have better seedings than Michigan. Don't be disrespectful to the Big Ten champs like that. Do not be disrespectful, and they were. And, you know, we're just going to have to go out there and show them. This is what we do. This is what we do. Go blue. You know what I mean? Where's Ohio State? Did they make the tournament? I don't think so. If I still live down there, absolutely. I'd at least attend the tryouts for the practice squad. Who knows if I would make it or not, but yeah, I'd go down there.
Oh, I don't want to forget. The 28th, that day we'll both be recording. Complex, I think Complex's mom is here.
Oh, okay.
So we're going to record that show, so we'll both be able to get out of here.
Gotcha. Are we doing anything or
at the show? I don't think so. I mean, we press him again today. We've asked. I at least wanted the joint set up. Yeah.
Twitter like that Cena promo better than us. I think I'm gonna run it back later.
Really?
Twitter.
Twitter? Shut the hell up.
What is that?
It was bad.
Wow. Kenny said, "Fuck your opinion." Hey, let's get it, bro. David Jackson, I saw your email. I'm gonna read that a little more thoroughly when we switch over to KSFM.
David Jackson, I actually gotta holler at you, brother. I gotta holler at you, man. Yeah, I mean, maybe so. I'm not saying they're playing great, but yeah, sure.
Kinda, yeah. See, it's a lot of goofies with a check.
Hey, real quick. I had a reminder or an example of how different things and different activities your body handles it differently, right?
Okay.
So I'm sore as hell right now. Hella sore. Hamstrings, super sore. I played my basketball game yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
It's not why I'm sore at all.
Okay.
You know why I'm sore? I did yard work on Saturday.
Mm.
And that's what's got me.
What kind of yard work did you do?
Look at you. First of all, we appreciate he's trying to make himself out to be the common man.
Well, I am. What are you talking about?
Out here doing
the whole family was
doing hammering down the new turf, putting in the new
court.
Like,
I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think. I never mowed a lawn and be like, oh, my back
polishing the basketball court.
No, I was getting weeds up. All right, I had that going on, and then that was really what it was. They got this little it's not I don't know what to call it. It's a square with we created a square with a bunch of dirt in there and stuff, and there are a lot of weeds in there.
Okay.
Get down there, get the weeds out, rake them up, shovel them up, all this other stuff. That was working.
I think that's where you messed up, though. My dad had me pulling the weeds. I think you got to hand that job off to young Reese.
Yeah, but I need it done. It needed to be done.
I got you.
So I had to get.
I think you got to pass the torch. I think that's what the issue is here.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, kid's 12. It's about time. But that's what has me sore right now. Not playing basketball.
How does that work too? I don't get how you're sore from yard work and not basketball.
That's what I'm saying. I guess it's just different motions, different strenuous activities.
Probably less control. You're not paying as much attention to the way you're, reaching down to pick something up or do whatever as you would be when you're on the basketball floor. It's not second nature. That's probably the first time you've ever worked in your yard.
What?
So
yeah,
when did
Tony
you fire
Edwards brings up a good you're right on it right here. Tony Edwards. when did you like your landscapers got the week
that's
off?
right.
Or
Okay,
fired
yeah,
them,
that's what
or-
I was going to ask.
I
Did
don't
you
have
fire the
any
landscapers?
I don't have landscapers.
Mm.
I don't know. No, well, a lot of times, Jazz, she go there. She tells me to stay away from her yard.
Well, that
But I was
checks
like, yo,
out.
I need to.
Jazz
I need to
tells
get
you to
this
stay
done.
away from everything.
I need to
Just
get this done. So
don't.
I got out there, did some work.
She will ask you to paint in the middle of summer, though.
107 degrees. Sun is setting
Kenny
on the side.
Kenny out here about to die.
Oh my gosh, I'll never forget that. I made it though.
Fence needed to be painted. Kenny lost 19 pounds out there painting the fence.
I made it. But yeah, I did the work. And then, Sunday I was out there. Shout out to my guys. I'm sexy guys. Shout out BJ. Shout out Aaron. Shout out Steve. Shout out Dave. You know what I mean? Shout out my man.
Are those
Q.
your landscapers? Who are those people?
No, those are my teammates.
Oh, the players.
Yeah,
Okay.
those are my teammates.
So they had to come over and pull weeds with you after
No,
that.
we were just hooping. We were hooping.
Okay.
We out there hooping. We're probably gonna win another championship. I don't know if we're gonna play Io's team. Maybe. We might be in a different division.
I got it.
You versus Isles become KD versus LeBron for like those 5 years where it just never happened. Somehow,
we played twice.
Oh, you guys have?
Yeah, we played twice. 2-0. Yeah, I mean, 2-0.
I got to get my man tickets to see his boys on Wednesday.
I know.
I got to try
be
to
feeling
get
good
him
about
out
them boys.
You
Just
should
lost
be.
yesterday.
Yeah, they
was
did.
crazy.
Yeah, the streak is over. The streak is over.
So they were up too. They were up like double digits.
Yeah.
Let the league go.
Yeah, they did, man. I didn't see a lot of that one. I watched was it Lakers Suns? Yeah. You see what Devin Booker said about the Suns?
No. I was protesting the NBA this week.
Understandable.
Not because anything did. The Kings just disgusted me that much on Friday.
Devin criticized the effort and energy from Phoenix. And I thought that's spectacular. You beat the crap out of the Sacramento Kings 2 nights before. And Devin Booker out here criticizing the effort and energy. That is so concerning as a Sacramento Kings fan. Because nothing's right with Phoenix.
Yeah.
And they made it a no contest.
Yeah.
I was checked out of that game quick. I don't need to, this dumb, no, it's fine. I'll go make that. I don't need to pay attention to this. This is trash.
We talked about it on Friday. Like, at this point, the Kings are probably, you group them in with the Suns and the Mavs before you do with the Clippers.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're
Clippers are still winning.
Yeah, they're 8 games above 500, 30-30.
Clippers and Timberwolves just keep winning games.
Yeah, like the Kings, it's tough for them right now.
They're separating right now, man, and
we said it with that Warriors game. 7 and 8 could be gone, or I mean, we knew 6 would be gone. 7 and 8 could be gone. It looks like it is.
We were talking during the break about I forgot where my man is, but he said the Kings might miss everything altogether, and I said I don't think that's the case, and it's not a whole lot to do with the Kings.
Yeah,
it's Dallas and Phoenix. Like outside of the Kings, it feels like Phoenix can't beat anybody.
Yeah, I don't see the streak that they need coming.
Is there a more embarrassing scenario? What's more embarrassing, missing the play-in due to Dallas or losing to Dallas in the play-in?
Losing to Dallas.
Losing to that team.
We're assuming Anthony Davis is playing in that game, though?
No.
I think
Should I?
I think I saw they're going to get him some G League work coming up.
Okay.
What?
I believe I've read this on ESPN. They're going to get him some Anthony Davis.
I don't know why that's funny to me.
That's fine. They're not. They stink. And no,
if you miss the play-in, that's embarrassing. I feel like that's more embarrassing because like clearly something went even more wrong. Like we know what the Suns and the Mavs are right now, but for you to fall back even more.
But I would even say for them to miss one of, if not both of those teams, will have to like start playing some good basketball. And like maybe you could do that. If you got the 9-10 game at the Golden One Center against the Dallas Mavericks and you lose, everybody get what they want because nobody coming back. Nobody.
At this point, though, is it even like, would we be shocked if they did?
I wouldn't be shocked, but it would be pathetic. It'd be pathetic. Like if you lost that game to the Suns, I'll be like, all right. Like Suns are a disgrace, but they got some guys. You out there losing
the Suns probably
Hardy
be mad that they won.
Right. You losing to Hardy and PJ and Dinwiddie and all, like what?
What Matt and Jeff do to you?
Those are my guys. Shout out Spencer Dinwiddie, Hacks alumni. Big ups to him.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. We mentioned Malik. Let's hear from Malik Monk. This courtesy of Sean Cunningham. This yesterday after practice. Be ready. No, Malik got them.
The last two?
About the cuss vibes.
Disappointing, of course. We don't want to go in to Golden State. They've been playing great, though, but we don't want to go there and lose by 20 and do the same thing the next night in Phoenix, especially when we need the games. So, yeah, it's disappointing, but we know where we're at right now. We know what we got to do.
Did it feel like a setback in any way, given just kind of how things are structured for the rest of the way for you guys?
I don't think it's a setback, man, because it's still basketball. We still get to play basketball. We still get a chance to make it to the playoffs. So it's never a setback when you have that.
When you're looking at your game and maybe reviewing film, what's the thing that stands out for you individually that is kind of maybe the most worrisome?
I ain't worried about shit, man.
Yeah.
There it is.
I ain't worried about nothing, man.
There it
I wasn't
is.
starting this year. I started.
I told you. I knew he had them vibes. I knew he had them vibes.
2 more dump buttons left. You want to keep going.
All right. Let's see. We got 2 more dump buttons left. Do we use
I
all
said
dump
no. I
buttons?
said just one more.
No, okay, I think we
Do we
got
even
one more.
I don't know. The vibes are. I don't know. You think he's gonna cuss again?
Yeah. Yes. I absolutely do.
Dan, I wouldn't use all the dump buttons.
Yeah, let's not play that
I would
game.
use
All
one.
right. One more.
If you said we got 2, I would
You said we got 2. We got one more.
Pretty sure we got one more. Pretty sure. I think I'm. Let me go talk to Jonathan if we're gonna play this game. I know we got one.
It's all right. I just let me see if I can skip forward because I saw I don't remember if it was Matt or who had the kind of isolated clip. Yeah, I don't even know where it would be at because I saw it as an isolated clip where he was talking about the fans, the kind of message to the fans, and it was like, hey, we're good. Be there, had that energy. We're ready to go. We need y'all, that type of thing. And my mood rides with Malik a lot. So like if his thing is like, hey, we good, let's cook, let's do what we do, then let's do it.
One of the discussions on the Insiders, great show.
Very great.
Was, and we'll talk to James Ham at 3 p.m. and he can break it down a little bit more the way he sees it. But they were talking about Malik, like talking about, those games I was sitting out, I saw some things I needed to do to be a better distributor and be more of a point guard and all this other stuff. And then he comes back and he's leading the team in field goal attempts, right? And it's like, what are you doing? Like, I think James, he can speak on it more himself, but I think he used the word selfish, when describing that situation. And we were on Sports Sunday with Jake and Brandon, and I said, shoot the ball, Malik. Shoot the ball. And that's the way that I approach it. Like, I want you, yes, to be aware of working the ball around, but I don't ever want you to be hesitant. If that's what you do, if you're a Malik Monk, a DeRozan, a Zach LaVine, man, shoot the basketball. I want you to be confident in that. And I say all that to say, how much is it Malik is being selfish or anything else like that, or he's just not missing shots or making shots? Last 3 games, he is 13-8. He's 3 of 21 from beyond the arc. Like, if he was, and this is where some people like, yeah, it's obvious or whatever, but if he was shooting the ball better, will we still be asking him to pass the ball and be more of a distributor?
I don't think so.
Yeah. So if it's just, it almost feels like the only reason you're asking him to do that is because he's missing shots. And somebody would be like, and some people believe if you're missing shots, stop shooting. I don't really subscribe to that, especially if that's who you are. If that's who you are, Malik Monk, I need you to continue to shoot the ball with confidence. I need that from you. I don't want you scared out there. And that's maybe why I look at it where it's really about, if he's making the shots, I think the team plays better. Obviously, he's, his numbers are looking better. I'm not saying they would win any of those 3 games, but you'd have a better feel about him as a basketball player, maybe the team in general. If he's making shots and Zach LaVine shoots more than twice, then maybe we're feeling better about all of this.
Yeah, I don't know what has happened with Zach LaVine. The 16 shots in the 2 games, the aggressiveness in the fourth quarter when it kind of felt like the game was over. That just feels so like counter to what he is. He's normally a very aggressive offensive player, and it just feels like he has completely fallen back from that.
Remember when Trista kind of lit him up that one time?
Yeah, I remember Trista
one
lighting
time.
him up.
Well, I think the first time, excuse me, the
times.
first time. And she kind of said, like, I mean, she was kind of spot on. No, he disappears in the bigger games. Like, he's going to get you whatever you need against the Hornets. But when the big games are coming around, like, he's going to disappear. And it's kind of what's happened.
Yeah, this is even beyond that. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, like this, I don't know what he's doing. I have no idea what he's doing. I don't know what's going on with him. But he definitely needs to snap out of it. Our guy securing the Bagley with the Quincy Doobie, Avi.
All right.
Says last 15 games. Talking about Malik Monk.
Securing the Doobie?
Securing the Doobie. Rutgers finest. Last 15 games, Malik Monk shooting 40% from the floor, 26.3 from 3. At what point will he actually shoot with confidence? Like I said, it's the way people see the game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? If I'm Doug Christie, I'm imploring him to continue to shoot. You're 0 from 7 from 3 in a game. Have the confidence that you're about to be 1 for 8 the next time you take it.
Mm-hmm.
I do not want you. I don't want to be drastic, but you're no good to me if you're scared. You are no good to me if you're out there scared. So some people, and I don't want to make it, I just don't want to make it some type of way. Some people who look at the game a certain way, like, you've missed your last 3 shots, pass the ball. And like, yeah, if a wide open pass is there, make a pass or whatever. But I want you to shoot the ball. You missed the last 3, 4, 5. This next one going in. And it's just the way that you look at the game. I ain't never gonna tell Malik, DeRozan, Zach LaVine, hell, even Keegan, to stop shooting the ball. That's damn near the reason why you are where you are. Shoot the ball if you got a good look with confidence. So you lose confidence, in my opinion.
Do you guys think at this point in the season, every player knows what their role is, game in and game out, going into it? Like, everyone's clear of what they need to do?
I should.
I think so.
Like, why are we seeing Zach LaVine only take however many
shots?
I
don't know.
Zach LaVine thing is crazy.
I don't know. It can't be that that's not your role. It can't be that we suddenly don't want you to score. Who told him that?
Well, I'm just saying,
where did he surmise that from?
Right.
Maybe there's just no clear plan. Like I said, everything is just so jumbled up to me. It's just
I got an idea. Go put the ball in the basket and guard a goddamn 3-point shooter. How about that? That's as basic as it is.
You are Zach LaVine. You average 20 some odd points a night. You shoot the ball on all 3 levels. Your job is to score. Look around you. Who else is going to shoot the ball at that particular clip? Who else is going to be able to get those type of shots off? DeRozan, maybe, Monk, maybe, or whatever. Keegan is hit or miss on whether he shoots or not. Sabonis is hit or miss on whether he shoots or not. You're the guy. We need you to shoot the ball 15 times minimum every night. Yeah. I can't believe, and I know you're just asking the question, John, I can't believe Doug Christie is telling them anything less than that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It is clear as day who you're supposed to be on this team. So I don't know what these guys, well, him, I don't know what Zach LaVine's been doing this past week. I have no clue.
I don't know what they're doing collectively. It's such a dramatic fall off. Like, and we can argue about who they were winning those games against. You could run the weak schedule line if you want to, but beating those teams the way that they were, beating those weak teams the way that they were, and coming out and looking like this against better teams, the discrepancy between those two is massive. Like, it is absolutely massive. And
is there anything to those teams that they beat? Just their season's already being over as well, and then they're playing for the tank?
Sure, it could be. But they still move the ball around. They still hit shots. Like, why are they hitting shots against bad teams and not good teams? You're telling me that they're defended that much better against Phoenix.
Yeah, the Phoenix thing was great.
You got your ass kicked by role players on Friday.
Right.
The Phoenix.
It wasn't even Kevin. It wasn't even KD or Book that did it to you.
The Phoenix one hurt because that's kind of a team we were expecting to fall off too. Like, you weren't expecting it to be that bad.
They're trying to.
Yeah.
They're literally trying to quit.
They're no good.
It wasn't supposed to happen that way for the Kings on Friday. Yeah. Just given how Phoenix's season has been going and how they've been going the last few weeks. Like, the fact that you got blown out by that team.
You can rationalize or justify the Knicks and the Warriors games. You're just not as good as those two teams. The Warriors are the hottest team in basketball, or one of them the hottest teams in basketball. You had the back-to-back with the Knicks waiting for you at the Sawyer. Like, there are things that we can say about those games, whether they're fair, justified, true. That's a whole nother debate. There is no justifying what we saw on Friday. That is a sorry-ass team. They don't have nearly the defenders and those guys that you talk about on the Knicks and the Warriors and all this other stuff. They don't like each other. They went out a day later, got destroyed by a team that is without LeBron, that's been struggling on their own. Like, there is no justification for what we saw on Friday. I think that's what helps make it worse. Is, like I said, I can come up with a couple of different reasons for those other two games. Friday, I've got nothing.
Yeah.
That was pitiful.
Yep.
Absolutely pitiful.
And now you're at home. You've got the start of a 7-game homestand. And there's no way to, like, frame this like, well, the season boils down to this. It probably doesn't. Because Dallas is way worse than you. That's all. We're now tiptoeing around Eastern Conference levels of making the play-in tournament. We're now tiptoeing around, you've got Orlando, who's 32-37. That's the 8th seed in the conference. You've got Atlanta, who's 32-36. That's the 7th seed in the conference. And here's Sacramento at 33-33, facing this brutal homestand that includes Cleveland and Oklahoma City and Giannis and the Bucks, and it includes Boston. Giannis, I can't remember if I said that already. You got Memphis tonight. You've got all of the top seeds in each conference just pulling up to the Golden One Center.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to find ways to – I don't think it's going to happen. I absolutely don't. An 11-game losing streak is not out of the question.
No.
Again, I absolutely do not believe that is going to happen. But you're going to have to win games that you're not favored in. At least a couple. You're going to have to win games that, Sacramento got someone. OKC, Boston, Milwaukee, whoever. It's Memphis. Oh, Kings got one. You're going to have a couple of those, because the likelihood of you exiting this homestand and going on the road above 500 is almost gone. It's just, how far under 500 are you? Can you do the improbable and maybe leave one game over? It doesn't feel likely, but your room for error in this homestand has been eliminated. Like, you have to play your best basketball for the next 7 games at home.
Yeah.
And hope that a couple squads are off. Hope that maybe you play your absolute best basketball and able to beat a good team. Hope that someone sleeps. Like, there's a lot of things that have to happen over the next 7 games.
And we'll see. Oh, go ahead, Justin.
Honestly, you got to pick yourself up tonight, because if you lose again, like, you're in the midst of a spiral. It's like, if you don't get it tonight, like, I don't know. It's just, I don't know how this team is supposed to pick themselves up. If it just all keeps looking the same.
This is Doug's longest losing streak.
Yeah, I think so. Pretty sure.
Man.
No, you go ahead and talk. I'm distracted.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Bianca's on TV. It is wild that Monday Night Raw is on at 1:10 p.m. I actually love this, to be honest with you.
Brunch Raw.
I love this, though. I love her. I love Rhea Ripley.
Two of my faves.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
There is something just wildly exotic about Rhea Ripley. Have you ever? And she looks so interesting without her makeup.
I don't think I've ever seen her without
her whole appeal is this very goth, scary character.
Yeah.
And then when it's gone, it's like, oh, it's still an attractive, very attractive young lady, but just no, this is it.
Yeah.
This is it.
The Kings can wait.
Yeah. I got my queens in the ring.
Jade comes out. It's over.
Whatever's going on with Malik and Zach LaVine is not more important than what's going on with Rhea Ripley and Bianca Belair.
Yeah, man.
Lord is my shepherd. He know what I want.
But like you mentioned, though, I mean, they got to figure out a way to play better. In general,
Well, Jesse's right. It needs to start tonight.
But at home. It starts
tonight. Set the tone
If you don't
tonight.
get it tonight, it's like what? You're going to get it against Cleveland on Wednesday, I think.
Tonight. Tonight's one of the easiest games on the schedule, and it's against the Grizzlies, who might be the 2 seed right now. Are they 2?
Are they at 3?
No, they're 4. No, I'm sorry. They're 4. Well, okay.
It's tight.
They're 4. They all have the same record.
Yeah.
I think a game separates 2 and 5, I think.
Yeah, Houston, Denver, and Memphis, they're all 43 and 25. They're a distant second from Oklahoma City.
Yeah. So no Ja tonight. You know, that doesn't mean anything because they still gonna play how they play.
Yeah, they gonna
Makes it
play
even
tough.
tougher.
But the Kings are going to have to get this done themselves. They can't look for help along the way. If they want to salvage the season, if they want to achieve all their goals, like Malik said before he started cursing, they're gonna have to do it themselves.
Yeah.
Like, you're at home, you've got the games, you got to figure this thing out, man. And
it's really unfortunate, though. Being at home doesn't matter. Like they're 16 and 15 at home.
On the
doesn't matter.
Bright side, aren't they like 4 or 5 games, or maybe 6 games over 500 with under Doug Christie?
I don't remember. I think you said that the other day. I don't remember.
So,
all right. I guess
don't know.
maybe the glass is half full. I don't know.
For straws. I don't know,
man. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll look around the rest of the NBA. Talk a little NCAA as well. I think my partner's going to be talking a lot of NCAA over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, man. Yeah, a little bit here and there. Yeah.
And the NFL signing, I don't think we expected. Or did we? I don't know. We'll talk about it. We're thrilled that you're here with us. It's Steeler and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Who Jay fighting? Who was that? Oh.
Is that his WrestleMania opponent?
Yeah, it's a title match. Oh, yeah. Yeet's over. Yeet is over.
You can put the belt on Jay, but take it off after a month.
Hey, they responding to him though. Man. It's like the yes movement.
Used to respond to Zack Ryder too.
No. Yeah, Jay's not Zack Ryder though.
What, Michael Cole? What'd you just say?
Oh, that's funny. He said I eat every week. That's funny. I like having wrestling on in the background. That's fun. I hope so. I'd like for us to be there.
Yeah, Russ, I keep saying yes, but I don't have the ticket in my hand yet, so.
Yeah, I'd like for us all to
trying to make that move.
Stephen Brown, you wild, bro. Bro is over.
My boy Austin Theory.
Guy.
Wow. He's funny though. He is funny.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, John and The Rock got to be in Sacramento, yeah?
Yeah, it's the one right before WrestleMania. You have to.
Yeah.
Because, like, that's the number one show now, right? It's not SmackDown.
I think it's Raw, yeah. I think it's Raw.
Yeah, because otherwise you just have them show up on SmackDown, which I guess
Yeah,
works
which you
too,
can't
but-
do, which they never do that on Fridays because the Friday of WrestleMania, because they're already there.
Oh, yeah.
They're already in
that's
Vegas.
just
like a clip show.
Yeah.
And they got the Hall of Fame and that's just me, Oos. Yeah, Wilson, you're right. Follow the money, baby. Follow the money. Kings and the Grizzlies tonight at the Golden One Center, kicking off a 7-game homestand. Timberwolves have won 8 straight. Still not doing it.
Not believing?
Mm-mm.
What do you mean, like, not believing, though? Like, they're not going to get out of the play-in, or? 'Cause I don't think anyone's going to call them title contenders or contenders to get out the West. I don't think there's a point they could reach where I'm like, oh, yeah.
Yeah, getting out of the play-in it's whatever. Like, that's whatever. That's, I mean, they win one game and be in the playoff. Like,
Can they beat
I'll
Houston
say
if
I
they're the
don't
2
think
seed?
I don't think they'll win a series.
You don't think they can beat Houston if they're the 7 and Houston is the 2?
They can.
You wouldn't pick them, though?
I would pick Houston. I mean, I'd pick Minnesota.
I think that's the one where I'd probably lean Minnesota.
What if
too.
it was Denver?
I think I might pick.
I'd go Denver.
Well, hold on. You hate Denver. What would you do?
I think I'd still go Denver, but Denver's kind of scaring me right now.
What if it was Memphis?
I'd probably pick Memphis. But Minnesota.
What if it was the Lakers?
I'd pick the Lakers.
Okay.
I'd pick the Lakers. Minnesota.
Hey, okay.
There's about 2 or 3 teams they could beat in the playoffs. The Ant is stepping up his
Houston
game.
might be one of them. Maybe Memphis.
I think Denver's one of
Well,
them.
I know you hate Denver.
Well, no, but I do think they got
I got one
something
for you.
on Denver.
What if it was the Warriors? Warriors ain't that far away. Could they beat the Warriors if the Warriors were the 2 seed?
2 seed
I'd pick the
Warriors,
Warriors.
Disgusting.
I'd pick the
Yeah,
Warriors.
I'd take the Warriors too. I think the only team the Timberwolves
Warriors
can
are
actually get in the
title
first round is
contenders, man.
the Rockets.
I think they can get Denver.
I don't care if they get Denver. They're not getting the Warriors. I don't think they'll get the Lakers. I don't think they'll get Denver. I'm just not buying this. It's just too much. It's too much okie doke with them.
It is, but maybe they figured it out. Like I said, and
banana in the tailpipe.
And stepped his game up.
Banana in the tailpipe.
Julius Randle was out for a while when they were struggling a lot.
But when he first got there, they weren't good either, and everybody was killing. Well, first they were fine. They fell off a little bit. Then he got hurt.
Yeah, and there was an adjustment time, like trying to figure. And since he's been back, I don't know what happened there, but I mean they've been cooking. They've been cooking, and like I said, it stepped his game up. I think they when they're
do they go as Ant go, or do they go as Julius go?
I think as Ant goes.
I'd take the others. I think Ant's going to show up, but you're going to need Rudy and Julius to really do something for them to have any chance in the playoffs.
When they're right, I do think they're a problem for anyone, because you got a guy in Julius Randle who can give you 20. You have McDaniels. You've got Naz Reid. You've got DiVincenzo coming off the bench. Obviously, you got Ant. Rudy Gobert, who I'm not a big fan of his, but
you don't say.
But he's still serviceable for some amount of time out there. Not in the fourth quarter, but for some amount of time, he can give you something.
Yeah.
They're sneaky. They're sneaky. I wouldn't put it past them to win around in the playoffs, no matter who they play against, because you got one of them guys.
Ant-Man. I'm choking on water. Don't mind. It's fine. I'm dead. How did D'Lo die? He choked on water in the middle of the show.
What's more likely to happen?
Kenny eats snacks for 6 hours straight, but D'Lo dies on water.
What's more likely to happen? The Timberwolves win the first round, or the Kings get one win in the first round?
Like one game win?
Yeah, Kings get one
Kings get one game win.
Timberwolves get 4.
The Kings get one win.
Yeah.
If they get into the playoffs.
Hold on, that means they got to the playoffs, though.
Yeah, if they get to the playoffs, they did something right.
Am I reading too much into the question? Is the question the Kings winning multiple play-in games?
No,
to get
I'm just asking if the Kings get to the playoffs, so they get one win against the Thunder.
I think they can get a win against the Thunder. Sure. I think they can get a win against the Thunder. I actually think Minnesota could get Houston.
I don't know what to think about Houston. I don't know who they're head of this.
I don't know what to think about. I don't know what to think about Memphis or Houston.
They're not ready. Houston,
like in a playoff,
I could
setting, not tonight. I think very highly of Memphis tonight.
Yeah, great team, great true champions.
Yeah, true champions.
Houston, no disrespect to them, but anybody they play, I'm picking the other team to win the series.
Houston, go ahead and make that big move in the offseason, and then we'll check back with you next year, I think.
Yeah. This was a good season, good step. You get some clarity on who you got and who you need to move. But yeah, you'll be out in the first round, and then you make that next big move.
Go ahead and do that Jabari Smith or Kevin Durant trade.
Yeah, I was gonna say let's go hypothetical. 2 seed. Stay hypothetical. You lose to Minnesota, who's playing really well. It's a 7, but you're a 7 that's likely going to be separated by, right now, it's 3.5 games. I don't think it's going to change much over the next 2 weeks. And I don't think it's going to be much more. Maybe it's a little bit less. Mm-hmm. So it's not like, oh, the 7 seed beat you. You run it back if you're Houston, or do you make a gamble?
You ready to make a move?
Yeah, I think after this year, you know exactly like where you need to go.
Is the move Kevin Durant?
Something like that. I think not exactly KD, but something like that.
They got, and the thing that I've always said about them is they can make a move like that and still
be good
stuff left over. Mm-hmm. To make it. Say Kevin Durant doesn't work. All right, cool. Well, next offseason, we gonna make another move for
it's
somebody.
Not the Kings thing where it's like, this is your last move.
Yeah,
you don't have nothing else.
They got about 3 moves they can make.
I think we used to ask this about the Kings. Do the Rockets need to trade for someone better than Jalen Green or Sengun to get to where they need to go?
I think so. Like a true certified number 1.
Yeah, someone better than those guys. Or can those guys lead them? Then you trade for a 3.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think you need. I think these guys have taken you as far as you can go.
Mm-hmm.
Being a team that's almost 20 games over 500 in the regular season. a good seed in the playoffs. I don't think they'll win a series this year, but maybe as they get older, maybe they can win a round or two in the playoffs. But to get over that hump, I think they need somebody just as, if not more, dynamic. Maybe they're hoping Jabari Smith could be that guy. Maybe. Well, maybe they're just waiting for Amen to ascend.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Yeah, I mean, like the star is there. You see that. But like if you could take advantage of because he's still ascending.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt he's that next year.
Right.
I think he ascends next year for sure, but like I don't know if he's the player that I think a lot of us think that he is. I don't know that he's that next year.
No, fair.
And like if you have an opportunity or you feel like you have an opportunity, and it might feel different too. Like if you get run out by, we'll stick with Minnesota. If you get run out by Minnesota 4-1 or 4-0, maybe you don't feel like you're Kevin Durant away or go extreme Devin Booker away. Maybe you don't feel that. Maybe it becomes maybe that's something you do if you win a playoff series and you're like, hey man, we might be able to get one.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go make that move. But I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe, that's an outsider evaluating their talent rather than what that front office, I'm sure, is thinking.
And I always talk about Amen and what I think he's going to be, what he could be. There's no guarantee, because the thing with him is, if he gets that jumper going, if he can create off the bounce, hit the jumper, hit the three ball, and all this other stuff, then it's going to go to another level. There's no guarantee that ever happens, like to the degree that we're talking about. No shade or nothing like that, but that's what we felt with De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox became a better 3-point shooter, but he was never like knocked down.
Killer.
Yeah. And sometimes like it can improve, but it doesn't get to the level that we all are thinking. So it's not a foregone conclusion that that's where a man gets to, but he's got everything else, it feels like.
We mentioned this earlier. The Suns got roughed up by the LeBron-less Lakers. Shout out to LeBron. Hope he enjoyed Sacramento. KC called that one. KC, the weatherman and the LeBron James expert. KC sniffed that one out.
Was that like Tuesday?
Several days ago.
I said, wait a minute.
Did you do the Rick Ross show up to the game and then get out of there right after?
I'd imagine that's what he did. Yeah.
Or did because we're talking about him hanging out in Sacramento?
No, I imagine he showed up for the game and immediately left. Like he showed up
left
immediately and then left.
He got the plane at like 3:30 p.m.
Yeah, right. Exactly.
Got here, got to the Golden One Center. Maybe they just got a room just to get a room, right? Like just so I have somewhere to put my bags. They probably don't even need that. Just keep it in the Sprinter. And flew back home that night. Maybe they stayed in the Sawyer. Because that was like a 11 o'clock end to that night. 10:30, 11 o'clock end.
Yeah, I'm sure he flew home. I don't know. Yeah. But you called it.
Yeah.
I gleefully read the Chris Haynes tweet that said LeBron James would be in Sacramento.
Bron was in the building, man. And Sierra Canyon got that championship, man. Salute to Bryce and Sierra Canyon. Yeah, big ups. And on Saturday I was there. I saw a girl Carrie and fake Jokic.
Oh yeah.
They were in the building, man, and saw one of the great performances.
I'm not going to call that man fake Jokic.
No, I
didn't.
Is a big I saw him. I didn't call him. I said, "What's up, my guy? How you doing, big?"
He is a big ass human being.
That's my man. But he's
looks stunningly like Nikola Jokic.
He does, but he's a basketball head, man. Like,
yeah.
He be on all the basketball.
So they were at the state championships?
Yeah, on Saturday. And shout out to Roosevelt. Shout out to Braden Burris. What a performance. What a performance. 44-12 in the state championship game. One of the great performances I ever seen in one of those games. Just like I said, I tweeted, I saw a pro last night. This guy, he might be lottery. I saw a pro last night. So he was fantastic. Air horns for Jesuit winning a state title. Wow. Part of me was like, Man, Jesuit. I ain't never root for Jesuit. Never. Like that was rival. That
What
was
they do? Oh,
that was rival. That was
okay.
rival. Always
All
been
right.
rival.
All right.
But I feel like Dion at this point. I feel like Prime.
Okay.
Because remember Prime went to Florida State, but he was like, "Yeah, Devin Hester, my boy. I've been working with Devin in the summer. That's the you." And people were like, "Yo, what you doing, Prime? What you?" Like, man, it's Florida, baby. It's Florida. That's how I feel, man. Shout out to Jesuit. This is Sacramento, man. Shout out to Jesuit. This is Sacramento. Won that state championship, man. Big ups to my guys over there.
You see these as the same thing.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Deion Sanders and Kenny Caraway.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's Sacramento. It's Sacramento, baby.
Hey,
you know what
Kenny
I'm saying?
shout out Jesuit. Hey, did you see the controversy though when it first happened?
What?
When you shouted out Jesuit, it's like, oh my gosh, I can't believe he's doing it. Now it's just like you said, now he's Sacramento. It's big, same as Deion Sanders. Big deal.
Did you see El Camino link the deal with Malik in the peak?
No, I didn't know nothing about El Camino with that. What they do? What happened?
They inked the deal with
The
Peak.
high school?
Yes.
Oh, so
I kept looking
they're
at
sponsored by Pete.
Yeah, I kept looking at this like, is this a different El Camino?
So they gonna wear the Malik Monk shoes.
This is the one I went to? Yeah.
Big ups to them.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Sean Cunningham did a story on it the other day.
I saw he was on Saturday.
Wow.
He had a press conference or something like that.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that he got affiliated with El Camino. Shout out.
I
to
kept thinking that there's a different El Camino here. I just don't know. Where is it in South Sacramento? Where is it? No, it's El Camino Avenue, the one I went to.
Big ups, man.
Let your boy get some gear. Let the alumni get some gear here. What are we doing?
I'll get you a hoodie, man.
Let's get Dan in here. 916-909-1320. What's up, Dan?
Oh, hey, fellas. Thanks for taking the call. Yeah, you guys asked a loaded question on St. Patty's Day when you asked if Kings fans are mad at this team. I'm drinking all kinds of Guinness and
there you go. Okay. Hey, there you go.
Yeah, so yes, I'm mad at the Kings, and here's why. In the NBA, you can be old and good. You can be young and good. You can be young and bad. But what you can't be is old and bad. And somehow the Kings are old and bad right now, and we're locked into that for 2 more years because of the Zach LaVine trade. And we don't even have a first-round draft pick, so there's no hope coming there. So we're basically just locked into a bad team for the next, 2 years. And we can't even start rebuilding for 3 years. So, yeah, I'm kind of pissed off I wasn't born in L.A. or San Diego or San Antonio right now. So, yeah, Kings fans are mad. Happy St. Patty's Day.
Dan, real quick, Dan. I don't want Dan. Don't do this. Don't do this. Dan. I want to ask you something. In the Fox situation, what would you have done? Like, I know you're mad that they got Zach LaVine or whatever, and you could say ask for Stephen Castle. You weren't getting Stephen Castle. Like, what would you have done in that situation?
I called a couple months ago and I said I would have waited till the summertime because I don't want to trade. I don't want to trade a player when there's only one team bidding on him. You can't get max value that way. The fact that the Bulls got off Zach LaVine and got a first-round draft pick in that trade, that basically the Bulls won that trade. San Antonio got a top 20, 25 player without giving up any of their valuable assets. So San Antonio won that trade. Well, there's only a third team in that trade. That's Sacramento. We obviously lost that trade. And so it's like you didn't get enough value. You got this Zach LaVine contract that they couldn't get off of for 2 years. Now it's your problem. And it's just going to prevent you from rebuilding for the next 2 years. So, yeah.
Okay. All right, Dan. And happy St. Patrick's Day to you.
Stefan or Steven?
Stefan.
Have I been? Oh,
Stefan.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
He said Steven.
Oh, I thought you did.
You did.
I did.
Yeah. I was like, have I been saying this wrong this whole time?
Yes,
How come nobody corrected me?
I don't know
We
why
just say
said
whatever
that.
on the show.
I always call him
guess.
Stefan. I don't know why I said Steven.
Yeah, I didn't either. I was like, oh,
Stephen Castle,
somebody
real
else?
person?
Sounds like a Patriot. Stephen Castle of the New England Patriots.
The thing I always go back to like that, and Fox reiterated in one of his many articles since then, he's like, I only wanted to go to San Antonio. So if it's out there that he only wanted to go to San Antonio, in theory, yes, you could just incorporate other teams, but who's giving you anything of substance for a De'Aaron Fox that doesn't want to stay there? De'Aaron Fox isn't Kawhi Leonard. It's not like, well, hey, I know he said he don't want to stay here, but I'm going to take this 1 year rental because he can get us over the top.
Yeah.
Like, is Atlanta going to say, oh, we're going to give you Jalen Johnson for 1 year of Fox, even though we know he's going to leave as a free? Anything could happen. I just find it hard. Like your leverage was stunted in that situation.
No one I think with the situation with Kawhi, maybe even to a certain degree the situation with Paul George as well, the Oklahoma City, the LA to Oklahoma City thing, or I'm sorry, Indiana to Oklahoma City thing. Those are two players at the time. Please take yourself back. That
those are MVP candidates.
Yeah, like we land this player, we could win a championship. Like this player can put us over the top. We can win a championship with this roster. If we remove DeMar DeRozan and add Kawhi Leonard, we could win a championship. We remove, we add Paul George to this group with Russell Westbrook. We could make some noise. It's not shade, hate, sour grape. Like, I don't know that anyone felt that way about De'Aaron or feels that way about De'Aaron. Not that trade inquiries weren't made. I'm sure that they were. I'm sure there were a variety of teams that asked about De'Aaron Fox. I'm sure there were some that may have been willing to do the 1 year gamble, but their return would have been for a 1 year gamble. You had one team that you could negotiate with in good faith, and it was San Antonio. The part I just don't know is what would San Antonio have done if Chicago wasn't involved? How valuable was De'Aaron Fox to San Antonio? We'll never know the answer to that. Mm-hmm. I'm of the belief that Sacramento zeroed in on Zach LaVine when De'Aaron, when whatever happened. Mm-hmm. And I think they zeroed in on De'Aaron. I'm sorry. I think they zeroed in on Chicago and Zach LaVine and went from there. Maybe they had a conversation about what a deal with just San Antonio would look like, and they determined that that's not appealing for what we're trying to do right now and went the Chicago route. But, we say this all, you could do whatever you want to with the trade machine. It doesn't mean.
Do you think the Kings left that deal feeling happy about their return? Getting Zach back?
Yes.
I do.
Someone did. Yeah. I don't know if everyone did, but someone did. Yeah.
And then on the Spurs side, if I'm the Spurs, why would I give you anything? Like you're talking about the trade deadline. This is what I'm offering for De'Aaron Fox. You could take it or leave it. We're not in a rush to win this year. We're in talks with his agent and everybody. He wants to come here, so he'll come here this summer or his offseason.
Yeah, but his agent wants to get that deal done.
He does because it gets the
money.
The money.
Yeah, everybody benefits from the money.
Yep.
And what we don't know is if there's a we just talked about Houston, right? And like Houston doesn't have a deal to make. Houston might have 2 or 3 to improve their basketball team. They have multiple deals that they can make between, their young assets, their draft picks, their financial space. Everything that they have screams multiple deals that they could make to become a true championship contender. How does San Antonio feel about their equity? How does San Antonio feel about their draft capital, their young guys, how do they feel about the group that they have, and do they feel like they have multiple moves? Because if they feel like they had, I have to imagine San Antonio is another team that has multiple moves that they can make. If De'Aaron is one move that they can make, where would he rank on? Well, we did think about name a player. We have thought about name another player. So you have 3 players right there, De'Aaron and the other 2. Where does De'Aaron rank in those 3? Because that would influence the way the conversations went with Sacramento. Agents have far more pull in this than most people want to realize. Rich wants to get his client to the place he's going to re-sign. That's San Antonio. San Antonio wants to work with Rich and Clutch for a variety of different reasons. And so it's, how can we execute this? Rich might have been the one who said, Zach LaVine would fit here. Now, he might have. It wouldn't matter. Yeah, but we know there are people in Sacramento who's like Zach LaVine for years. So it could have been a gentle nudge or just a mention, but it benefited, in this case, everybody. San Antonio could hold on to Mark. San Antonio really didn't trade anything to land De'Aaron Fox. And Chicago could move off of Zach LaVine's contract. Kings get, second rounders, a first rounder, all of this stuff. And it's like, all right, we said it at the time. I'll say it again today. They're 33 and 33. Does anyone think it's different if De'Aaron's here? And my answer is no. I don't think it's different. You could be frustrated with the way Zach LaVine is playing right now. I completely understand. How many times have we been frustrated with the way De'Aaron Fox is playing? How many times has it felt like De'Aaron Fox has disappeared for stretches of games? A lot. So it's a wash. It's like, I feel like we're living the same thing. I feel like we're living through the same exact thing. And that's just where we're at.
And shout out to Dan too. Like, people were like, I would have done this and that or whatever. And I don't know necessarily what perspective you're talking from, but if you're talking from Monty McNair's perspective, if your boss is telling you, you either make the playoffs or you're fired. Like, you don't have like, oh, I'm gonna just wait till the summer. You ain't gonna be here. You're gonna be unemployed. So we don't know if that's the case. If you're looking at it from the Vivek Ranadive aspect, he might be like Matt Ispria. I'm not here to rebuild. Like, figure this thing out. I just went to the playoffs 2 years ago. I like that feeling. Like, figure out how to get me back to that. While everybody around is looking like, no, you got to rebuild. And I'm not even saying anybody's wrong for that. This guy just went to the playoffs. So I'm trying to get back to the playoffs. Let's figure out a way to do that. I'm not here for no rebuild. So it's never just as simple as I would have done this. Yes, in a perfect world, if you have full autonomy to do whatever, maybe that works. But there's agents you got to answer to. There's ownership. There's coaching staff, all this other stuff that you got to account for. And I just don't always think it's that easy to just say I would have done this or that in situations like that.
Yeah. We'll come back. We'll talk more Kings basketball, more NBA basketball. Maybe we'll even talk a little NCAA basketball. We got James Ham coming up at 3:00. We got Kings basketball tonight at the Golden One Center. Steelam and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky is the limit at Sky River Casino. What are you eating?
Chocolate bar.
Okay. Oh, you're eating one of those. Okay. You know what shoe I want another one of that I don't think I'm gonna ever be able to get is them what do they call Prestos?
Yeah. Why not?
She doesn't have any. She hasn't for like
off-white variety.
Yeah.
Not just Prestos in general.
Well, do they have a regular one?
Yeah, Prestos are a regular shoe. I love
Oh,
those
I don't
shoes.
think I knew that. Because you have the off-white black ones, right?
I got the regular, just some regular red and white ones.
Oh, okay.
I love the Presto.
I love that shoe. Like it is the perfect like spring summer shoe.
It's a great shoe.
And I was kind of looking at it like,
That's crazy. We don't even know they sell it for regular people too.
You got that. You got that.
Oh, they sell it to you too?
No,
you can buy it too.
Don't do that.
Wait, you can buy this?
Crazy,
Don't
bro.
do
He had no
that.
idea. He just went straight to the top tier. Wow. Ooh. I mean, I'm just saying. I'm just, yeah, I know.
No, come on, man. Don't turn on me, Coach JT. What I meant was, no, man. You guys are assholes. You guys are assholes. That's not what I meant. What I meant was the shoe that they have a non-off-white version. I thought it was an off-white shoe. I've never seen that.
You only spend and shop around those kind of parts. Like, yeah, no, they have regular stuff for us too. We get to hang out too.
No, they walked into that one. He walked into.
You guys are assholes, dude.
Dave said, "Wait, you can buy it too."
That's not what I said. You guys are whatever, man.
Oh man,
you guys suck.
See,
That's not
you know
what I
what?
meant.
You know what's always kind of funny, and it's kind of whatever. Like I understand is when people get us mixed up. He says, "I got the off-white Prestos." I feel you, KC.
Take a lap test, though.
Oh, here's see these look a little. These look a little like.
Coach JT.
They look a little like
Let me
nurses'
see.
shoes.
No, what you talking about?
Coach
looking at
JT
the
got
white
his from
ones.
Foot Locker. Have you ever been to a Foot Locker before?
No.
Have you been to Foot Locker before?
Yes. Oh no, everybody's funny. Yes, I've been to Foot Locker.
That was the richest break ever. Like that was crazy.
Yeah, but Dame Loki dissed us all like in just one sentence.
That's not what
He
happened.
talked to us like he was John Cena.
Facts.
That's not what happened. Man.
Now look, obviously,
God bless.
They're different because it's off-white. It's like off-white. Jordans, you know what I mean?
It's a completely different shoe. It's not the same. I'm looking at each of them right now. It's not the same.
Well, they don't have that padding over.
Yeah, that's but that adds a bunch of definition to it. Like I think I can get the white one on Amazon, but it looks like a nurse's shoe.
Nurse might wear those shoes, but
the off-white version looks like a completely different shoe.
It does.
Completely different price point too.
Yeah.
You let us know.
Oh man, yeah. I guess these are just not in my future ever again.
Would you wash those shoes?
I've thought about that, and so I've thought about that in these Travises that I have on because of that material, and knowing like I can get help getting another pair of these, not for one of these crazy prices. I don't think I can get it. I don't think I can get those off-white ones ever again, or maybe ever. It doesn't appear I'll ever be able to get them again. So I don't know that I'd wash them. I might scrub them by hand, but I don't know that I'd wash them.
Some of the washing stuff actually works. Actually,
you put it in like the little bag. And...
I've never done it with any of the off whites, but I've done it for regular shoes, and I'm like, damn, that actually looks great. That looks phenomenal. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to.
Hold on, bro. Like, what are you talking about? They got them for $800 right here. What size you wear?
10.5.
It's
and
even
cheaper. I'm not paying. No, I'm not paying
$800
$800 off.
Are you gonna buy them for Dame? Or?
I'm not gonna pay $800 off of GOAT to get them. Those are your websites.
That's where you can find them.
That's not where I get them from, and you know that.
Well, I know, but I'm saying if you're saying they're nowhere
I'm not
to be,
doing
you can
that.
find them.
No, I can't get them from the person who helps me get them for non-$800.
They're there.
Okay, when my birthday's coming up.
Yeah, they're just so really near. Just buy them for Dame, Mr. Big Time.
Why don't you get me and Jesse a pair?
Yeah, Mr. Big Time. They were just $800 over here on this website. Wow.
I was,
the tables turned.
Funny thing you say, I was thinking about reing up mine, because I got the black and white joints.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Yeah.
These are $2,000.
Yours are $2,000? Man, and I got expensive taste.
Well,
mine are a measly $800, which I did not pay $800 for my
Casey didn't
shoes.
even directly say no. He's like, yeah, it's $2,000. I got to think about it. You got to think about it.
Not the most I've ever spent for a shoe is going up every time.
No, go ahead, tell us. What's the most you ever spent?
What is the most I ever spent? It was about 5.
Okay.
And these weren't even off whites.
Okay.
$5 million. That's insane.
5,000.
Wow.
What was the shoe?
It was the Spider-Man Jordan 1s. And like my guy, it was one of the things, couldn't find him nowhere, but I really wanted the shoe. At the time, Reese had him. He was like not a baby, but he was like 3 or 4, and I wanted him too. And I was searching all around, I couldn't find him, and I broke down and I got him from what's the place that used to be downtown that they got looted really bad when they.
I don't remember. I don't remember.
I got him from there, man, and I said, I'm really about to do this, but at the time, it's like this was his first pair of Jordans. I wanted to match him, so I was like, all right, man.
That's sweet.
But yeah, a couple times, like some of the off whites. Shout out to my guy. He was just like, hey, do you want a pair? I'm gonna give them to you, but I can get them for retail.
Mm-hmm.
Bet. Did it. So
I don't even wear the most expensive one I bought very often or ever. I really don't wear it ever.
What's that?
The one I got for Kyle's wedding.
Oh, well. Yeah, let me see how much those are.
Well, no.
Yeah, look those up real quick.
No.
I'm very curious.
Wasn't that? But it even with a comfortable discount, like no, stop.
Nah, tell the full price. I want to know the full price.
Stop.
Is Dame wearing my
That's
rent
not
on his
full
feet?
price. No.
I don't want to know what Dame paid for.
No.
I don't know what Dame
The
paid for.
next words that are coming out of his mouth are a lie. This is not a full price that he is about to give you. This is an aftermarket price.
Yes,
he is about to give you.
I would like to know
when
Dame could sell his shoes for right now.
All right. So
this
if
is
he,
not
speechless. If he wanted a new pair, he can get a new pair for $7,500.
Wow, 75, huh?
Now, if he wanted to sell his pair, the last sale went for 12 racks.
And you got me turning heel on this guy for $2,000 shoes. Meanwhile, you got $12,000 on your feet.
He got $12,000.
That's not true. Nothing that he just said.
Hey, that's crazy. Hey, Chad, you see that? Dame's putting $12,000 to concrete sometimes.
Not true. No, that's all a fabrication. Absolute. I've always my line has always been the same. I am nobody. I'm just fortunate enough to know people in various walks of life.
I don't know, brother. You're walking around with the price of 2 starter cars on your feet. You got 2 2007 Hondas on your feet, brother.
Not real.
Oh man.
Not real.
Just trying to live.
Not real.
Just trying to live. That's all I'm trying to do out here, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm just out here bargain shopping with the tailwind.
You just turned your nose up at buying $800 shoes.
I didn't turn my nose up.
Oh, you could get them for $800. I'm not buying $800 shoes.
I'm saying if I had your bank account, I could get it for $800.
All right, man. Your boy's broke. That's backyard project. Beat my ass. It's over. I'm gonna be shopping on Amazon in the TikTok shop.
Yeah, shopping on Amazon from your vacation spot in your backyard. I'm gonna be like D'Lo one day.
You know what I mean? Look, hey, and me, I'm like I said, pants from Fashion Nova, shirt from H&M.
Let's reach this.
Well, you know what I'm gonna be doing? I'm gonna be buying mismatched clothes from Fashion Nova also. Stuff that you can't actually put in the washer. You have to spot clean because it might fall apart. He always talks about his Fashion Nova clothes. He's never worn more than once.
I wear my Fashion Nova stuff all the time.
I don't think that's true. I think you put it in the washer and you just go to put it in the dryer and it's gone.
Shout out to my people over at Fashion Nova, man.
All right, man.
Remember when you was doing random ads for insoles?
Yeah, move soles. Yeah, I got my insoles on today. My everyday joints.
Is that why you're taller?
I don't know. I feel the same height. I don't know.
Don't do that to him.
I don't know.
Oh, goodness gracious. NCAA tournament is set for both the men and the women. Real quick, you got work ahead? Is that official?
I do next Thursday.
Okay.
Be on CBS 13. Then we got to see what happens after because I actually came across something. I got to talk to my man Jake. But yeah, I'll be on there. I know my man Coach Katz is going to be on CBS 13 a lot.
Very good.
And yeah, it's that time of year. It's that time of year, baby. March Madness. I will say this. That it was always like the time of year for me. You know, one of the time of year. Like March Madness, unbelievable. Can't wait to see the brackets. I haven't even printed out a bracket yet. Like this year, it's like I'll get to it when I get to it. And this was actually this wasn't like last year. Like I thought last year for men's college basketball was like bad. That wasn't even the case this year. It was a good year for men's basketball. But yeah, I don't know. The SEC got 14 teams in the tournament. That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
I think the old record was 11 from like the ACC or something like that, like 10 years ago. 14 teams is kind of, I don't know if Georgia needed to make the tournament. Like, could have found somebody else out there.
Do you want to weigh in on the North Carolina controversy?
So I saw some of it. Are people outraged that they got in?
Yeah. So I thought the committee chair did a hell of a job of explaining it on the selection show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, people seem to be. Yeah, there seemed to be a good and I'm talking like I don't know how many people like me. Like I wasn't outraged when I saw it. I knew they were. I could call them a bubble team. I knew it was close.
Yeah.
So when they called him, it was like, oh, okay. I wasn't of the mindset. Oh, West Virginia got robbed. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, man. I'm not going to participate in those conversations. But I've read, like bracketologists, like 111 had West Virginia in, only 27 had North Carolina in. So, like, I get that it was a discussion that people were split on, but I thought the way that they explained it was like, okay, like I get it. It sounded like it was kind of a last minute vote type thing. Like, all right, I get it.
I thought going into Champ Week, the story around North Carolina was if they could get one win in the ACC tournament, that should get them in. I think I could pull it up because I lost track of. I think they got 2 wins in the ACC tournament. So after they got the second win, my mind was already like, oh yeah, they're in. Like they did what they had to do. So I didn't look at it as they shouldn't have been in. I thought they should have been in. Like it's fine. Like I know West Virginia and all this other stuff, but I thought North Carolina did enough to get into the tournament. And as opposed from taking out Yeah, they won 2 games in the tournament. It'd be Notre Dame and Wake Forest. As opposed to like saying North Carolina should be out. Like I said, I don't know why I keep picking on these guys, but Georgia didn't need to be in. Put West Virginia. You don't need 14 teams from the SEC. Like that, I don't know who the last team was to get in. I keep picking on Georgia. Maybe they weren't. But the last team from the SEC, get them out and put West Virginia in.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. I didn't understand why they felt the need to have 14. I mean, Auburn was the number 1 overall seed, so maybe you're working a little too hard to hype the conference. Maybe you're working a little too hard to hype your number 1 seed.
Yeah,
that felt excessive.
A lot of people believe that it was a concerted effort by ESPN to hype the SEC all year long and then get all these teams in. Only 2 teams didn't make it. Sorry to our guy, Coach David Patrick, LSU and South Carolina.
They didn't, yeah.
Those were only 2 teams. Now I'm looking, like I said, Georgia, like I said, I keep picking on them, but you could say Oklahoma and Texas didn't deserve to be in.
Okay.
Vandy's questionable as well. Like you could have took out any 2 of those Final 4, Georgia, Vandy, Oklahoma, and Texas, and put a West Virginia in or something like that. And it would have been perfectly fine. Now, obviously, you have Texas, right? You've got Oklahoma. So they're actually below in the standings below Georgia and Vanderbilt. That's Texas and Oklahoma. Like, yeah, if there's a tie, both of those guys are getting in. You know, when you talk about prestige, and I know a lot of that is football, but it's still the University of Texas. They're going to travel. They got fans and everybody all across the country. So that may come into play a little bit too. But, you know, it was just one of those things. Like I said, I watched the show with I didn't watch the CBS show because I was out doing some things, but I watched the bracketology with Billis and Jay Will and then Seth Greenberg. And
the Dukies went a little over the top with the North Carolina criticism too.
Oh,
it was a little. It was like
they thought they got him out the paint.
It's like, bro, we get it. Like, calm down.
They thought they got him out the paint on Friday night. Did you see the end of that game? That was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Don't call it. That was embarrassing. So, yeah, Duke fans thought they got them out of the paint, and UNC still alive. They're going to be on the first 4. So that'll add a little intrigue against San Diego State. They're probably going to lose. I'll pick San Diego State to win that game. And that reminds me, D-Lo KC bracket challenge. We back at it, baby.
All right.
Didn't John Bull win last year?
Did he? I don't know. I just fill out the bracket. You're in charge of these.
KC bracket challenge after you just said 5 minutes ago. He hasn't even touched a bracket or looked at it.
I haven't. I mean, well, I've seen it on TV, but in like the actual paper that I used to print 4 of those the night of the selection committee. And yeah, I haven't printed out any yet. But oh yeah, I'm in there. I've been studying my college basketball all year. I'm much more locked in this year than I was last year.
Okay.
And I'm probably going to win this thing. I'm probably going to win.
Because that's how it works. It's never Jen in HR who wins the office challenge because she just fills it out. Doesn't overthink it.
New Aaron probably down. We probably going to have a bracket challenge here in the office.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
New Aaron down with all that.
I'm sure.
So we'll get that popping. What you think about the women's side of it all? Fair, foul. It seems like nobody was happy.
Yeah, well, of course your girl was going to be pissed. I was pissed. So Duke is essentially the second 2 seed because they're in South Carolina's bracket. And like, it's like, all right, it's whatever. Dawn obviously thought she should have been the 1 seed. I actually don't disagree with her. I think I would have had South Carolina, the number 1 overall seed, versus UCLA.
Yeah. I don't know how UCLA got that. I mean, I know they won the Big Ten championship.
It felt. I mean, they had what were they? 30-2, and I think
they lost the
Dawn was 30-3. I think I still would have given them the nod.
UCLA beat them too, didn't they? Didn't they beat South Carolina?
Oh, did they?
Yeah.
I don't
think they played in the preseason, and UCLA won. So tie goes to the runner right there, But yeah, they beat them convincingly too, 77-62 earlier in the year. So I don't have a problem with them being the overall 1 seed. And the South Carolinas, Don, and even SC, like, I understand like the whole argument of an overall 1 seed. Like, I get it, but you're still a 1 seed. You're still a 1 seed.
Yeah.
And when it's that close between UCLA and then you've got a game head to head against them that you didn't win, I'm not sure what you could be arguing about if you're South Carolina.
She wants to be mad about something. That's your girl.
Well, SC, what is SC arguing about?
Oh, yeah, SC can shut the hell up. Y'all can be quiet. Like, you were not the top. Stop it. Now, you might be the most intriguing team in the country.
Yeah.
Because of Juju. But sit down. Stop it. I was thrilled to see Duke get a 2 seed. I hated that it was in South Carolina's bracket. But it's not like, I mean, yeah, the easiest bracket might have been UCLA's, but to be the 2 seed, like USC was going to be tough. Who am I leaving out? Was it Texas?
Texas, yeah.
Texas had the number 1 seed. Yeah. That would have been tough also. So, yeah, I guess you've got your nemesis that you've just got to deal with. And I hate I was thinking about this, man. This feels so different than last year. They got to the Sweet 16 last year, and it was like, all right, cool. You got to the Sweet 16. You're building something. I think they were the 7th seed last year. Now they're 2. Now for the first time in her coaching career, now the Sweet 16 doesn't cut it. Like, it's not, you've hit the point now. Winning the ACC, Duke winning the ACC, I think for the first time since 13.
Yeah, I think they said it was like 9 years.
Yeah, first time. I think it was 2000. I think it was 2013. The last time they won it. I think it was 2017. The last time they were in the final. And so, now it's like, okay, you've built, you're back. You won the SEC, you're back. You're a 2 seed now in the NCAA tournament. You're back. There's no more like cute story here.
Right.
And so now every game, not that all games aren't, stomach turning, you want them to win. Now they're like, if you lose here, it's a disappointment. And then you keep going. It's like, oh, you lose here, it's a disappointment. And so it's like now it's got to be South Carolina and Duke, for a spot.
Yeah.
And that's just kind of where we are.
I mean, you mentioned it, but it does feel like Sweet 16 is the floor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
and
you get to the Sweet 16, it's like, okay, you did what you were supposed to do.
Might be a disappointing floor, though.
Maybe.
Because you did it last year as a 7 seed that didn't win the ACC tournament. You've ascended the entire season. You've ascended. You have to. I feel like there's pressure now, I should say, to take that step to the Elite 8 and potentially.
I'm looking at the bracket. The 2 games for them that they could be staring at: North Carolina in the Sweet 16.
Yeah.
South Carolina in the Elite 8.
Yeah.
Oh,
North Carolina
Final Four. You earned it.
Yeah.
If you do.
I mean, they earned that ACC championship. That's North Carolina. That's NC State.
That women's Elite 8 could be crazy. I know some people were upset because
you said you have the bracket in front of you. Where's the Elite 8? Was it?
That's what I'm looking for. It's on ESPN. I can't find the locations, but some people were upset because they kind of stepped on some potential Final Four matchups with how they did the Elite 8. So, for instance, Duke, South Carolina was one.
Women's Elite 8 is in Tampa, by the way.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Thank you.
That was one of them that people were upset with. But Juju against Page can only happen in the Elite 8, putting them in the same bracket the way they did. So I think the Elite 8 is going to be crazy. We even got our guy down at TCU, them in Texas. They can face off in the Elite 8. Elite 8 last year, obviously, that was one of the biggest nights in basketball last year when they had Caitlyn and against Angel, and then followed it up with Paige versus Juju. We could have that same type of night in the women's tournament this year. The thing that the women's tournament has still, even though the men's tournament or men's season was a great season, like they did a lot of great things, the women still have the star
power. Yeah,
it's not, there is not a one outside of Cooper. There's not a one name guy that really resonates.
Outside of Cooper Flag, is Juju the biggest star in the NCAA tournaments?
Yes. Is it blasphemy to say she's bigger than Cooper Flag?
No, it's not blasphemy, but it's probably not accurate. Juju's probably bigger with some of us.
She on State Farm.
Yeah, Cooper's on the Hornets next year. Like Cooper could be like, you have to wrap yourself up in this tournament with Cooper Flag, because like if the Hornets win the lottery, how much are you going to see him next year? Like you're not going to pay as much. If San Antonio wins, you're going to see 82 games on national television, right? But like I think for some of us, Juju is a bigger star.
And for some of us, they're even, because I want to see Cooper. I was
for sure.
I'm very happy that they think he's going to be back for the start of the tournament. I wish the ankle roll would have never happened, because this was he and his star power was going to carry the man. That was must see TV. What is Cooper doing? Because not only is he that guy, but he's performed like that guy. Like he came in with the hype. He has matched the hype. He might win National Player of the Year this year. So he's been fantastic, and this is where the stars are made, in the tournament. And if he's hampered at all, that's a downer a little bit. Like I hope that was a nasty ankle roll. So I can't imagine he's going to be 100%.
Full steam ahead.
All right.
That's what Coach Shire said. It was like, all right, I get that's what you have to say.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know who Cooper's agent is, but he's like, all right, pal. Whatever you say, buddy. Whatever you say.
But I'm definitely looking for. And I think we had it last year. It's going to come back again. We have the women's D-Lo and KC tournament challenge. So both of them are going to be
up. Spoiler alert.
Yeah. Spoiler alert.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
You just pencil me. Just write it in Sharpie now.
I got it.
I'll die on that one if I have to.
I gotta look at the bracket, because I'm trying to. I just gotta look at the bracket.
I just have to look at my mortgage. We'll come back. Stilo and Casey, brought to you by Sky River Casino.
Who'd you like the colors of again? What happened now?
No,
yeah,
Duke,
who's your favorite team again? Your favorite colors?
I'm a big fan of Duke's colors. I said
Something
that.
about Tar Heels?
I didn't say that. I didn't say no such thing. There's no way anybody can prove it. Stilo and KC. James Ham coming up at the top of the hour. We're back to Kings basketball. Kings kickoff a 7-game homestand tonight. Oh, one quick NFL story we're touching on. Stilo and KC, ESPN 1320.
All right. I got a little something here. We about to turn it up with this with these two sideshows, man. We about to turn this up. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Big ups to the Dope Ones. Big ups to Jordan Brand. Happy birthday to my man at the Dope Ones. Big ups to him. And it came out over the weekend that a rematch, tentatively, officially, I don't know, we're still trying to figure it out and nail it down, but a rematch for Tank versus Lamont Roach is in the works, done, whatever, the rumor, I don't know. But it's going down June 21st, I believe, in Las Vegas. And I've said it before. I'll say it again right here. Tank is going to knock that man out in the rematch. I saw another video over the weekend of Lamont Roach watching the highlights of the fight and all this, and he was on playback or something and was narrating, talking about, oh, yeah, I was doing work on the inside. For me, he's just a little too happy with the draw. He's just a little too happy with his performance. And I said before, I know he's a guy that was familiar with Tank. So, he wasn't afraid of him. He had fought him in the amateurs, in the same circles growing up and everything. So he was prepared for Tank, and he had a great game plan, and he fought a great fight. But he's just a little, from my liking, a little too happy with a draw from Tank. I also don't think Tank took the fight seriously. I don't think he was locked in and focused. I think in the rematch, Lamont's gonna be a little too comfortable. He's gonna catch one from Tank, and it's gonna be lights out. And that's the way I see the rematch playing. But I love that they're having a rematch right away. I think it's a great fight. It drew a bunch of attention. So I think this is the best fight for Tank right now. Obviously, it's got a storyline with him almost losing, taking a knee, all this other stuff. So the intrigue is there. I love that they're running it right back. And even though I think Tank is going to knock him out, I say round 5 in the rematch, it could be Roy Jones, Antonio Tarver. Lamont Roach may not be like this great fighter. He's good. He may not be this great fighter, but maybe he just has Tank's number. It could be that. But I think he's about to go to sleep when he faces Tank again in the summer. That's the 13th round. If Rhodes couldn't KO Tank before, he ain't gonna do it this time. Because he landed some really good shots. He landed some real good shots. The best punch of the night was landed by Roach. And if he couldn't knock him out then, he ain't gonna knock him out the second time.
Oh, goodness. What's that? Is that the Steiner kid?
Yeah. He's up next too.
He looks good.
He's dope.
That's Braun Breaker? Yeah, that's it. Okay.
Cole, I'm not a stand for anybody, man. I mean, I'm like Tank, but I mean, he arguably lost that fight before. Should have been called a knockdown when he took the knee. It is what it is. He was lucky to get out of there with a draw. But I do think in the rematch, he knocks him out. Like I said, Lamont Roach a little too happy with the draw. A little too feeling accomplished with a draw. Is Steiner the one that took out what's my man's name? Not Flight, but Speed.
Yeah. Speared through the mat.
He destroyed Speed.
It's crazy that Finn Balor still looks like this. Like he stays in phenomenal shape.
And he has been in the game a while now that you mentioned it.
He has. Okay. I think he's wrestling in Kobe's. No?
Are those booked ones?
Are they?
I think they're high.
There's something on the tongue. Oh, I think you're right. There was something on the tongue. I thought it was the Mamba logo.
Look a little high top. Oh, now we can't even see the shoe. No, I don't care about the belt. I'm trying to see the shoe.
You know what I just noticed? They added the number back to WrestleMania. I don't think the number used to be on the logo. I think they took the number off the logo.
That's a good call.
Braun Breaker and Finn Balor here in action in front of us.
For the IC belt. This is the IC belt, right?
I don't know. I'm just trying to figure out what shoes Finn Balor is wearing.
We should get a good look.
I think you are correct, though, Casey.
Book ones?
They look a little high top. Yeah, I don't know. Now we can never see the shoe.
Maybe
they just showed them nonstop for the last 3 minutes, and as soon as we tried to figure it out what it was, they ain't showed the shoe since.
How old is my man Finn Balor? He looks terrific.
I'll go 30, 35.
I think
no way. No way.
I think those are just regular Jordan 1s.
He's got to be close to 40 or in his 40s.
I think those are just Jordan 1s. Those are a little high top.
Oh, okay. Dom, the real star of the show. Bigger star than his dad's ever been. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Oh, I love this. Dissension in the Judgment Day. Finn Balor, 43 years old.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
43 years old.
As somebody that is close to 43, I can't imagine doing all of this running and jumping and flipping at 43.
Well, just wait till he gets injured like AJ Styles. He's going to come back 30 pounds heavier. AJ and Randy Orton. Break it with the big spear. He just thanked him for the match and gets the dub.
Did he really thank him? You saw it?
Yeah, he said I think you see he tucked his head and said something, and Finn said something back. I assume he said, thanks, bro, or something like that.
Oh, because he's the new champ, huh?
Oh, is he the new champion?
Wait, who?
Oh, there goes Don. I guess it wasn't on the line. They had the belt out there like it was on the line.
I think Steiner's kid has been the champ.
Oh, he is the champ.
Yeah, he is the champ now.
Ah, got you.
What'd you say? Warriors Nuggets tonight?
Yeah, at 6:30.
Warriors Nuggets.
Going KC, your home of Warriors basketball.
Well, you want playoff basketball?
Well,
oh man,
that's a
championship.
championship
Get it to you one
team.
way or another.
Well, look, they may be that, and they may be on a run, but they don't have beam money. They don't have no beam money. And beam money is still here, man. Look, we ain't going nowhere.
Man.
Just like I always said.
She ain't said nothing all day and just jumped in.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
You just got hit with one of them Braun Breaker spears.
Yeah, and I already admitted, like, I'm sore from doing the yard a little bit. We don't have to pile on.
No, she really, you got dissed.
Yeah, no, KC was like, I can't imagine flipping and flying at their age. And Jazz said, you couldn't do the yard at your age.
I was hooping, though. I was hooping.
Hooping.
Like I said, you work out different muscles. But beam money ain't going nowhere. Beam money is here to stay. And I got the lineup ready. Zach LaVine, much maligned as of late.
Yeah.
21 and a half points. I'm going more. It seems like, oh, Zach LaVine, we're down. The guy doesn't shoot, and then he has like 28. You know what I mean? I don't know if that's going to be a win or not, but it feels like that type of thing.
Okay.
We got demon time.
Oh.
Keon Ellis, 2.5 3-pointers made. Give me more. Well, you have to take more on the demon. But yeah, that's a demon. Jalen Wells, Sacramento stand up. You already know the vibes. 3.5 field goals made. Last time he was in Sacramento, he had, I think, 33.
Yeah.
He's going to make more than 3.5 field goals. Domantas Sabonis, 19 rebounds plus assists. I went more. And Keegan Murray, 6.5 3-pointers attempted. I went less.
Keon Ellis hasn't made 3 threes since the Warriors game.
Oh, that was only one game ago.
Oh, it was. Well, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase that. I'm reading it in the wrong direction. I mean,
is it the previous Warriors game?
He didn't hit. No. You're right. He didn't hit any versus Phoenix. He hit 3 versus the Warriors. 1 versus New York, 2 versus the Clippers, 2 versus the
Nuggets.
Spurs.
The Spurs.
The Spurs. Oh, that's right. Yeah, March 7th, the Spurs. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I can't see anything past the Clippers game. I don't remember basketball before the Clippers game.
They look at the Kings. But I think he kicks out of that tonight. I think he has, I say 4 3-pointers tonight from Keon.
Okay.
I'm saying 4, man. So download the Prize Picks app, put in the promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly with your first $5 lineup. You don't have to win or anything like that. Just put in the promo code KIFM. And you get $50 instantly with that first $5 lineup. You must be present in certain states. Go to prizepicks.com for more details. Prize Picks, run your game.
I might go with some of these. I might go with some of these demons.
We going all demon lineup?
I
like the all demon.
I know. It literally has never worked. Not once. I'm just chasing a win. I'm chasing like a couple of bucks. Not fun. Not fun at all. Yeah. All right. I need to look that over. Get a little demon lineup set. Again, Warriors Nuggets tonight coming up at 6:30 for you NBA fans who can't stomach watching the Kings and just want their basketball. I completely understand. We're going to get back to the Sacramento Kings here in just a second. Do want to mention, that's putting it kindly, T. Higgins and Ja'Marr Chase both get deals done with the Cincinnati Bengals. Both have 4-year deals. I don't think the particulars, let me double check, are out. I think all of the fake numbers are out. I don't know that we have any real numbers at all for either of these two contracts, but They're being reported at 161 million and 115 million respectively. His contract is effective now because he was franchised. Ja'Marr, I'm assuming, is a contract extension because he does have 1 year, 21 left.
Because didn't he do all of this a year before?
Right.
He, usually we do it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think it is a contract extension.
Okay. So I mean, you can certainly tear up the last year of your deal. I don't imagine that they did that though, and I'm assuming he's going to have a very, no matter how the money is fudged, like I'm assuming he's going to have a very comfortable average annual value, which is the new big deal to have.
Yeah, and
it used to be guaranteed money. Now it's just like, hey, let's just fake it and see what it looks like.
Right. And I know we talk about having to see, the real numbers, but hasn't it already been reported that based on maybe the guarantees or something like that, or I'm not sure, but it's been reported that Ja'Marr's going to be the highest paid non-quarterback in league history.
Okay.
So,
all right.
Yeah. To do that.
Sorry, Myles Garrett.
Yeah. And I had to read that too.
Enjoyed that title for a week.
Yeah. I got to see
it has to be the average annual value that's the highest.
Yeah. Cause it can't be cause I already thought Myles Garrett is $40 million, right?
Yeah. So the number that I saw, so I think it depends on contract extension versus new 4-year contract. One of them, I think, was either way, he wins. One of them, I think, was an average annual value of 41, and the other one, and this I think was the torn up contract, which is like, this doesn't seem realistic. I think it was an average annual value of 46.
And what was all these numbers are ingrained in my head from Brandon Ayuk. What was it? 35 was Justin Jefferson.
Yeah, I think 35 was the number.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh man. Wow.
I'm trying to find Florio's write-up because did my dumbass save it? No, I feel like Kenny. I should have saved it. I didn't. And Florio posts so damn much. Shout out to Gerald Burrow. This is what he said he wanted, and they did it. They're like, all right, you got it. Hey, San Francisco, pay attention. This is how you get something done. This is how you create a positive environment headed into your training camp.
Well, this was a year long negotiation.
Well, yeah.
Last summer, the Bengals did not do that.
Well, you didn't have to with Ja'Marr. You really didn't, as evidenced by the fact he's entering the final year of his deal now. T, you rolled the dice on that one.
You won.
New money average. No, I'm sorry. Here's the proper number. Ja'Marr Chase, the new money average is 40.25 with the actual value at signing at 36.5. If it were a straight 4-year, $161 million deal, it would have been presented as a 3-year extension with the new money average being 46.4. That was the difference. So the entirety of the contract, counting this year, the average annual value appears to be 36.5, which is still the highest paid wide receiver that tops Justin Jefferson. That can't be the highest paid non-quarterback. I think that still belongs to Myles Garrett.
Got you. Yeah. I mean, I would say he's worth it. I mean, the guy he's for argument's sake, he's a top 3 wide receiver in the game. Ja'Marr Chase.
Yeah.
At least probably top 2, but
yeah, I mean, Justin Jefferson is
who do you think is better, Justin or Ja'Marr?
Justin.
I think Justin.
Yeah, Justin Jefferson is.
No, I don't think clear. If you had
it's Justin.
I feel like if Jesse assigned a debate class and said, okay, you have to make the case for Ja'Marr being a better I feel like I could.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that I'd be like John Cena cutting that promo. I don't know if I'd believe it, but like I think there's like Ja'Marr is like it's a 2-person conversation.
I feel like we're forgetting somebody. Are we forgetting anybody?
You want to throw CD Lamb in there?
No.
Tyreek Hill?
No.
I don't think there's anyone missing that.
I don't think there is. Like right now, Justin Jefferson. I mean, Tyreek certainly was.
Yeah, at one point, but not anymore, I don't think.
Juwan?
Is Tyreek still on the Dolphins?
Yeah.
He was on the beach, I saw on Twitter yesterday.
In Miami?
I don't know where. He was getting lotion on his face by his wife. No, real lotion.
Right.
There's nothing.
Whatever. I hate the Dolphins. Whatever.
It's
like,
whatever,
bad.
dude. Like,
Tyreek Hill quit. We're just gonna run it back with that guy.
All right.
Last season. Wow, last season, Ja'Marr Chase 1708, Justin Jefferson 1533. We got you'll never guess who was third or fourth in yardage. Anybody want to take a guess?
Third or fourth? Well, then no.
Go ahead. I want to see how.
What team is this, or what division?
I'll give you the. I'll damn near give you the team. And it's AFC South.
Okay, it was the way you're talking. Was it someone on Jacksonville?
Yeah, what?
Like the way you're talking.
Yeah, it was on Jacksonville. Who is it?
Oh, is it Brian Thomas? yeah, Brian Thomas.
Brian Thomas was third.
I wouldn't have never said Brian Thomas.
He was third
really
or fourth.
good this year. I didn't think he finished top.
Wait, what was the yardage number?
Yeah.
1282.
That's a significant fall.
That is so far away from the top two.
Who was fourth?
One more guess, guys. This is from the NFC South.
NFC South.
I won't give you the team here because you might get it.
Mike Evans?
No.
He barely got 1,000. Remember
he
that?
did. That was a big moment. Well, how steep is it? Is it 1,200 or is it?
It's 1,200.
I don't know. I don't know who it is.
Drake London.
I wouldn't have guessed.
Receivers fell off.
And Amon-Ra St. Brown is 5. So that's like one of the guys I would be like, oh yeah, he's top 5 or something. And he probably still is. I'm not basing it on yardage. But as far as that stat, I would have thought he was third or something like that. Brian Thomas, that snuck up on me. I was not familiar with his game. Good for him.
Salute. Yeah. Kyle, you check back. What's wrong? Why?
That came out of nowhere. I wasn't prepared for that.
I didn't even know you could do that.
I
thought that was illegal.
I'm saying.
He got cut and then they dropped like an Instagram farewell. And then, yeah.
The wife had done it and everything. We were like, oh, this is the end. It's over. I think it was either her or Kittle's wife. We were like, oh, when he got cut, just rip my heart out, don't you? Oh, man, this is just awful. And then 5 days later, he's back. And I'm happy.
Yeah.
I like my boy Juice. I just didn't. I was like, oh.
I honest to God didn't know that was legal. I thought you like couldn't do that, but that's great. I like Kyrie. I mean, even if it is there's nothing wrong with even if it is something. I think he could still play, but if it is that sentimental type things, do it. Why not?
Yeah, I think you still need him. Whoever that you have in your mind of taking that spot, I don't think they're either there or ready for to take Juice's spot in the offense. So yeah, like
who is it?
I don't know.
Yeah,
I remember
he
got hurt a couple of years ago and was out for 4 games, I think. And they put Garrett Selleck in that spot, and it wasn't Juice. Like it's not the same. You know what's interesting? And this is just like Twitter stuff. They said, what if the Niners took Scatterboo in like the 3rd round? Boy, Scatterboo, I believe in him on the NFL level. I think he's going to be a pretty good, maybe not like an all-pro type player, but I think he's going to be a good player. And what if they turn him into a use check type guy?
That'd be amazing.
Yeah, I'd be all for that. But
That'd be amazing.
That wasn't the only running back news that the 49ers made. Traded Jordan Mason. And my homeboy Brandon, big Niners fan, he hit me up and he was just upset. He was just, oh, what is this front office doing? Idiots. And I said, B, I can't get worked up over the 49ers trading a running back. They literally, since Kyle Shanahan has been here, have gotten people off the couch and had them run for 100 yards. If they feel like they're ready to move on from Jordan Mason and Kyle Madsen, he explained it perfectly on the Insiders about how they have like a tender on him and nobody was going to sign him for that tender. He basically wasn't going to be here after next year. And you could either let him walk for free or put him on a trademark and see if you can get something for him. And they got something for him. They got some picks for him. And I think Jordan Mason is really good. Like, he's going to help the Vikings out. But if there is one thing I am not concerned about at all for the 49ers, it's who the running back is. Because I'm not saying they'll be Christian McCaffrey. He's different. Like, he's 49ers running back on steroids. But everybody else, like if it's a backup guy, oh yeah, he'll be fine. He'll run for when he gets the opportunity, he'll run for 120 yards in a game.
Yeah. It really is kind of fascinating how they do that.
They've done it the entire time. It was Matt Breida, Coleman, Raheem Mostert, Elijah Mitchell, Jordan Mason.
Well, Trey Sermon didn't really.
Well, that's the one.
Well,
as long as they don't draft him in the third round. Those are the ones that didn't work. The Trey Sermon and Davis Price. They were drafted.
That's
like
right.
The
I knew there was one other one. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are the guys who didn't work. But everybody else, like if you get them off the scrap heap, like undrafted or sixth round, oh yeah, these guys going to run for about 1,300 yards. So Garindo's there. I'm sure they're going to draft one as well, like, and maybe not even draft, maybe undrafted free agent, and find the guy that fits what they look for in a running back, and they'll be okay. I mean, they still need Christian McCaffrey to be healthy. You don't want him to be not healthy, but if you could trade it, like Jordan Mason was, I think, undrafted, or he was like super late, like sixth round, and you turned him into 2 draft picks. You know what I mean? And he had great production. So it's okay, B. Sorry. Don't trip. Sorry.
Season's over.
He was upset.
Traded Jordan Mason to the Vikings.
My man was upset. I said, it's fine. It's okay.
He's passionate about his team, man. It's fine. Let my man cook. Boy, this is going to be an interesting draft for you guys.
It is, man. It is. They got, I think somebody was talking about, they got 11 picks, I think, this year. They said they've already started to load up on 2026, where they've got, I think, 3 or 4 comp picks already from like Hufanga, Dre Greenlaw, and I want to say Aaron Banks. They've already got 2026 comp picks for them lined up. You just traded, I think, for 1 or 2 2026 picks in this Jordan Mason thing. So it's just and I get it. I understand it. That era of 49er football with those particular guys it's done. And with the money that you're going to have to start spending for Brock Purdy, you've got to hit the draft in a major way. Like, you've got to have a bunch of opportunity. You got 11 picks. If you can find, what would you say in that one? If you could find 3 starters?
Yeah.
Give you more chances to find 3 starters?
Yeah. I mean, 3 strategically placed starters. You're probably very confident you can get a starting running back anywhere with those 11 picks.
If you can get a starting center out of that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
If you can get a guy on the D line.
Those are hard.
What? No.
Finish your sentence.
Nah.
While I look for my flag.
I don't even know how to. Those are
Go ahead, dude. Just play the game. Play the game.
Those are hard to hit positions.
Not on this show, pal. You're not doing that. It's a flag. Call that roughing the passer, I guess.
That was twofold.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Those are.
It's a kid's show, pal.
The kids are back in school and getting out at 2:00 nowadays.
Those are. You know what I'm trying to say.
Difficult to cash in on positions.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kenny. At least someone can be an adult.
That's even a little. That was a little spotty.
Wow.
Oh man. But yeah, you want to find that. You want to find a center. You want to find a interior defensive lineman. Probably a cornerback. Cornerback. Yeah, and you got 11 picks to do so. And guys that you kind of liked already.
But I think we just named 4 positions.
Yeah.
Right. So okay, maybe it's not hitting on 3, maybe it's hitting on 4. You know, like as you know, and with the unique thing about the 49ers is they might in rounds 4, 5, and 6, they might find 5 guys who can start at a very high level for them.
Yeah.
Right out the gate.
Yeah. So that's and they've got a I don't want to say the perfect storm, but they still have high level veterans. You know what I mean? It's not like the cupboard is bare and they're asking these rookies to come in here. No, you kind of looking for the rookies to kind of help where they can. You still got second year guys that they're going to be second year guys that we like Mustafa, Bernardo Green, Garendo, like those. Bernardo Green, he had to start when Charvarius Ward went out. He did pretty good as a corner. Now you got him as a second year guy. Maybe he's the guy that ends up being a star. Maybe you found 3 starters last year. Thinking off the top of my head, you got Pooney, who's your right guard, right guard. You've got Mustafa, who's probably going to be your starting safety, and Bernardo Green. You know, maybe you found that. Hell, find a starting kicker and everything will be great.
Go blue. Oh no,
no,
go
he
blue?
is. He
no
is.
Go blue.
He is. No,
wow.
he is.
How you
go
guys
blue.
turn on your own so quick?
Go blue.
Wow.
I'm not saying he not go blue. I just don't want him on the team. He's still on the team right now. What are we doing?
Those are both of your teams. You figure it out.
Oh, we about to be. Oh, and my boy, I saw him on Rich Eisen's podcast. I forgot my man's name because he is a youngster, but the quarterback that they paid $10 million for, he was on Rich Eisen's podcast. He said it's over for Ohio State. It's over for these boys. I said, oh, talk that talk, young fella. Talk that talk, young fella.
Casey said, yeah, my boy. I forgot his name though.
All right, dude.
Always disrespect.
Wow.
Even if it's unintentional, I guess.
We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. We're talking Kings basketball. Kings-Grizzlies tonight. Golden One Center. This is it for Sacramento. Or is it? Spoiler alert, it's not. We'll explain when we get back. What's playing right now? Oh, okay. I was like, what's 46 seconds? Commercials aren't supposed to be. Got it.
Charlie O.
Still unsold. Thoughts on Scott Perry and in what regard, Leezus? A lot of rumors about. I don't know. Scott Perry seems to have great relationships around the league, players, agents, all of that stuff. Kind of leave it at that. What else y'all got? All right, cool. I did have a follow-up line. All the positions we're talking about, those are Saturday night positions. There's a difference between Monday night positions and Saturday night positions. Figured the joke had died by then. Just let it go. Take my L, take my flag, walk 15 yards back, and keep it moving.
Chatty House, I need a new show. Apple TV shows aren't going to work because I don't have that, but I need suggestions. I'm already back to rewatching stuff I've already seen.
No thoughts. Never got into it. Phil left out. But same thing. Never got into it. It's cool that people are excited about it. I wish I could be. I just feel like there's only so many things I can divert my attention to, and the Kings hold way too much of my attention right now.
I started running point through it. It's essentially just a show about Jeannie Buss that's loosely based on them, right?
I started that. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I was watching with Crystal. We were like, this is the Busses exactly, or whatever.
I started it, and it was like, all right, this is fine. And then I left it, and I got up and physically, and I never went back to it.
Yeah. I heard this one was a little crazy, Michael Pitt. Cole, I almost started this one. Maybe this will be the next one I start. I have not seen Suits. Is that a USA show?
I heard Suits was really good.
That's on USA, I think. Right?
I think so.
Yeah.
I think so. We tried to keep an eye on it. It's your boy OG. We aired a little bit of the promo. Yeah, it's fine, I guess. I don't know. I think we're all going to go back and watch the whole promo again. From what we saw, we didn't like it, but we didn't get to see all of it, to be fair.
Oh, yeah, it's an idea. I've been watching this and I'm all caught up. I'm waiting on the next episode. Daredevil's been fire.
Did you guys hear that thunder?
Wow. I heard it earlier when I walked out.
Big thunder, big light.
You see, next week it's like 80.
Yeah. That's what it's time, baby. It's time.
It's almost April. Yeah, that's what I need. I need some sun. Help your boy out. Help your boy out. Help your boy out.
Miss Mac, I'd watch this with my cousin when I'd go to their visit my cousin and stuff. Those shows like this are so crazy.
They had the one of them at least.
Leezy sent me a post ranking the 10 best wrestling movies of all time. Number 10, No Holds Barred.
That's the only one I could think. Well, that and The Wrestler.
Where's Ready to Rumble at?
Well, I don't know because this isn't the whole list. How do
what?
I don't know.
How do send you a list with
Hold on.
Yeah, here's the top 10, but I'm only giving you 10 and 5 and 3.
No, that's basically what it did. No, I think I can work it. Stand by. Yep, here we go. Nope. Wait, is this it? Yep. Okay. Number 10, No Holds Barred. Number 9, a movie called body slam.
Come on, man. That's what I'm about to say. I don't even think.
Oh, this is one of the original. I know Roddy Piper was in this movie. I don't think I ever saw it. Number 8, Fighting with My Family.
That's the Page movie.
Oh yeah, that is.
It wasn't bad.
Number 7, this is not a wrestling movie. They're being generous, but Man on the Moon. That's the Andy Kaufman joint with Jim Carrey.
There's not 10 movies.
Isn't that a Kid
Number
Cudi
6, a movie I have never heard of, Peanut Butter Falcon.
That's not a wrestling movie.
Number 5, Ready to Rumble.
There we go. That's mine right there.
Which one was Ready to Rumble?
That's with all the WCW guys. It's trash, but I love it for some reason.
Awful.
Yeah, it's horrible, but I love it.
Absolutely dreadful.
Shout out to the King.
Number 4, Beyond the Mat.
That's not a movie.
The YouTube documentary.
Documentary. Number 3, Iron Claw. That was a good movie.
I can't watch that movie.
Number 2, Nacho Libre.
Shout out.
And number 1, The Wrestler.
Yeah, The Wrestler was great. There's only like 3 good wrestling movies.
What are they?
The Wrestler.
Yep.
Iron Claw.
Yep.
And No
Holds Barred. To be clear, No Holds Barred is not a good movie.
No, it's not. I guess.
What's that smell?
Nacho Libre is a classic.
I guess Ready to Rumble is your generation's No Holds Barred.
That's the perfect way of putting it.
Ready to Rumble is like bad. I acknowledge it, but for some reason, if it's on, I'm watching it.
Ready to Rumble is awful.
Let's see, Goldberg, Diamond Dallas Page, Sting.
A lot of those school like WCW guys are in it.
Yeah, that's peak WCW right there.
Rey Mysterio, John Cena's in it.
What?
No, wait.
That's right. John Cena's in it.
I must have missed that.
John Cena's in Ready to Rumble.
He's got to be like one of the guys getting Slurpees at the gas station. There's no way he wasn't a wrestler.
It doesn't say.
Ready. I need to see this. Ready to Rumble.
Booker T.
Okay, well there he is. He is.
Wait, what's he looking?
No,
like?
hold
What's
on.
he doing?
No, he's training. They're probably at one of the. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, they got all the guys in here. Conan, Kurt Hennig, Bam Bam Bigelow, Sid, Macho Man.
Did I ever show you the clip where I found Zeus in Beverly Hills Cop?
No.
Okay, there he is. Hold on. So I think he might be wrestling under the name Prototype at this time. I can't remember what year this is.
Prototype. Oh man.
So if you look in the back, that's him in the back. That's the
blonde hair, right?
Yeah, that's John Cena right there. All right.
Wait, it's John Cena just sat down at the machine? Or
Yeah,
was he
right
boxing?
there. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was the guy boxing.
No, that's John Cena right there. That's John Cena. I had no idea John Cena was in Ready to Rumble. God, look at how big Goldberg is. Jesus Christ.
Hey, that thunder just shook this whole building.
Yeah,
Is that what that was?
Yes, dude, that was the thunder that shook the building right now.
You know, I didn't wear a jacket today.
Really?
Yeah, because I didn't have a jacket that matched what I was wearing. And I was running a little late. And I said, I'll be inside most of the time anyway. It'll be cool.
Well, did that 2 o'clock cold hit?
That 2 o'clock cold was 12:30 cold.
Well,
you still got a few more hours at least to wait this out.
What'd you say? Yo, that's crazy. Are we
that
safe?
thunder was a little scary.
No,
Like,
that
shook
was
the
like
building.
we're not supposed to hear that.
That
was low key earthquake vibes.
When I went to the bathroom, it hit. That's why I asked you guys. Did you guys hear that? Because it was loud. But this is even louder because we heard it in here.
Yeah, hearing it in here is crazy. Watch closely. Everybody watching, watch closely. And there he was.
That was him at the desk
right there. That's Zeus. That's Debo. And then he's gone. And that's it.
Just like that.
And that's it.
So he was doing movies before wrestling, or was he?
No, he was doing movies first.
Okay.
Yeah, he did. I think the first time he did a movie called Talking Dirty After Dark. It was a Martin Lawrence movie. Martin, it's crazy. Martin was doing. He's a comedian in it. John Witherspoon runs like a comedy club.
I think I remember hearing.
If you ever watch it, it's basically, remember You So Crazy?
Yeah.
It's a lot of the set it's a lot of his set list from You So Crazy. It's interesting, but if you like, especially if you like saw him on Def Jam, saw him all that, you hear those same jokes in the movie.
I've heard about the movie. I've never seen it.
It's I mean, it's what you'd expect.
Have you ever been in a movie?
No. Have you?
Yeah, have you?
Well, yeah, but I was just asking you.
All right, Casey.
What movie were you in?
Well, I was thinking about it because the extra life is so interesting. Like that. Like Zeus is there as extra. No scene. Really, like you could get anybody off the street to do that, but they got him. He got paid. Whatever. I was in one of them. Shout out to our boy Deion Taylor. I was in one of his movies. It was called The Hustle.
Okay.
With Charlie Murphy. Hits from the Streets. Remember him? What's my girl's name?
Charlie Murphy was an awesome person, by the way. He was great. I interviewed him once when he came through. I think he did I'm assuming he did the punchline. He might have been something bigger. He was terrific.
Yeah, he seemed like a good guy.
How much you get paid? Do you get residuals off of it? Do you like every day? Is that why you get these $800 shoes? Like you go to another check from Deion Taylor's movie came.
What did you do in the movie? Like, if we go back and watch this movie, we're gonna see Casey.
Probably won't. I probably can't even find. Well, I probably could, but
Deion Taylor.
I was sitting in the
Hustle
diner. Yeah, I was sitting in the diner with my date.
Diner man number 4 was Casey.
I was sitting in the diner with my date, and the lady in there was the girl. She did a lot of stuff, but she was on the wood. She was the I can't remember her name. Oh, Tamila Jones.
Okay,
yeah. He filmed it right over there off of that scene right over there off of Florin Road, by 99. They got that 76 gas station. You go behind that, there was like a restaurant. That's where he filmed it at.
Okay.
How are we just learning that you were in a movie?
Yeah, like how did we've known that you
about for a while? Yeah,
you won a championship with the Golden State Warriors.
It was on Pros versus Joes. Was in 2K.
You worked for Michael Jordan.
Because I don't even know.
Played basketball with Kevin Durant.
I did
play basketball with Kevin Durant.
Ran me off the court. Yeah. Good times. I was on the set for 3 days. Did pretty much nothing the entire time.
Did you speak?
Were you able to take?
No.
Were you able to take food from the little snack table they have for actors? Were you that big time? Casey wanted a bagel. Could he get a bagel?
Could Casey have a bagel? That's a good question.
Yeah, I don't remember doing that, so probably not. I did nothing the entire time. And when it was time, me and the lady that we were with, or that I was with on the movie, we were acting like we were talking, having a conversation.
Okay,
that was it.
So you're probably like one of the 10 most famous people from that movie.
Who was it? Tamila Jones. It was Charlie Murphy.
Yeah, where's the cutoff? Where's the cutoff where we could throw Casey in there?
There was got to be somebody. It was like 4 people that were really famous. And there's got to be. I don't know. Maybe I am top 10. I don't know.
You just named 4 that make you top people. 5. You're more famous than the lady you were sitting across from, obviously.
Maybe. Yeah, I don't remember seeing her anywhere else.
All right.
Can you imagine she's just listening to it? She's like, wait, is this Kenny?
Let's see if we can.
Movie? There she is. Oh, right there on the right side. That's the girl.
This is the girl.
And I'm sitting across.
Did they cut you off?
Oh, when they talk, I don't know if I make it. I don't
remember. Oh, no. Kenny got cut off. Oh,
no. You can't expand the screen anymore.
You can't get cut.
Make it. Didn't make it.
Oh, this is terrible.
Yeah, I think I was also out in front of the building as well. I don't know.
Oh, this is a terrible moment.
And he's right there. We see the booth. We see the booth. Kenny's there.
How did you even find this?
Don't worry about how I found it. I called Deion Taylor. He sent it to me.
Shout out to the hustle, man. Shout out to the hustle.
What's brother's name again?
I forgot his name. I always know him as Hits from the Streets. I forgot his real name though.
Oh no! They
That's
cropped
not right.
Kenny
Yeah,
out.
that's not right. They went back here twice. Damn.
This is terrible. Have you never seen this?
I saw the movie one time and I thought I was in there, and it might have been there was another in front of this restaurant scene that maybe I was out there, but I don't know. Maybe I didn't make it.
Oh,
at
this
all.
is hilarious.
Yeah, maybe I didn't make it at all.
Kenny took 30 of his closest friends and family to the movie theater when it came out.
Man.
Cut out from the movie.
Only to not make it.
Oh, no, I'm not gonna make it, Jesse. I'm not gonna make it. It's Charlie Murphy. It's Tiny Lister.
Tiny's in this movie too?
Tiny's in this movie. Hits from the Streets. His name is Al Sharir.
Okay.
David Allen Greer.
Casey, like Isaiah Thomas, off to the side.
Tamala Jones,
Yeah.
John Witherspoon,
Yep.
Kim Whitley, Lunel. We're only at 7. Bridget Nelson. Oh, yeah. No.
Oh, okay. Now we're outside.
Wait.
Oh, there
Wait. They were about to, yeah, because they were about to fight. That's
Hold
right.
up.
That's right.
Hold up.
Ah.
Wait a second.
I saw him.
Hey, there he is.
You got like 2 seconds too.
Yeah, they was about to fight.
There he is.
Right there.
Okay. James, did you know Kenny was in a movie?
Where?
This is Kenny right here.
The left part of your screen.
That
James.
is
Yeah.
hilarious.
There's Kenny right here. Kenny was in
Okay.
the movie.
Kenny, is that you?
That's me.
We had to pause
The
it.
Hustle, 2008.
We had to pause it because once we, oh, look at him, and now it's gone.
No, make a hand motion and everything.
Wow.
Movie star.
That was a method actor. A method actor.
Oh, that's great. Oh, this is the
man,
best
good
day
stuff.
ever. That's amazing.
Shout out Deion Taylor, man. Big ups to my guy, man.
Now we've got an award-winning movie producer, and we've got an actor.
Catch Kenny Caro on IDMB.
Screen Actors Guild over here. These two.
Yikes.
Just D'Lo over here slumming it with a couple members of the SAG.
Oh, man. Jesse, I'm not making it. Darren's Dance Groove was in this movie.
Man.
Top 15 at least.
Tony Cox was in this movie. He's the little guy in Friday.
Y'all need to leave Casey's hairline in that video alone.
There wasn't no hairline. I was
I was
bald.
like, look, that's what I
There
thought.
wasn't no hairline.
Somebody in the chat.
That was
How long has Casey been
2008.
bald for?
I've been bald since I was 22 or something or I shaved my head at 22. Yeah,
Oh, man.
That was the best. That was worth it.
Well, that was absolutely worth it. I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to find it, scan into it
Going
like
from the
that, but we got it.
disappointment to the next scene. Oh, he's right there.
Yeah, there it is. Well, the idea that he gets cropped out is just chef's kiss fantastic. Oh, well, James, we're having fun laughing because we're not talking about the Kings.
Oh, yeah. Well.
We can keep going with that. Just you guys go ahead, lead the way.
The only
Bring
thing
us down again.
The only thing you could do with the Kings about it involves laughing is laugh at them. Man, this is obviously the tip off to a huge homestand tonight. And you had the heartbreaker against LA. You had a 29-point loss, a 26-point loss, a 16-point loss. Maybe tonight it'll just be a 6-point loss. Who knows? But what have you seen over the last? I'm going to dumb it down to 3 games instead of including that Clippers game because I didn't really have a problem with the Clippers game. What have you seen the last 3 that has just been so bad?
I don't know how to describe it. They just look like 8 players, like that are playing that just aren't playing together. They just look like a collection of players and not a team. And I don't know how else to describe it. It feels like every time you think that you've got this team figured out a little bit, or they go on a little bit of a run, they have some, a couple of games where they're missing Sabonis, a couple of games where they're missing Malik Monk, and then they just look like they're starting it square one again. And I feel bad, to like sit here and critique them again and again and again, but that's our job. And when you watch a team that goes out there and just doesn't look like they're connected at all on either side of the ball, that's a huge problem. I looked it up over the last 4 games. Like, this team's offensive rating is a 107 and their defensive rating is a 127.5 or something. They're like a negative 20.4 net rating. Like, that's what we're looking at. That's what it looks like on the court. It's just they look like one of the worst teams in basketball. And I know that that's not the case. I know that this team is not one of the worst teams in basketball. So for me, I just, how many times can a team lose its way in one season? I don't know, but I've run out of fingers and toes at this point to keep counting. And it feels like every time you think that they're moving one way, they decide to prove you wrong.
James, I gave him a little bit of grace. And like I said, I'm not sure if that's necessarily the right word, because you got to acknowledge what they've looked like this past week. It's been awful. But what we saw this past week is kind of the first time, I feel, at least, we've seen that from this group. We'll just say under Doug Christie. You can rationalize or make excuses or give explanations for the Knicks game and maybe even the Warriors game. Friday was just awful, just absolutely awful. There was nothing to rationalize about their performance, their effort, and their focus in that game. But like I said, that's been the anomaly. They've been, to me at least, they've been pretty tough for the past 3-4 weeks. And this past week has just been a bad week. Do you think it was just potentially a bad week? Not saying that they won't go on and lose games, but to see them play the way they've played this past week, do you think it might have been just a bad week, or is this who they are in your eyes?
It's a tough one, Kenny. I do believe, like what you said, that the Knicks game, there was a reason why the Knicks game happened, right? We're talking about a team that played the Clippers the night before and went to overtime, and everyone played 45 minutes. And, there was a reason why that game happened. I'm not giving them any leeway at all for the Golden State game. I thought that was just, like you didn't get off the team bus. And then you follow that up with another game that looks identical to it. And that's the problem. Like, when you start to see the same exact things show up in multiple games, then that's where it becomes like a trend, and you start to get like concerned about those trends. So they've got to figure it out. I mean, again, Malik Monk, talked about, how he sat on the sidelines and watched and thought that he could probably be a better distributor and he needs to look for his teammates more. And then he comes out and he leads a team in field goal attempts 3 games in a row. You have the Zach LaVine thing where he goes from, scoring 30 one night to going 5 of 10 from the field the next night, 5 of 6 the next night. And then, the next game. And then, what we saw on Friday to me was a player who midway through between the third and the fourth quarters realized that he was about to be roasted again for shooting the ball 6 or 7 times, and came out in the fourth quarter and put up numbers when the game was over. And so I think that there are concerns that we're seeing from this group that, you don't really know how to put your finger on. Like, why is it that they've let go of the rope? And why is it that they're defending the 3-point line like they did early in the season, like the first week of the season, when, this isn't even the same group of players? It's just not. I mean, for the most part, you switched out, like, I don't know what, 4 of the 8 rotational players. So, like, there's a lot of questions that we have to ask. And I don't want to be a downer the whole time, because that's not what we're here for. We're here to just call how we see it. But there are definitely some concerns, and the games, the 3 games, 4 games that you just lost right there, that might be one of the weak spots in your schedule for the next 3 weeks. And, it wasn't an easy spot in your schedule, but Phoenix isn't a good team. We saw Phoenix do that to you on Friday and then turn around on Sunday and just get walloped. Like, that's not a good team. The Warriors, they're a good team. They're playing really well right now. The Knicks, again, not a bad team, but they were missing their leading scorer. So, like, these are problems that you have to address and you have to figure out. And unfortunately for us, we have to talk about time and time again.
Hammer, I don't feel like we're talking. I think my biggest concern is I don't feel like we're talking about any new problems. Like 3-point defense, it's certainly not a new problem. It just feels like for some reason over the last handful of games, like it's gotten significantly worse.
Mm-hmm.
Like teams are just coming in and it's just all money in. They have no problem hitting threes against Sacramento, and the Kings are just still kind of stuck there. We used the argument after the trade deadline about gelling, about coming together, about all of this. And then it felt like for a stretch of games, maybe 5 to 7 that they did. Now, all of a sudden, it feels like everything is falling apart. You brought up the Zach LaVine thing a second ago. I can't figure out why all of a sudden you're not taking shots, why all of a sudden you're getting aggressive in, glorified garbage minutes in the fourth quarter. It just, what's happening with them almost feels unexplainable. Like, what is the excuse for this right now?
Yeah. Just to pull up out of the chat, is it something Doug is or isn't doing? Asking me the question. Like, look, this is a professional basketball team. This isn't rec league. This isn't, even a college level team. And not only that, but this isn't a young team. This is like the Kings rotation is all like 25 and up, between 25 and 35. Like, these dudes are mature. They know the game. They know what time it is in the season. They understand what's at stake. And like, it does not work to have a players only meeting, a starters only meeting, a coaches only meeting, like again and again and again. Like, how many times have we heard over the past, 15 years that the Kings have to get back to basics? They've got to strip down their offense, strip down their defense, get back to basics. Well, this shouldn't be that team. This is a team of, very, very talented players, and they need to go out and they need to play better. And like, this is not something Doug is doing or isn't doing. And I'm not just saying that. Like, this is a team that has to go out there and just play better, and they need to play harder. And they're going to face a Memphis team tonight that plays for 48 minutes, regardless of who's playing. And if you're not ready for that, then you're going to get rolled over again, like you did the previous 4 games. Again, this is the first time under Doug Christie's run here that they've even lost 3 games in a row, let alone 4. I think he'd done a really good job of getting this team ready and having them be resilient. The lack of resiliency in this week alone is just kind of startling and confusing.
How much of what's going on with this team, and you mentioned Malik Monk specifically, and I was listening to you guys earlier, and I agree with you, and I understand it's not to say it's all his fault or anything else like that, but you mentioned what he had to say coming off of the injury and then leading the team in field goal attempts. How much of his struggles and maybe even the team struggles is not making shots? You know what I mean? Like Malik Monk, we talked about, he's 3 of 21, I believe, from 3 in the last 3 games. If he was 10 of 21, like, things would be different. Like, he's just missing shots, and he's getting good looks. And I think, you got a guy like Zach LaVine. If he was more aggressive, maybe things would be different. Keegan Murray has gone back to not necessarily hitting shots. How much of that, is it that simple? Like, if they start shooting the ball a little bit better, can you see them playing better brand of basketball and something that people can latch onto a little bit more?
I think it's interesting because you do have somebody who's shooting the ball really well. He just won't shoot it. And, as a team, it's your job to, when you have an elite scoring player like Zach LaVine, it's your job to get Zach LaVine the ball and to get him in positions where he can shoot the ball the best way possible. And everybody on that team should look. I mean, look at his numbers since he joined the Kings. It's something like 52.2% from the field, 42.4% from three, and he's shooting over 90% from the line. He's a 50, 40, 90 guy in his 17 games with the Kings. Like, if Zach's not shooting enough, then the teammates need to be chirping at him. If Zach is not getting the ball enough, he needs to be chirping at his teammates, and his teammates need to be talking to each other about it. Like, the easiest way, I get what you're saying about, guys, again, Malik went 0 for 8 from 3 in the last game. You're going to have bad shooting nights, but Zach isn't having a bad shooting night. So why are you not working your tail off to get your teammate open who's dominating right now? And so that's where I think it all plays into a bigger thing. I don't think that there's like 15 shots a game that Zach LaVine's just passing up. I just think his teammates aren't looking for him. He's not being aggressive enough to go ask for the ball. So I agree about the shots not falling, but I think we all know when shots aren't falling, you look for the hot hand. When shots aren't falling, you go to the reliable people in your lineup who are hitting shots, and you try to work to get them into the right position. And that's not what the Kings are doing as a team right now. And that's a bigger problem.
So he got to shoot the ball. Like, it's Zach LaVine. Like, he got to shoot the ball. Yeah, I say that if I say this about Keegan Murray, I'm damn sure going to say this about Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
Like, you get the ball damn near every possession in some form or fashion. And Doug Christie is not telling you better not shoot this ball. Zach LaVine, shoot the basketball. Like, shoot. Some of this stuff is like, I think Malik Monk taking, shots or whatever, but it's not like he's coming down, dribbling the ball up the court and shooting the first shot. Like, the ball is touching other people. It gets back to him and he gonna shoot it, or DeMar DeRozan gonna shoot it. Like, these other guys have opportunities, and Zach LaVine specifically. Like, I think there are some occasions where, maybe they're not looking for him, but like I said, if I'm gonna be on Keegan Murray and talk about you need to shoot the ball, Keegan Murray, you're a role player. Zach LaVine, you're a borderline all-star. You absolutely should be going and getting the basketball and shooting it yourself. I can't give him that pass for shooting 6 times because they ain't looking for him. Shoot the ball, Zach LaVine. You're touching it enough. Shoot the rock.
Yeah, that, and like, Keegan doesn't bring the ball up. That's always been my argument to the Keegan Murray thing. Keegan doesn't naturally bring the ball up the court and like get to initiate the offense by himself. Zach LaVine does all the time. Mm-hmm. So, and not only that, but I think the Kings kind of got into a groove where Zach was really, really playing well. Before this 4-game stretch where we've seen him just not shoot the ball, like, he is coming up back-to-back 30-plus point games. So, like, where did that go, and how do you get back to it? So that's going to be like priority number one. But I also, like, just looking at the data from the last 4 games, like, they're just walking the ball up the court. I don't get it. They're like 27th in pace over those games. Like, you want to look at why their offense is not working. It's because they're walking the ball up every possession. They're allowing the defense to get set time and time again, and then they're getting beat on transition baskets, and they're getting beat on second chance points. They're not rebounding the ball well. Like, as much as I want to, again, like, we'll pile on Zach LaVine for not shooting enough, and even like to pile on Malik Monk. I've said this a couple of times. Like, since he's been back, he's led the team in field goal percent in field goal attempts 3 times, right? But that's like 13, and 18 shots. That's not outside of what Malik Monk should be shooting. But if you're going to make a point that you need to distribute more, and then you don't distribute more, then we have to call it out, right? But I would even say, like, even if you go back to the game the other night, DeMar DeRozan was extremely efficient from the field, like, just couldn't miss, right? Had a very solid game, scored 23 points. He had 1 assist and 0 rebounds in 30-something minutes. Like, so we're to a point again where guys who, they know what time it is. And I think that's the most disheartening thing. These are some of the biggest games of the season for this team. We keep talking about, is this the biggest game of the season? And the answer is, yeah, each one of them has been so far. They just keep getting bigger and bigger and more important and more important. And the guys that you need to step up and live in the moment and be your best players, they just haven't answered the call. And that's a really difficult reality to be in if you're the Kings. And because it's not just about this year, it's about, okay, how do we structure this team moving forward? If this is what happens when we get into complicated or pressure situations, we need those guys to rise to the occasion. We don't need, for our role players to have, like, you need your role players to rise to the occasion as well, but they can't be your best players on certain nights. And that's what's kind of happened here. So it's a difficult situation, and they've got to figure out how to get out of it together.
Do you feel like they're disengaged?
No, I don't know if it's disengaged as much as that horrible mentality of here we go again has slipped into their conscience. And like, we've seen that so many times with this franchise where it's like, oh boy, here we go again. They hit 3 threes. It's like, oh, here we go again. We can't defend the 3. Now we're going to get torched. And it just feels like this self-fulfilling prophecy where you allow things to slip away that you shouldn't allow to slip away. And, even I get schematically, the Kings have tried to allow, if when you're playing the Warriors, if Quentin Post or Draymond Green or Gary Payton the second beats you on the corner 3, it is what it is. You'll live with it because you're doing your best to stop these other 2. But there has to be adjustments made. When those guys don't miss, you can stop Steph all you want, but the game's already over. Like, what good is it to sit there and send 2 guys at Steph the whole game when you're down 20? Because the other guys have burned you the whole time, and you can't just hope that the laws of averages will catch up to you and that'll shift. So yeah, just there's too many things to just say, well, it's just one thing. You have to look at how this whole thing is playing out at the same time. And it's too many things, again, how many comparisons do we have to make? It's like the Dutch boy trying to plug all the holes in the dam. And every time you think you've stopped one leak, another one pops up. And that's where they're at right now.
Yeah. I want to see what these guys do this week. I mean, they've got enough games, 4 games this week. I want to see what they can do and what they look like. You know what I mean? Because I know winning is what you're trying to do or whatever, but I want to see a pulse from this team. Didn't have a pulse last week. And that was, and once again, I'll continue to say it, that was abnormal for this group in the last month. I've seen them with a pulse. They've lost games. They've lost by big margins. They're not infallible, but they lose a big game, they get blown out, they come back the next night and they compete. You know what I mean? Or they win a game, or they win a stretch of games. And we didn't see that all week. You know what I mean? You think back even when they first got here, and it was Orlando beat them in Zach LaVine's first game. Next night they go to Portland. They lose the game, but they competed. They were there. They didn't back down. And we haven't seen that this week. And that's what concerns me. And I want to see a level of competition and toughness that I've come to expect from this team in the last 3-4 weeks that wasn't there this past week. That's what I want to see from this group.
Yeah. I mean, that's what you have to see. If not, I mean, I don't think there's any way they'll lose out of the play-in, right? You've only got 16 games left. Again, Phoenix has the most difficult schedule in the NBA. The Kings their schedule is down to like the 4th most difficult schedule in the NBA. And after the next 6 games, the Kings schedule really, it won't look that difficult. The last 10 are actually a lot easier than what they're going through right now. But Phoenix is going to have a really difficult time. Dallas can barely field a team. And so, I don't think there's any way the Kings drop. I mean, could they drop from 9 to 10? Sure. But I don't think that there's a way for them to drop completely out of the play-in. But, what does that mean? You don't want to go and just represent yourself so poorly in a play-in. And maybe you win one game because, you draw Dallas or you draw a bad Phoenix team in the first game. But the way they're playing right now, what would make you think that they're going to do well in a second play-in game, even if they get past the first? And then if somehow they make it past that, like that'll be the quickest 4-game series of all time. Now, if they turn things around, like they still have time to like get together, get on the court together, practice. Although from here on out, again, they've got a stretch of 5 games and 7 nights coming up. There won't be any time for practice or anything else in that stretch. But, maybe they'll have the ability to, gel a little bit and hopefully turn things around.
Okay, we'll come back. We have talked about what got the Kings here. They're sitting back at 500. There's not a lot of room for error entering the 7-game homestand, and it is a brutal 7-game homestand. It starts tonight at the Golden One Center. We'll talk with James about that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. Clear.
So, yeah, I guess maybe we could dive into this a little bit more tomorrow. But the 49ers were reportedly trying to get Dre Greenlaw back even after Denver had an agreement done.
Oh,
they were rushing to get that done. They were trying to flip his decision back to San Francisco. I think they were pretty persuasive, but not persuasive enough.
That's weird. Yeah, what a mess. Like the Niners situation is just weird. All of it's weird. So, I mean, we haven't seen a team just, go all in on trying to fix their salary cap situation like this, at least not in San Francisco. And it's kind of strange because you're doing this in a year where, how many more seasons does Trent Williams have? How many more seasons does Kittle or Fred Warner, how many more productive seasons do you have of Christian McCaffrey, all that stuff?
The thing I always say, though, is they didn't get rid of anybody that it wasn't time to get rid of. The one person they wanted to hold on to, and they tried, was Dre Greenlaw. Everybody else, it was time to go.
I would say most of them, but even, like Malik Collins, you could have used him for this season. Like they don't have a defensive tackle right now that is a starting level.
Go draft one. Malik Collins was cool, but clearly he didn't affect anything. Like interior defensive line was terrible. He was part of that. So if you got to pay some more money to make that happen, I'll go find one of these young bulls.
Yeah.
Leonard Floyd was interesting. That's one that I thought Leonard Floyd did pretty good. So that's another one that I kind of hated to see that one happen.
And you did that to save $1.4 million or something. Like you gave him you had to clear up to 8.6. Now that might have been so it would fire off this year and not drag out into the next couple.
Yeah. Bring him back. That's what they tend to do.
Steven Castaneda, my sweater is actually green. I don't know that you can tell that, but and NBA guru Zach, which is right here. Dude, I cover the NBA, so on a game night, like I'll be either in the coaches in the media room or in the locker room at 9:30.
Shoot your shot, though.
Yeah.
Get him up.
You got to find a date and a time that works, man.
And if LaVine shot like that, Kings might be in better shape.
Dame, could you do me a favor? How much time we got, Jesse?
We got like a minute and a half at least.
Play that clip a little bit more. I think they go back outside.
Oh, you think there's more of you?
think there is
more Kenny.
I've
More
only seen
Kenny.
this movie
More
one time.
Kenny.
Oh,
They go back.
Oh, here we go.
outside.
Oh yeah. Where?
No,
Come on, man. Where's my man?
I don't think. Oh, that's the back. That's my shoulder.
Well, I don't want no shoulder. Where's my boy?
I want to see you take a punch right now.
Hey, that's my girl Nikki.
Nikki who?
McElroy. We went to high school together.
The one that was
She's
fighting.
an actress, yeah. Right there.
Oh.
Well, I had I have the wrong screen up to do the pointer.
No more Casey.
My girl Nikki. Still fine.
this is spectacular.
We want Kenny. We
Look, they cut me off.
Man, no.
They cut me
There he is.
Another hand motion again. Another hand motion. Look at it.
That is the black man's pose from the early 2000s.
The polo though, that's crazy.
That is the black man's pose from the 2000s.
The polo
right
is
there.
on my forearms. That's
Oversized polo.
There's the two main characters, and then there's Kenny Caraway right there.
Got the big necklace right there. Hey, my boy. Yes, sir. Let's see how long he stay on screen this time. Oh, he got some real screen time this time.
Look, he's even
Yeah.
like, oh, that guy's probably thinking about something.
Yeah. Look at
Oh, he made a face.
This is spectacular.
We're coming back, James. Radio audience, there's more Kenny. There is more Kenny in the hustle. If you go to youtube.com, search The Hustle 2008, the entire movie will come up.
Shout out Deion Taylor.
Fast forward to about the 56-minute mark, and you'll see our guy out there earning
That's got to be
his Screen Actors Guild card.
a 3X polo I had on.
Oh, at least.
They must have seen something like a star or whatever, because the first scene Kenny's not there. Like, it's
Not
just
there.
Yeah, just
Nope.
booth. Second scene, oh wow, this guy's in here for like 2 seconds. Third scene, oh wow, that guy's like 7 seconds. He makes a thinking face, walks away. He's prominent.
Oh
Hey,
yeah.
man, you know, I was
They're
hyping
like,
up.
hey, we like that guy. Get that guy in the striped shirt. More in it. Come on, let's go.
He's labeled as prominent extra Kenny Caraway in the movie.
We're all trying to have fun, and then there's Ben. Yes, I hate this team. Not the individual players, but the team makeup. It makes absolutely zero sense.
That's a good callback from Ben, who's really joining the show 3 hours late. He just finished the Insiders a couple of minutes ago.
Ben's gonna love this part of the show.
He just got done listening to John Cena.
Hammer. KC asked this question earlier. It maybe less of a question, more of a statement. Do you think fans right now hate this team?
Oh, you know what I don't like about this time is that fans start turning on players, and I have seen that, and I don't like that because, like, look, like, fans shouldn't be turning on Malik Monk right now. They shouldn't be turning it. Like, you can see it in, like, on the social media stuff. Like, they're turning on players. Yeah, I mean, I think they're very disappointed in this team. They also feel like, you know, they were sold the possibility of a, 6 to 8 year playoff run, and everyone knows that that's now over. And they're, so yeah, I think that fans are upset, and rightfully so. Like, their team won 48 games 2 years ago and was third in the Western Conference. And here we are, 2 years later, and they've fired a coach. They've traded their star player. They're 500, and they don't look like that if they're going to make the play-in tournament, they're backing into it. And that's kind of, it's a tough spot to be in.
It is, man. And the same thing as you, James. Malik Monk, just 6 months ago, 9 months ago, we were all super excited that he chose to stay here in Sacramento, and he's having a tough time. He's trying to figure out a new role on the fly, and I'm not here to make excuses for him, but he's not trying to miss shots. He's struggling. He's not playing well. He's not playing well, but I think he comes to play with effort every night. He's trying to work his way through learning a new position and being efficient as the guy that we know him to be. And it's a struggle right now, but I would hope people aren't as down as I've seen. I've seen the same thing for as you have, James, as they have been lately on a guy like Malik Monk, man. Because, like I said, just 9 months ago, we were ready to throw a parade because he chose Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So,
yeah, I mean that's the tough thing. Fans. I don't tell fans how to fan, but you can see sort of the temperature changing with the player, and you never like to see that. Like again, Malik wants to be really good, and he wants to star for this team. The fact is he's just going through a tough patch, just like any player would that went from playing 26, 27 minutes a night to 35 minutes a night, and then watching there's the star player that he was playing alongside go away, and all of a sudden you do have a new role. And I don't think it's that much different than his previous role, but it's different enough. And he hasn't adapted well enough, and missing time doesn't help either. So I think everyone will be just fine. Whether that means that they're going to win basketball games or not, like I have no idea. Like this team, if anyone thinks that they can guess what this team is going to be or who they are and all that stuff, you're just wrong. But I do think that there are some good things that are still happening. There is some positivity. There is a possibility that they are able to right the ship and show us some grit here down the stretch and actually make a little bit of a run. We just have to see it happen.
Do you think you talking about Malik? What we say, 17 games left, something like that.
16.
Does 16? Does Doug need to make a change? Does something need to change in the starting lineup for the final 16 games, or for a stretch of this 16 games, or for this homestand? Or like, does Doug have to try something?
Yeah, I would say yes, but then again, I don't even know what that would be. Because again, we talk about Malik hasn't played extremely well and his 3-point shot isn't falling and all that stuff. But that doesn't mean that he doesn't still give you at least something as a point guard. And so like, I'm not sure that it's Malik that has to go out of the starting lineup. I'm not sure that it's, your $43 million man playing next to him, or your future Hall of Famer playing next to him that should go to the bench. And at the end of the day, I don't think Doug is going to have any of that happen. I think we're probably seeing the lineup that's going to be out there for the rest of the season. And, barring injury, I hope I'm wrong, because I think that if you get a deep enough sample size, you get, say you lose tonight and you've lost 5 in a row, like there has to come a point where you have to actually do something different, or you're just allowing whatever's happening to happen, and you can just check off that box and say, okay, well, this season's over. We're just going to, we'll end up in the play-in, but who knows what happens from there. Like there has to be a point where you have to hold players accountable on the court for not playing better and not playing together as a team. And you have to make changes. So, but I don't know if we're going to see that or not.
Everything seemed to be okay with Domantas Sabonis. I know you kind of looked at that hamstring a little bit on Friday night and looked uncomfortable a couple times, but you haven't heard anything about him being an issue for tonight at all, huh?
No, last time I checked, he wasn't on the injury report. Trey Lyles was still on the injury report as questionable. He missed last game. I haven't seen it. I did not like the play. Talk about a couple of really weird plays by the Phoenix Suns. Like the Plumlee shot to the face.
That was crazy.
That was one of the stupidest plays I've ever seen. Just like no reason, just run up and smash a guy with your forearm. That didn't make any sense. And then the other play, the Ryan Dunn play, I get it. You get frustrated and stuff, but like that wasn't a basketball play at all. That should have been reviewed for trying to throw Domas to the floor. And just like weird stuff going on in that game. I think he's all right. I don't think he'll be 100% until the end of the season, especially with all of these back-to-backs coming up. There might come a point where he's not able to go in a back-to-back. But, Domas wants to be out there every single game. And, I don't want to see what he looks like after 5 games and 7 nights. I think that's going to be really, really tough. And that might be where you just kind of throw your hands up in the air and go, look, if we're going to lose to OKC no matter what, a player's health might be more important than running him out here for this game.
But you can't if you're Doug, and I don't think, and I think this is true for the players. I'll say Domas in this case. You can't approach any game in this 7-game homestand like that, can you? Like, you have to go out there with the belief you're going to beat Oklahoma City, with the belief you're going to beat Memphis and Cleveland, and you're going to go 7-0 at home. Like, you have to approach everything you do. Your margin for error is slim.
Mm-hmm.
It's virtually non-existent. The one thing you got going for them, as you laid out earlier, James, everyone below them stinks. Like, you keep watching Phoenix, like maybe, and then they do something where you go, nope, ain't gonna be them,
and yell at each other.
Yeah, now they're back to fighting with each other. So it's you still want to maintain like something here if you're Sacramento to try to finish out this season, somewhat strong and perhaps get something done in the postseason.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to approach every game that way, and you got to hope that your team again responds and catches lightning in a bottle here, and you've got something to work with. But I'm also, looking at player health, and the Kings track players after warmups, and they track them before they go out in the warmup, and then they track when they come off. They have them jump on the steel pads that record a whole bunch of like data, and they're watching to see how their body's responding and all that stuff. They'll be able to see at least some sort of, like some limitations in Sabonis that they'll have to keep an eye on. But, the last thing you want to do is watch him grab at his hamstring, because if that thing, if he like strains it or gets a pull, a grade 2 pull or whatever, he's done for the year. Like, we're already seeing that with other players that are shutting it down right now. And you just hope that that's not him. Again, he does everything he can to be healthy and be on the court as much as possible. And you hope that he's able to maintain, even though the schedule is pretty brutal.
Hammer, get out of here. You got a long drive and some interesting weather ahead of you. So we'll see you in the morning.
All right. Sounds good, guys.
Take care, Ham.
So I got James Ham right there on his way to the Golden One Center to cover game 1 of a 7-game homestand involving your Sacramento Kings. Of course, tonight it's the Kings and the Grizzlies. The Grizzlies locked in a virtual tie for the 2nd seed right now. Houston, Denver, and the Grizzlies all at 43-25 right now. A healthy 13 games back from the Oklahoma City Thunder. Who will be here? I think it's 1 week from tomorrow.
Oh, joy.
Because I think it's Celtics Thunder, right?
Yep.
And I know the Celtics are 1 week from today. So, yeah, that's where we're at.
Put the movie back on.
There we go. More Kenny. Let's go, baby. There's Nikki McElroy. Nikki, I see you, baby.
Nikki.
Yeah, I see you. And where's my boy with the early 2000s black man pose? We thought he got iced out right here.
I thought it was the end.
We thought we missed out on him. Nikki about to let him get these hands.
Nikki's the one with the bamboo earrings, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And where's my man? Nope. Where is he?
Thought I was iced out.
Boom. My boy right there. You see him? Huh? It don't even look like Kenny, do it?
Everything pretty much the same. I just got a beard now.
Yeah, the beard's different.
That's it, man. Now you're talking about bald head.
We're gonna lead that up the whole show.
I had the bald head. I shaved my head.
I wonder if we could go.
I was 22.
Go 3-screen with that.
Was the voice change like during this time, or when did that happen?
No,
Pros versus Joes. I watched Pros versus Joes, that episode. Like, wait, where the hell's Kenny? It's like you didn't realize, like, it's just Kenny was a whole different person.
No, the voice change happened when Reese was born. It's bizarre. I don't know what happened.
Y'all have heard my voice change. My voice change happened like during my career.
When was 50 Cent? When was the 50 Cent?
50, that was morning
That's
show.
the kid, 50 Cent.
So that's 2006. 2006, maybe 7, but probably 2000.
And then
no. Because back here in 2005, 2006 was Detroit. So no, you got to go back. It's probably 2003 or 4.
So when did Between the Sheets D-Lo arrive?
So that's the crazy part. I always thought I was Between the Sheets D-Lo. Now I go back and listen to that. Sound, and it's not good at all.
Yeah, I would say probably in your 30s.
Yeah, I don't know.
It happens sometimes.
I don't know when it changed. Maybe it changed when I went to Connecticut.
I got that
maybe
East
that's
Coast.
maybe that's when my voice changed. I have no idea. Maybe I started talking less in Connecticut. I didn't have nobody to talk to, so maybe my voice changed then.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Between the Sheets coming soon.
That's a shoot.
Yeah.
We bullied Complex. It's on the way. Sunday nights. Between the Sheets is coming back.
So yeah, and I don't know what I don't know what brought that on. But there's video of me when Reese was born.
Look at little facial expressions. Oh, my man walks away. Look at
I was like,
damn, that was crazy.
Man,
Damn.
just an obnoxiously sized polo. Like, that is crazy.
That was one of my favorites too. Obviously, I've wore. They didn't give me a wardrobe. I was like, "Yo, what you wearing?" Oh yeah, I'm gonna wear this polo. That's one of my ones. Yeah, I don't know.
Is it Fat Farm? What is it?
No, I think this was.
You got the chain. Boy had the chain on even back then.
It wasn't one of those. It was like I want to say it was like maybe those polo. Was assistant. I don't even know what the.
Someone say you should get an EGOT. We got to get you.
Well, I mean, the way I delivered the emotion of that moment.
Yep.
It should get acknowledged. I'm not saying an EGOT. I'm just saying in some form or fashion it should get acknowledged.
Charismatic.
No, it was
extra.
a Rockaware. Good knowledge, Kyle. That is a Rockaware one.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
Not
right.
a redacted piece.
No.
It's the facial expression at the end. It's
so
like
this came out in 2008.
This boy got it.
I was probably 20. Yeah, about 25.
Let's see how much more. Oh,
that's it.
Are they still fighting out here?
No, that's it. It's over.
So where my girl Nikki go?
So Nikki might still be around.
We're gonna get to
there's Zeus.
We're gonna get to the end scene, and Kenny just has some massive part. Then at that point,
it's over for you, boy. I don't even remember how that movie ended. I saw it once or twice. I think it came on BET was when I saw it.
Oh, is Kenny in the credits?
Oh, good one.
I highly doubt it.
Oh, this would be great. See, stand-ins. Look, we right here. No. Stand-ins aren't the same as extras. Come on, D-Lo.
Yeah, I don't think I got any credit. No pun intended.
I mean, you were there. Like, you were prominent enough.
Yeah,
guy in Rockaware polo.
I was about to say. Well, I don't even know what they called me. Guy that was hyping it up. I don't know.
Hyped up man one.
Got to get the boom operators first. The electricians.
Yeah, no, they ain't get your boy in the credits. Although I never looked, but
well, we here. Well, we're gonna talk about the Kings losing 5 in a row.
Man,
instead.
they can't lose 5 in a row, man. They gotta find a way to win tonight.
They do, and they can. Like they can beat. The Kings can win any game that they play.
They can.
I don't know why. I don't know why
Rashad
things
Lyons.
are the way that they are
Shout out
right
to my
now.
boy Rashad Lyons, man. He got stable backpacks. Big ups to him. Tyrone Patterson, I think that's my boy.
You think?
Yeah,
You don't know your boy's name?
Well, I don't. No, that's his name, but I don't remember him in the movie. I don't remember him being there. That's my guy from McClatchy. I don't know.
I don't think you're getting any credits, buddy.
No, it's not.
Did they even know your name?
No.
Okay.
Hey, guy.
Can you get it? Maybe we
I didn't even get a thank you.
Do we get a thank you? Ephraim Salam, JB Smooth. Nope.
Oh, they were at St. Paul. Big ups.
Locations. California Loans.
Cesar Chavez Park.
Yeah.
McClatchy Park. All
You
that was
got
in the hood with it.
nothing. Look, Screen Actors Guild. Not for Kenny, though.
No, not even a vendor.
No.
Nothing.
Got nothing. Oh, damn it, pal.
It's okay, though. It's okay. The experience, the memories is what I take away.
There's my girl, Nikki McKay. So wait a minute. Nikki had a role as big as you. It said fight girl number 1.
Nikki had a speaking part.
Nikki said fight girl number 1. Look at Nikki McElroy, fight girl. I'm sorry, she was fight girl number 2.
Oh yeah,
she had a speaking part though. I didn't speak.
Man,
I told the story.
Guy in polo.
I told the story with my hands.
Oh boy, Petrie Bird in here.
Sacramento was represented.
Yeah,
Sean
it
Grady
sure
was in the
was.
building. Yeah.
No Kenny Caraway though.
No,
I bet if they knew what you had gone on to become, they would have put your name in that movie.
Their mistake.
I'm ready for the sequel.
Shout out Deion Taylor. Taylor made music.
Yes,
I'll always be appreciative for Deion Taylor.
Did Taylor May come through the Ricky's often?
No, Deion threw his own parties.
That's right, he did.
Deion threw his own parties. He did the Honking Lounge. He did different spots. He was the first one that put a mic in my hand.
That's right. You did. Yeah.
He put a mic in my hand and just told me to go do it. And I was scared to death. And I did the first, the first shout out, the first announcement. Looked over and he was like, all right. And my nerves were calm. Nope. I was scared to death the rest of the night. The rest of the night. That wasn't even the night Allen Iverson came. That was a different night.
AI was that one of his
Dion
parties?
brought AI to one of his joints.
Where was it at?
I think it was the Han King Lounge. I don't remember for sure. I remember it being narrow and hot, and it wasn't Tanel, but I'll never forget AI walking in. I will never ever forget this. Iverson walks in. And I've never seen a group of men react that way to another man. I mean, full star struck.
Yeah.
Like you would have thought like Beyonce walked in. Like you would have thought Kim Kardashian walked in. Like their reaction to this dude was of like straight hero vibes. And I never before, not since. I've never seen anything like that before. Been at Tunnel, been with all of the guys here, been out with Mike, been out with Charles Barkley for one of Kevin Johnson's campaign stops the first time he ran. All of that, nothing compares to the reaction I saw that night for Allen Iverson.
And we
nothing.
We love Allen Iverson. Still currently love Allen Iverson. If Allen Iverson came, you probably get the same reaction.
I think you would. I think it would.
If he came through Sky River or something like that.
Maybe not Sky River. It's a different crowd.
He was at Tiger.
Tiger. Yeah, Tiger. Tiger would do it.
Yeah, we love Allen Iverson. Love Al. I'm surprised you say not Jordan though, because I feel like Jordan has that.
Michael?
Mm-hmm.
I was never out with Michael Jordan.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said you saw you was with because you were with Mike one time.
Well, okay, so that was at a house.
Gotcha.
And that was it.
They all kind of knew each other then. Huh?
They did, but it was still fascinating because his son was playing college basketball. So we got to the house, and it's Wilbon's house, but like John Barry's there, Stuart Scott, like the NBA ESPN guys at the time. And Mike and his wife greet us, but there's no one like within sight, and they're all in Mike's bedroom, Michael Wilbon's bedroom, because Michael Jordan is sitting on the edge of the bed watching his son play. So it's that thing where Michael gets up and leaves the room and everyone follows. So it's like, it wasn't a huge crowd of people. It was 10, 12. And wherever Mike was where everything was the center of the universe. And I'll always like, he held court that night. That's where I learned that JB is an ass. Like he's just John Barry's an absolute jackass.
That Barry family crazy.
But like Mike was talking. And my favorite part of the story, I know I've told it before, is always the end. It's the next day at the All-Star game. Kara's playing in the celebrity basketball game. Mark, the first time I met Mark Jones, I guarantee you has no clue this happened. But Mark was doing the play-by-play with John. And Stewart was hosting All-Star festivities. I get there early because she's playing. And Stu goes, D. He goes, yo. He comes over, does like he's as cool as he comes across.
The pillow.
Yeah. Does the dap up. I'm like, man, how great was that? I was like, yo, does he do that all the time? And he looked at me and he goes, he never does that. I've been around that man for 10 years and he never does what he did last night. He was talking about LeBron. He was talking about Mike Brown. He was talking about basketball. Like he was holding court. Right, yeah, he was holding court.
What's up? What's
up? Well, let's just say,
what was his take, Damon?
Sacramento has a lot in common with Mike Brown. Sacramento has a lot in common with Michael Jordan. as it pertains to Mike Brown.
Damn. Why was he? Oh, because LeBron was on the team at the
So
time.
LeBron was with Cleveland, and it was. I don't remember if this was. We can look back at the date. It was the Phoenix All. It was that Phoenix All-Star game where Steve Kerr got fired as the general manager like the next day.
Yeah.
It was that All-Star game. So the rumblings about Cleveland, Mike Brown not utilizing LeBron enough, like that was. It was pretty loud.
I could imagine too the way Mike. I mean, I haven't been around it, but just seeing like videos, the way Mike be talking, I'm sure he was like cursing when he was talking about, calling him a name.
He didn't call Mike out his name.
Not out his name,
Brown
but just that MFer.
He did. Yeah, no, he did that. Yeah, he did that. That's where, like the Dennis Rodman story, the Vegas story that he told on. The Last Dance, he told that story in that room verbatim.
Wow.
The way he told it on, he left out one. I don't remember if he told this detail. Is the show over? I don't remember if he told this detail on The Last Dance or not. But when he walked into Rodman's house by the facility, that there were just bodies all over the floor and they were all naked. And he's like stepping through these bodies, and he finds Dennis and he slaps Dennis. Get up.
Crazy.
And he puts him in the car. He just has on shorts. That's all he has on is some basketball shorts. They get to practice. He puts on his shoes and he proceeds to go out there and beat everybody in the drill that Phil had him run.
All right, then they did clean that story up. It's not as X-rated, I think, as you said. I think
no, the way he told it, he told he told that story, boy. We got to go. We will see you tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings like the bean. Mike crazy talking about just, hey.
Yeah.
Hey, motherfucker.
That's what he said. That's what he said. Hey. He said he slapped him on the ass. He said he walked him and he slapped the shit out of him. Get up. He said he's hungover. He grabs some shorts. He puts them on. He goes stumbling out of the room. He throws them in his car. They get to practice. Phil says, hey, you need to do the drills. And he just goes out there and beats everybody. And Dennis does. Yeah.
I saw a clip yesterday of Michael Jordan after they won the second three-peat, the second championship. And somebody asked him, do you want Dennis back? And he's at the podium. He's like, hell yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Dennis fine. Like, yeah, he does some crazy stuff, but the dresses don't bother me. All that stuff don't bother me. Yeah, you won't find somebody that works as hard as Dennis Rodman. So I ain't got no problem with Dennis Rodman. He can come back here as long as he wants to. And I believe that's how Michael felt about him. Like,
yeah.
I ain't worried about all that other stuff. You ready to play or not? And as long as Dennis was ready to play,
that's all he cared about. Like, yeah, that's all he cared about. Man, hopefully tomorrow's fun, man.
Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully tomorrow's
sigh of relief.
Yeah, something. We will see you guys tomorrow, man. Thanks for hanging out as always. Have a great Monday.